The Last Straw. 29. This Fock's first escape attempt failed almost instantly. Hallway sensors spotted him, and a sudden jump in gravity turned his limbs too heavy to move. Two armed and armoured humans appeared at the end of the hall. Under the sights of their weapons, barely able to wriggle as gravity eased just slightly, this Fock surrendered his jury-rigged hatchlock controller and crept back to his cell. It had gone much as he had expected. The brief glimpse of the corridor had been necessary reconnaissance. One quick look had shown Thysfok the location of hallway sensors and suggested ways that they, like the passive data feeds from his cell, might be accessed, bypassed, or compromised. And he had forced his jailers to reveal how they responded to a breach and how quickly. This escape would be real. After the first escape, of course, the humans had searched his cell. They found what Thysfok allowed them to find, a hoard of material scraps and a sacrificial instrument from his repair kit. Everything important remained hidden. His cache looked like any other surface in any of the empty storage units. The humans had poked and probed randomly, even in obviously empty spaces. By blind luck, they might have found his hiding place. That was a risk he had had to take, and the odds had favoured him. They had not found his cache. Thysfok was prone on the deck between rows of empty storage units, where his captors were accustomed to seeing him retreat for sleep. He had not picked this spot randomly. It put him below the line of sight of the cell's sensors. He reached through the small, softened area on a bottom shelf. His structural modulator lay hidden between that shelf and the floor. Ironically, primitive materials had held him when properly designed material would not. Twing was a flawless substance, but human materials were rife with cracks, voids, and impurities. He had had to rebuild the modulator to accommodate so many imperfections. The ship's hull was a curious exception. To his improvised instruments, the curved wall scanned as defect-free as Twing. But unlike Twing, this material resisted softening. A spot of hull absorbed without effect all the power he had dared apply. The ship itself powered his modulator with power drawn wirelessly from the human's own magnetically coupled power transmitters. Any higher setting on the modulator risked drawing his captor's attention. But for the ever-present sounds of air circulating and engines humming, the ship remained quiet. It was time. Thysfok modulated a small patch of the deck to transparency. He studied the room below. A table, chairs, an oddly shaped bench and exercise equipment. No crew. He softened a large area, reached into the room below, grasped the top of an exercise apparatus, and pulled himself through. With a pop, surface tension reformed the ceiling behind him. He climbed onto the table, reached back into his cell, and retrieved the modulator, leaving the cell floor, from his new perspective, the ceiling, permeable. He might have to make a quick retreat. As he did. He had only bypassed half this deck's sensor feeds. From now on, they would always show empty corridors, when footsteps approached. A three-legged gate. Thysfok scrambled onto the table. He reached through the viscous ceiling, gripped a shelf, and carefully staying beneath the sensor's line of sight, lifted himself into his cell. Resuming a prone position, he pressed an eye against the still transparent spot on the deck. Moments later, a two-headed, three-legged something cantered into the room that Thysfok had just vacated. 30. Nessus, looking dapper, stepped across the quarter-mile of void that separated his ship from Don Quixote. And with that impression, Baedeker finally had to admit the depths of his despair. Nessus famously considered a mane coiffure a pointless ostentation. His mane was earnestly combed straight and worn with only a few jewels. His sash was utilitarian, a way to wear pockets, entirely without adornment. Dapper? Only by contrast. For so long Baedeker had struggled to care whether he bathed or untangled his mane. Too many things, the gwath, the pack, hyperspace, the absence of other citizens, had taken their toll. He straightened out of the slouch, become habitual, and warbled a two-throated salutation. "Welcome aboard, Nessus." They brushed heads in greeting. "Thank you." Nessus seemed surprised to find Baedeker on a new Terran vessel. Or perhaps the sociable greeting was what startled Nessus. "I see you have become a scout, Baedeker." The herd defined sanity, and yet scouts separated themselves from the herd. It mattered not that scouts acted on behalf of all for the safety of all. Scouts sought risks, and that proved them mad. Scouts were, in an English word Baedeker had learned from Sigmund, mavericks, and so the statement was an insult. Sung by the most experienced of Hearth's few surviving scouts, the notes were praise. "It feels good truly to speak," Baedeker said. "English is not very satisfying." "Hello, Nessus," Jeeves sang over the intercom. The contrapuntal melodies blended precisely, the tones pitch-perfect to the third harmonic, one cycle of vibrato indistinguishable from the next. It was without rubato, utterly mechanical, and Nessus flashed a sympathetic look. "Nessus, Baedeker, the others wait in the relax room. Sigmund asks that you join them when you are ready." Past differences with Nessus had somehow receded. It was more than the company of another citizen after so much time among aliens. If anyone among the herd could appreciate the newfound dangers, it would be Nessus. And Nessus had the friendship of the hindmost. So where to begin? Baedeker had struggled with that question for days. "Do you understand me?" Nessus switched to a little-used dialect. "More or less," Baedeker answered in the same way. "If Jeeves does, I cannot say." The stepping disc that had received Nessus was set in the corridor outside the bridge. Behind Nessus, beyond the open hatch, through the main viewport, glittered the fleet of worlds. 4 planets, blue and white and brown, ringed by necklaces of artificial suns, the nature preserves, and 1 planet, sunless, ablaze with the lights of its world-spanning city, more beautiful than all the rest. Hearth. All at risk. "Come with me," Baedeker said to Nessus. "Sigmund will explain everything to you. First, though, there are things you must see for yourself." With a lump in his throat, Sigmund prepared to leave Don Quixote. Altero and Jeeves had already said their goodbyes. Voices over the intercom. There was not a lot of emotional content to either, and Baedeker would be joining Sigmund. But as for Eric and Kirsten... Side by side they stood looking at Sigmund. The 3 of them had been through a lot in the past 11 months. Sharing the cramped confines of Don Quixote was the least of it. It wasn't obvious who moved first, but suddenly Sigmund and Kirsten were hugging. He gave her a final squeeze, let go, and gave Eric a hug too. That was the male, backslapping kind of clinch, but equally heartfelt. "Take care, you guys," Sigmund told them. Baedeker and Nessus waited nearby, ill at ease. Nessus' arrival had bucked up Baedeker, at least enough that Baedeker had washed up a bit. There was a history of bad blood between the 2 puppeteers, and Sigmund was mildly surprised they weren't quarrelling. "Ready when you are," Nessus hinted gently. The years had been kind to Nessus. The puppeteer had gained weight, and his mane was better groomed than Sigmund remembered. By his past standards, Nessus had dressed formally. He wore a sash rather than a pocketed belt, and though his ornamentation remained minimalist, the few jewels bespoke high status. Still in Nike's favour, then, and Nike was now hindmost. But some things had not changed. Nessus' mismatched eyes, one red and one yellow, were as jarring as ever. And in favour or not, he was as edgy as always. Maybe the edginess came from being near Sigmund. "You're sure about this?" Eric said to Sigmund. "Yes," Sigmund answered firmly. "You have your orders." Kirsten and Eric exchanged looks, and Kirsten sighed. "Yes," she said, "return the Gwas to the Ice Moon and then go home." "And give Sabrina a full report," Sigmund added, lest home seem at all ambiguous. Eric nodded. "We know what to do, Sigmund. See you soon, guys." Sigmund turned to the puppeteers. "Nessus, after you." Nessus vanished, and then Baedeker. Sigmund smiled one last time at his friends before stepping across to Nessus' waiting vessel, Aegis. Eric and Kirsten knew what to do all right. Their orders did not involve a return home. 31. From the co-pilot seat, tangentially uncomfortable, Sigmund monitored the final approach. The Y-shaped padded bench he sat astraddle was never meant for a human, but his many aches soon receded into the background. This would be his first time on Hearth, and the scale of, well, everything, was beyond his wildest imagining. Aegis descended into the perpetual night of the puppeteer home world. No artificial suns orbited this world, where the industry and the body heat of 1 trillion puppeteers generated all the energy the ecosystem could absorb. More than 1,000 miles away, a vast, glowing grid became visible to the naked eye. Down they went, until the grid resolved into artificially lit streets and expanses of buildings that spanned entire continents. Down they flew, until cities stretched from horizon to horizon. A landing field came into sight, and on it rows of ships like so many grapes. Finally, Sigmund had a frame of reference. Each little ball was a spaceship in a General Products No. 4 hull. A GP No. 4 hull was a sphere roughly 1,000 feet in diameter. And here one looked tiny. With the enormous ships for comparison, Sigmund truly grasped the sheer scale of the buildings. The smallest were cubes more than a mile across, each a city in its own right. A few of those vessels must be grain ships from New Terra. A wave of homesickness washed over Sigmund. He tamped it down. This wasn't the time. Nessus set down Aegis without as much as a bump. "Welcome to Hearth," he announced. All communication with traffic control had been computer to computer, lest Sigmund overhear any codes or procedures, he assumed. With a New Terran so distrusted, small wonder Nessus vetoed bringing down Thisfok and a few of the Gwath. Not that Sigmund, as his planning had evolved, intended the others to land with him. He had only proposed to bring them knowing Nessus would never accept. Baedeker emerged from elsewhere in the ship, and the three of them disembarked. Sigmund wasn't whisked instantly to a meeting with the hindmost. Eric had warned him to expect a tour first. Puppeteers had long practice from colonial days at awing mere humans. That was fine by Sigmund. He wanted intel. Stepping disc by stepping disc, following Nessus, Sigmund toured a world. Vast plazas, delimited by factories and arcologies, whose tops were often lost in cloud. Where day reigned, the sides of buildings shone almost as brightly as a sun. Wherever convention declared the night, similar panels became gigantic entertainment screens. Along some unnamed shore, fusion plants larger even than the arcologies beamed unimaginable energies to enterprises Nessus declined to describe. Streets and concourses teemed, the puppeteers packed together like herds of cattle. Their crooning and keening blended into a deafening roar. Like Nessus and Baedeker, the average puppeteer on the street wore only a belt or sash, but the variety of ribbons, jewels, and emblems seemed unending. How could puppeteers wear clothes? Everywhere Sigmund went, the air was like a sauna. Hearth must be like this pole to pole, 1 trillion puppeteers stewing in their own heat. The farming worlds of the fleet hung overhead. Walking across a park, the blue-green meadow plant as lush and close-cropped as grass on a putting green, the not-quite trees as manicured as topiary, Sigmund found his eyes drawn irresistibly to the nearest of the farm worlds. Sigmund had studied them all, and continental outlines revealed this one as Nature Preserve 5. A wayward synapse fired, a melancholy face, the man in the moon. NP5 was in full phase, its necklaces of artificial suns running from pole to pole, its turquoise-blue oceans sparkling. White cloud dotted land and sea alike. A cyclone swirled. Except for the shapes of continents, that world could have been New Terra. Sigmund tamped down his resurgent longing. Penny needed him to be strong and suspicious, not sentimental. NP5 was the world spotted in flight so long ago by the crew of Longpass. A curse, that world. Sigmund used the anger to keep his focus. He had to see everything, retain everything, because anything could prove useful. Like those colossal wall displays. Something about them bothered him. Finally he put his finger on it. "Where are the windows?" he asked Nessus. "I don't see any windows." High-low, low-high, high-low, Nessus' heads bobbed in alternation. He looked like a whack-a-mole, but the gesture meant agreement. "You are very observant, Sigmund. Very few living quarters have windows. Most units are in the interior, of course, and cannot have windows." Sigmund had imagined great atria and mile-tall interior shafts to ventilate those interior units, but he had not noticed anything like that from above. The arcology roofs had been solid. "So endless halls of apartments," he mused aloud. "Windowless boxes." "Not quite," Baedeker said. "No hallways, because hallways waste space. Nor elevators, nor ventilation shafts. Like the tenants themselves, the oxygen they breathe and the carbon dioxide they exhale is moved by stepping discs." The weight of 1 trillion puppeteers pressed down on Sigmund. And yet, that utter dependence on stepping discs, the ubiquity of stepping discs, was encouraging. At least if things did not go well at the meeting. And why would the meeting go well? Nothing else had. Once Sigmund and Baedeker departed for Hearth, Eric and Kirsten found ways to use their newfound privacy. Altero did too. They spent much of their time poring over observations gathered throughout the long voyage. Hyperdrive was wondrously fast, when Don Quixote used it. So why was hyperdrive not always used? Flight by flight, Altero reviewed their travels. When hyperdrive was first activated, when hyperdrive use ended as Don Quixote neared its destination, they saw no pattern. Perhaps the explanation lay in pilot discretion, not technical factors. Altero tried to correlate hyperdrive usage to the urgency of their missions, and failed. Perhaps the subjectivity of urgency did not communicate well across species. Altero's thorough review had recently come to the trips immediately after Thysfox's capture. First, Don Quixote had crept to the outer solar system for reasons no one would discuss. Then the ship retraced its course to Harvest Tree of Life routes. Only after creeping back to the solar system fringes had Kirsten finally engaged Don Quixote's hyperdrive. It would have been interesting to know how far Don Quixote had travelled in each instance. Altero could not calculate the ship's progress directly, since artificial gravity obscured the ship's actual acceleration. They had learned to infer the strength of artificial gravity from the drain on a nearby ship's power circuits. Alas, unrelated drains on the ship's power made such estimates very crude. So they had built their own independent astronomical sensors. Those, too, offered only vague answers. Probing through habitat walls, interior ship partitions, and hull limited the instrument sensitivity. And then Don Quixote came to the Fleet of Worlds. Despite the ambiguity in many approximations in Altero's calculations, clearly Kirsten had used hyperdrive much closer to this destination than to any other. What differed about this place? The obvious difference. These worlds lacked a star. A star is massive. And so Altero's thoughts turned to abstruse physical theory and arcane scenarios. Perhaps hyperdrive was somehow constrained to nearly flat regions of space-time, to regions far from any gravitational singularity, far from the type of worlds on which Gwoth, humans, citizens, or Dra could live, or at least from the suns that warmed those worlds, far from anywhere a world-evolved species ever thought to experiment with a long-range drive. Until now. 32. At a discreet trill, Nessus dipped one head into a pocket of his sash. The few murmurs Sigmund could hear suggested wind chimes. Nessus' head reappeared. "The hindmost will meet with us now. Come with me." Sigmund was more than ready. He followed Nessus onto yet another stepping disc, emerging into a cylinder bathed in blue light. The wall was transparent. Nessus waited outside among armed puppeteer guards looking in. Sigmund rapped gently on the wall. As he suspected, General Products hull material. GP hulls were transparent to visible light, and Sigmund presumed the overhead illumination could be raised to lethal levels. There weren't any doors. The only way in or out of this antechamber was by stepping disc. He vacated the disc. A moment later, Baedeker arrived, inside, with Sigmund. "Remove your clothes, ribbons and jewels too," one of the guards directed. He wore one more ribbon in his mane than the rest, suggesting he was the hindmost for the squad. Sigmund dubbed him Sergeant. "Pile everything on the disc." Puppeteers had no nudity taboo. At least the males didn't. Of puppeteer females, New Terrans knew only that they were cloistered. Still, undressing came as a surprise, and Sigmund didn't like surprises. Till now, Kirsten and Eric's predictions for this trip had been accurate, but they hadn't mentioned disrobing, and New Terrans had a nudity taboo. This was not a detail either would have forgotten. Of course, when his friends had seen Nike on Hearth before independence, the puppeteer had been a mere deputy minister. Now Nike was hindmost. "Is undressing typical?" Sigmund asked as he removed his jumpsuit. Baedeker had removed and folded his sash. He began unbraiding his few mane ornaments. He gave the impression of being happy to have something to do besides look at Sigmund. "Hardly. I believe that your reputation precedes you." "Mr. Ausfaller, what is that on your wrist?" Sergeant asked. Our clock-aim plant. Sigmund held out his arm for closer inspection. Seconds ticked by while Sergeant considered that. Very well, he finally said. Sigmund's garment and shoes, and Baedeker's few things, vanished. Into another sealed hull material container, Sigmund supposed. One darkened against, say, a flash bomb or laser pistol. He had carried nothing like that. Getting caught with a weapon would have sent the wrong message. But he would have preferred to keep his pocket comp, with its snooping modes enabled, naturally, and his transport controller. "You will get your things back when you leave," Sergeant said. "Mr. Ausfaller, we have a garment and slippers for you, if you wish." Professionally speaking, Sigmund had to approve of the security measures. "You may proceed," Sergeant decided at last. A head gestured at the antechamber's disc. His second head clutched a weapon with a grip like a boxer's mouthpiece. Sigmund guessed the guards and their weapons were biometrically paired. That's what he would have done, lest a gun be wrestled from its owner. Of course, Sigmund wouldn't have chosen a tongue print for personalizing the weapon. Baedeker and then Sigmund stepped to the main security lobby. Guards fell in around them as Sigmund dressed in the plain jumpsuit provided. "Follow me," Sergeant ordered. Their route passed 2 more checkpoints before terminating abruptly in a most unpuppeteer setting, a long narrow patio hugging a craggy mountainside. Sentries ringed the stepping disc. Without speaking, Sigmund's original escort trotted to an end of the patio. The long terrazzo patio blended seamlessly with a living area carved deep into the mountain. Padded benches, mounds of overstuffed pillows, hollow sculptures, and melted-looking oval tables dotted the salon. Only a faintly shimmering force field, weatherproofing, Sigmund supposed, separated indoors from out. Beyond the patio's stone balustrade, far below, waves crashed against the shore. A magnificent stone castle, its endless soft curves and rounded features almost Dali-like, climbed hundreds of feet overhead. No other structure was anywhere in sight. On Earth, a world of 18 billion, this palace and its splendid isolation would have been decadent. On Hearth, with its trillion occupants, a private audience in the hindmost's personal residence, Nessus whispered unnecessarily. Be honoured. The honour did not, Sigmund noted, keep Baedeker from craning for possible exits. Sigmund wasn't buying into a great honour either. A new attempt at intimidation, maybe. With that thought, a puppeteer appeared inside the salon. He was petite for a puppeteer, his cream hide unmarked by patches of any other colour. His mane was resplendent with orange jewels. Orange, of course, was the colour of the ruling experimentalist faction. The hindmost. He came through the force field onto the patio. "Mr. Ausfaller," he said, in unaccented New Terran English. Earlier in his career, speaking the colonists' language had been a useful skill. With only one throat and one set of vocal cords, no human could speak any puppeteer language. "Excellency," Sigmund began. He stood ramrod straight, even as Baedeker lowered his head subserviently. "Thank you for meeting with us." "You have a strong advocate in Nessus," the hindmost said, setting aside that he, too, was not told the nature of the supposed emergency. "Regardless, formality is unnecessary. Here in my private residence, I am Nike. And may I call you Sigmund?" Nike, the Greek goddess of victory, an immodest choice. Puppeteers dealing with humans took human pronounceable names, and names from Earth mythology were a common affectation. Nessa's true name sounded to Sigmund like an industrial accident in waltz time. Certainly, Nike. Sigmund and Baedeker followed Nike back into the grand salon, the force field only a slight pressure and a tickle as they pressed through. Another puppeteer joined them. Nike introduced the newcomer as Vesta, head of the clandestine directorate. The guards sidled closer but remained on the patio, watching from a respectful distance. Nike stood tall, legs straight, hooves far apart, exuding confidence. It was the puppeteer dominant stance. He was unready to run. "All right, Sigmund. Explain what this is about." Beginning with Altero's plea for help, Sigmund summarized Don Quixote's travels and everything the crew had encountered. The Gwath, the Ramscoot fleet glimpsed from afar, shattered worlds, deliberations within the new Terran government, the Pack and their course. Nike asked few but always insightful questions. Baedeker contributed details, often on his own initiative, occasionally in response to Nike's or Nessus' prompting. From time to time aides appeared, apologetically reminding Nike or Vesta of one scheduled event or another. Nike sent them away. No one asked about the Pack military capability, so Sigmund volunteered. Among clans so warlike, any weapon that could be built would be. Minimally, the Pack would have powerful lasers and fusion-driven missiles with nuclear warheads. The former would pass right through a general products hull. Concussions from the latter would scramble anything inside a GP hull. By the time Sigmund finished, he felt drained. He felt he had been talking forever. A glance at his wrist showed more than 2 hours had passed. Now it was Nike's turn. Through the clear spot in the cell floor, Thisfok monitored the room below, ascertaining the pattern of crew visits. The two-headed thing no longer appeared, nor did Sigmund. Only 2 other humans, from overheard conversations Kirsten and Eric, came into the room, usually together. Sometimes they came to take food from synthesizers. Sometimes they exercised. Several day tents usually separated their visits. Eric, wearing battle armor, had brought the last few plates of food and removed Thisfok's waste. During these brief visits, artificial gravity pinned Thisfok in place, while even Eric, the motors in his armor whining, moved slowly. Thisfok's feedings, too, followed a routine. If the room below was the crew's only food source, and why would there be more, Eric and Kirsten were now the only jailers aboard. 2 unarmed humans taken by surprise. Soon the ship would be Thisfok's. A Concordance war fleet, commanded by the new Terrans. Baedeker almost fled. The ideas were so outrageous. Sigmund had travelled so far to propose this? Had Sigmund asked for an opinion, Baedeker could have saved them a trip. "I expected as much," Sigmund told Nike, "but we are discussing your starship, so I believed it appropriate to begin there. Consider this, Nike. Lend New Terra the ships to defend us both. We'll train our own pilots." "Of course, Sigmund." Vesta looked himself in the eyes. "Why wait for the Pack to destroy us? Why bother to wonder if the Gwath will develop into rivals? You can destroy us sooner with our own fleet, or will you merely use our ships to evacuate New Terra and leave the Concordance to its fate?" Baedeker wanted to run, but where could he go? This was madness. "My apologies, Nike. I was unaware of the request Sigmund intended." Nessus cleared his throat. "Excuse me, Nike. I have seen Gwath. Today I saw a Pack. Let us assume our astronomers will confirm the danger headed our way. They will, for Sigmund would not have concocted such a story if our astronomers could refute it. Then what? As it became clear that no one had an answer, Baedeker's right forehoof, with a mind of its own, began scratching at the hindmost's floor. Even before his abduction to New Terra, Sigmund had studied puppeteers. Everything he now read in their body language revealed irrationality or shock. Nike and Vesta, clearly angry, and Sigmund, rather than confronting the real problem, Baedeker on the verge of collapse. Only Nessus had remained focused, and his glittering eyes conveyed what? Manic excitement? Sane puppeteers didn't get manic. The only way Nessus, and the very few like him, ever managed to leave the fleet was by suppressing their fears beneath mania. Sigmund pictured Nessus frenzied like this when he decided to kidnap Sigmund from known space. Sigmund didn't have a warm feeling for whatever Nessus might be thinking now. "I have a suggestion," Sigmund said. Stall. Stall for time while I played tourist across Hearth, looking for opportunities to steal ships. Talk one-on-one with Nessus before he acted on his latest wild idea. But we've covered a lot today. Perhaps we can meet after everyone has had a chance to sleep on it. Heads bobbed, up, down, up, down, in vigorous agreement. Whack-a-mole. An excellent suggestion, Vesta concluded. But Sigmund didn't get the chance to reconnoitre a landing field, nor to consult with Nessus. Nike invited Sigmund and Baedeker to stay at the official residence. It did not seem to Sigmund like an invitation. Pacing the spacious guest suite, armed guards posted outside the door. "In case," as the hindmost put it, "you need anything." Sigmund had to wonder. Was there another place anywhere on Hearth without stepping discs? He had become a prisoner. This fox slipped through the softened floor of his cell into the empty room below. After several visits to bypass various sensors and control circuits, the passage was routine. But this trip was in no way routine. This trip, he would seize the ship. 33. The next day the hindmost's grand salon looked the same. The participants were the same. The aura, though, that, Sigmund sensed, had changed. Today there was a shoot-the-messenger vibe, meaning Sigmund had nothing to lose by pushing. New Terra can't win this fight, nor can the Gwath, nor can the fleet, because you won't fight. In a few years, if nothing changes, the pack will smash our worlds back to a pre-industrial state. 1 trillion puppeteers depended on tech for everything. A crash of the stepping disc system would trap most deep inside their gargantuan buildings. Finagle. Those rooms were usually doorless and windowless. Billions would suffocate in their rooms for lack of oxygen. Sigmund said nothing, letting the implications speak for themselves. "But you have a proposal," Nessus said hopefully. Sigmund wanted to lock eyes with the decision-maker, but the hindmost held his heads too far apart. Sigmund chose one eye to look at. "To stand any chance against the pack, we need an ally with a strong navy. Nike, we need Earth." Sigmund thought he knew all the possible objections, that the fleet relied for its safety on remaining hidden from the races of known space, that Earth would rather attack puppeteers as punishment for the ancient crime against the New Terrans than help the puppeteers, that Earth's navy could evacuate New Terra or defend only New Terra while abandoning Hearth to its fate, that not even the ARM, for all its resources, was equal to the task, that Earth would rather sacrifice the few New Terrans than divert its navy and leave itself defenseless against the ever-resentful Kzinti. Those objections were really all facets of a single argument: distrust. Better to risk disaster later from the pack than court disaster now at Earth's hands. Sigmund had spent the night pacing, refining possible rebuttals, as Baedeker snored lyrically in the next room. Sigmund's answers, too, boiled down to one. The concordance had nothing to lose by trying, only he never got the chance to argue his point. "Earth is gone," Vesta said. "All the human worlds, the Gazinti worlds, all the worlds you remember, Sigmund, they were in the path of the pack." Faces from Sigmund's past flashed through his mind. That part of his memory, cruelly, remained intact. But it wasn't only old friends and colleagues. Billions, surely, had died. Billions, whom, as an ARM, Sigmund had sworn to protect. Billions he had failed. Almost he gave in to despair, but tangit. He was no puppeteer to hide within himself. Anger washed away the grief. Grief yielded to cold, calculating reason. In that moment of clarity, Sigmund knew. He didn't believe Vesta. The question was, why not? Because something didn't square with Sigmund's intuition about the pack. For all Thysfok's self-control, he had reacted to the name Thysfok. Then, discussing Thysfok's ambitions at length, a way of changing the subject from pack military capabilities, Thysfok had corroborated many details in Lucas Garner's recitation. So, the pack of Thysfok's era knew of the attempt to restore Tree of Life to the lost colony, to Earth. Somehow that knowledge was the heart of... Sigmund still couldn't say what. Nessus was eyeing Sigmund warily, expecting him to react crazily. Pack. The pack had left behind a cone of destruction. A cone, rather than some more constant cross-section, because the clans fought endlessly among themselves. Clan fleets scattering, whether in defeat or for some strategic advantage. Brennan had told Lucas Garner the same things about endless clan conflict. If the few survivors of Packhome might encounter a world of pack in their path, a world of enemies, would they dare to follow the route Thysfok had taken? No. Sigmund's face flushed, and he trembled with rage. Let the puppeteers think he reacted to Vesta's news, to Vesta's lies. Sigmund somehow resisted taking Vesta by the throats. Guards watching from the patio burst into the salon. "Excellency," one of them said. "He had some bad news," Nike explained. The guards relaxed a bit. "Will you be all right, Sigmund?" "I need a minute." Sigmund settled into a pile of cushions. He curled into a comma, dramatically, his face buried in his arms. A guard glared at Sigmund. Sitting when the hindmost stood must be a major breach of decorum. At a gesture from Nike, the security detachment returned outside. A minute. Sigmund needed more than that. Baedeker had twitched at Vesta's announcement, but not Nike or Nessus. They had known what was coming, been in on the lie. "May I get you some water, Sigmund?" Nessus asked. He looked genuinely concerned. "Yes, thanks." While Sigmund waited for water and nursed it along, he was able to think without interruption. Nessus had taken his time returning with the water, and Sigmund began to wonder. Did Nessus want to give Sigmund that time to think? Nike and Nessus hadn't reacted much yesterday either. They should have shaken with fear, torn at their manes, pawed at the floor. Something. They had already known about the pack. It could only mean a source deep within Sabrina's government. Only a mole could have leaked this information. And if Sigmund revealed his suspicions, they would know he knew. The previous evening, Nessus had come by the guest suite. Just a social call, he had explained. Just seeing that you have everything you need. Then Nessus and Baedeker had talked for a long time. They sang in odd cadences, and in an eerie, not quite minor key, the conversation somehow raising Sigmund's hackles. He was no expert, but it hadn't sounded like any puppeteer language he had ever heard. After Nessus left, Sigmund had asked Baedeker what that had been about. Personal had been the answer. Settling their old scores, Sigmund had hoped at the time. But why now? Nessus sidled closer. Sigmund, you do not look well. Perhaps you need some time alone to absorb this information. We can reconvene later. That might be for the best, Sigmund said. He stumbled for effect while climbing to his feet. Let everyone think him muddled with grief. Contact with Earth wasn't going to happen, not anyway with help from the puppeteers. Vesta's lie was meant to cut off all debate on that point. But if not Earth, then who? Nessus had unreasonable confidence in Sigmund, which was how Sigmund had ended up on New Terra. That same misplaced trust, presumably, was why Nessus had offered Sigmund an out just now. The sad truth was, obtaining Earth's help had been his last plan. But though Sigmund didn't have a plan, neither did he know how to quit. 34. With an inward sigh, Kirsten extended an arm out of the sleeper field and groped in the dark for the touch point. She wasn't going to sleep tonight. Eric tossed fitfully, but at least he was asleep. She didn't chance disturbing him by whispering to Jeeves to collapse the field. She found the touch point, rolled beyond the reach of the force field, and reactivated it before Eric stirred. A generalized fear kept her up most nights. How could she not fear, with the pack hurtling toward everyone she held dear, beginning with her and Eric's own precious children? To that generalized dread, a more immediate problem had been added. Sigmund was overdue checking in. She dressed in the dark, grabbed her comm unit from the desk and slipped out the hatch into the night-shift dim corridor. She whispered, "Jeeves, any word from Sigmund?" No answer. An audio sensor gone bad, she thought. She repeated herself into her comm unit. Jeeves answered the same way. "Sorry, Kirsten, no word. It may not mean anything." Sigmund had guessed the citizens would keep him incommunicado throughout discussions. The absence of contact might mean nothing. Her gut said otherwise. Hearth and New Terra maintained an open network channel, more for the interplanetary grain trade than the occasional official dealings between governments. If Sigmund had a comm unit, Kirsten felt certain he would have contacted Don Quixote by now via a relay through New Terra. Her gut also growled for a snack. She rounded a corner toward the relax room and jerked to a halt. She raised the comm to her lips. "Jeeves, why is the emergency hatch closed? Deck 3, just beyond my cabin." "You're mistaken, Kirsten," Jeeves answered imperturbably. "What?" "I'm looking right at it, Jeeves. It's down. Sealed." "Take the corridor around the other way. What do you see on the other side?" Why didn't Jeeves use a security camera? She didn't ask. She could do as he suggested just as quickly. Only she couldn't cross. "The emergency hatch outside Sigmund's cabin is also down." "Then it's not an isolated glitch, Kirsten. The security system shows those hatches open. cameras and proximity sensors both. Together with all the sound pickups, the non-functioning audio sensor outside her cabin would not be the only one. Kirsten's heart pounded. She almost asked, "Where is Thysfog? Where are the Gwath?" Either question was pointless. With the security system compromised, Jeeves could not know. She had to protect the ship from capture. "Eric's in our cabin. Wake him. Then raise gravity to 6 Gs everywhere but our cabin and this segment of this corridor." A moment later, a faint but grating alarm seeped from her cabin door, and a moment after that, the deck fell out from under her. Gravity was gone. Thysfog proceeded to the bridge, systematically softening emergency hatches and hardening them behind him. In any event, he headed opposite shipboard gravity. Pack ships always placed bridges forward. Absent knowledge of human design practices, he reasoned that his distant relatives would also. Hardening the hatches slowed him down, but overriding emergency hatch controls would slow any pursuers much longer. On the remote chance something kept him from capturing the ship, he meant to keep secret his ability to pass through doors and walls, because he would not stop until this ship was his. The glow panels overhead were dimmed for sleep. He expected to reach the bridge undetected. From there he would depressurize the middle decks, trapping the humans in their cabins until he wanted them, and then the gravity vanished. Against the wearying pull of ship's gravity, in the discomfort of his protective suit, Aero laboured at the compact fabrication bench in the habitat waterlock. Ship's air presently filled the workspace. Another few shifts, and the newest sensors would be complete. Altero felt confident these instruments would yield important new data on the operation of hyperdrive. With that trace of meld memory, Aero's aches faded to mere annoyances. He extended a tubercle, adjusting the fine-motion calipers. Motors in his exoskeleton hummed as it moved. And then gravity disappeared. A surprised twitch sent Aero drifting upward in the waterlock. His dorsal side rebounded gently off the waterlock roof. He engaged suit magnets and stretched tubicles toward the waterlock deck. In rapid succession, as each limb tip struck, clangs rang through the water in his suit. "What is happening?" he radioed into the habitat. Tho answered first. "Happening? What do you mean?" Because floating in water was indistinguishable from microgravity. No one in the habitat, unless they happened to be checking sensors, would have noticed the change. "Jeeves," Aero called over the suit's audio output, "why is gravity off?" No answer. Aero switched radio frequencies to the intercom channel. "This is Aero. Anyone? Why is gravity off?" Unseen around the corner, a cabin door crashed open. "Over here, Eric," Kirsten called. He came into view a moment later, walking on the stripe down the centre of the deck. He wore sticky slippers. He handed her a pair. "What the tange is happening?" She popped a cover plate to get at the emergency hatch control circuits. If the hatch held back vacuum, the pressure differential would keep it sealed whatever she tried. Jeeves didn't see the hatches come down. "So someone has compromised security," he completed her thought, and then raised his voice. "Jeeves, did you kill gravity?" "Use your comm," she told Eric. "Audio pickups are off too, so we can't hear whoever is behind this." Eric repeated his question over a comm link. "Indirectly," Jeeves answered. "I tried to raise gravity and the circuits blew." "This is Aero," she heard over the intercom. "Anyone, why is gravity off?" "Gwath or Pack?" Kirsten looked helplessly at Eric. "We're losing the ship, Eric, and we don't even know to whom." At her insistent probing, a status light flickered from red to green. The emergency hatch began to rise. She caught a glimpse of what? A naked heel disappearing around a corner, toward the stairs to the bridge level. Gwoth didn't have heels. "Thysfok is loose and almost to the bridge," she shouted into her comm unit. "Stay put, Arrow." That left open the question what she and Eric could do. If Thysfok shut himself into the bridge, they were doomed. The day of Thysfok's capture, humans had coerced him out of his battle armor with painfully intense artificial gravity. During his first reconnaissance, his captors had immobilized him with gravity. If they detected him now, they would attempt the same. That was unacceptable. He would have preferred to hold ship's gravity constant, but explorations near his cell had not uncovered any gravity control circuitry. Logically, those controls were on the bridge. He had had to settle for a simpler intervention, only requiring access to nearby circuit breakers. Once he modified the breakers, any significant increase in power drain would open them. Accidental discovery of his escape was always an unavoidable risk. Thysfok wasted no time regretting that accident when it happened, and so the loss of artificial gravity was unfortunate, but under the circumstances necessary and of his own doing. Above all else, he meant to keep the structural modulator secret for his next escape, if it came to that. Manually hardening every partition after he passed through was taking too much time. He opened the modulator handle and slightly altered the internal wiring. The projected field now wobbled microscopically. Softened material would, in the course of enough random thermal motions, regress to a chaotic, more rigid state. Reversion would be a matter of a few day thousandths. Reacting as anticipated, the humans had set Thysfok, and themselves, adrift. In the time it took to modify his tool, air currents returned him halfway down the hallway he had just crossed on foot. His captors would have magnetic boots and sticky footwear to anchor themselves. He had neither. That, too, Thysfok had anticipated. The brief touch of a structural modulator merely made a surface sticky. He began a swimming motion, stretching out one hand for a new spot to tweak, even as his other hand, sticking to a treated surface, pulled him forward. The method worked as well as he had hoped. Faster, and with better control than simply bouncing off walls. He had been unable to test the technique while the gravity remained on. Thysfok had heard voices, unintelligible, through closed emergency hatches, but recognizable as Eric and Kirsten. Now the intercom came on. "This is Arrow. Anyone, why is the gravity off?" Who was Arrow? An artificial entity like Jeeves? Another human? Or one of the two-headed beasts? And if one unsuspected individual was aboard, there could be more. Thysfok half swam, half pulled himself to a stairwell. Its hatch also functioned as an emergency partition. He softened it, pulled himself through the temporarily viscous partition, pop, and resumed his journey. Toward, he hoped, the bridge. In or out? Arrow stood in the waterlock, pondering his choices. The choice was made for him. "Hyperdrive start up in 5 seconds, Jeeves announced in his confirming an order intonation. "Commencing countdown. 5. Neither Eric nor Kirsten nor Jeeves could have expected the Gwoth to understand the implications. No one had explained anything about hyperdrive to them. But Altero, working from subtle measurements and unintentional hints, had made significant progress. And Don Quixote was within a singularity, deep inside a gravity well. Thysfok must have escaped. Rather than let him capture Don Quixote, the humans meant to destroy the ship. The Goth would not have any say in the matter. They had agreed early in this adventure to share in its perils. They had accepted human command. They had not agreed to be hurled into some alternate dimensional limbo. "1 second," Ero radioed to the intercom. He wished that Altero, not he, had the responsibility for saving them, but he was suited up to move about the ship, and their fate would be sealed sooner than a meld could take form, and before anyone could suit up to help him. What did he know? That Thysfok was loose. On past escapes, the humans had used artificial gravity to immobilize the pack. Instead, gravity was off. Thysfok must have cut it. Silence had replaced the countdown, but the numbers continued in Ero's thoughts. 3. Jeeves had surely followed his programming in announcing a countdown, and Eric or Kirsten had ordered him to stop, lest Thysfok overhear anything useful. The count doubtless continued. 2. Ero flipped his radio transmitter to the ship's public comm channel. "No! Accelerate with thrusters!" How much gravity could the humans take? The question didn't arise for the Goth, effectively weightless anyway in their water-filled habitat. Except for Ero himself, and there was no time to worry about that. He guessed. 10 times normal. 1. Kirsten speaking rapidly. "Jeeves, wait. Ero is right. We'll pin down Thysfok with acceleration." "And mash ourselves," Eric replied. "Is that how you want to go?" Crushing weight, unable to move. It would be a lingering, horrible death. Ero shuddered. But it did not have to be that way. He radioed, "I'm in my pressure gear. With the suit's mechanical assistance function, I'll be mobile despite the acceleration. I know you have stunners. Tell me where to find one. Once I disable Thysfok, Jeeves can throttle back." Silence. Ero knew what Eric and Kirsten were thinking. By revealing their weapons, they risked the Goth instead taking over the ship. At such a delicate juncture, it would not help Ero's case to assert they would have built weapons already if they so chose. If they survived this crisis, perhaps they would. The silence stretched, and in that stillness, Ero contemplated his unexpected mortality. As one within a Gwotesht, he had thought himself, themselves, all but eternal. But that was hardly the case. The countdown in his thoughts remained frozen at 1. "All right," Eric said over the public channel. "Jeeves, belay my earlier order. Thrusters at 6 Gs now." Thysfok swam onto another deck. This deck was the smallest yet, and had only 3 doors. One by one he softened a door and poked his head within. Door 3 revealed the bridge, and in the large viewport it was like nothing he had ever seen or even imagined. In the moment he stared, a tremendous force struck him. He was smashed, gasping, to the floor, while his head remained embedded in the door. The rim of the opening cut into the leathery skin of his neck. Very soon, form and shape would begin reasserting themselves. At best he would be trapped, choking, head and shoulders on opposite sides. At worst, the door, retaking its former shape, would sever his head. Pulling his head from the stiffer-by-the-moment door was the hardest thing Thysfok had ever done. He collapsed onto the deck exhausted. Moving so he could see his hands was even harder. The structural modulator folded into a compact shape, no broader than his smallest finger and not quite as long, the better to hide in his cell. Somehow he managed to fold and swallow the tool. If he survived, and if the modulator, bathed in stomach acid, did not short-circuit and transform his insides to gruel, nature's course would return the device to him, or block his intestines and kill him slowly. Thysfok lay panting on the hard deck. He had not heard the pop of the softened door resealing after he pulled himself free, because of his gasping for breath. Somehow he turned his head to peer up the bridge door. A hole gaped, its lower edge swollen. Restored artificial gravity or acceleration, he did not know which, but it hardly mattered, had overwhelmed surface tension faster than the door material could recongeal. The humans would look for an explanation. He had to mislead them. Straining, Thysfok pulled himself upright. He rammed fingers through an air duct grill and twisted until its fasteners snapped. Moments later, from decks below, metal shards went clang. He forced the broken grill into the duct. The bent grill scraped noisily until gravity wedged it somewhere deep within the ventilation system. Limbs trembling, chest heaving, Thysfok slumped back onto the deck. He had given the humans some place to look for a door-melting tool, let them search for a long time. The hatch to the stairwell creaked open. An armoured, five-limbed something, perhaps knee-high, to an adult pack lumbered through. Aero? Except for the exoskeleton, the alien's gear was transparent. Bubbles rose within. The alien was a water breather, and it was hideous, like 5 giant snakes fused at their tails. The only odours were artificial, metals, lubricant, and synthetic hydrocarbons. Somehow that was worse than the thing's true unrevealed reek. Its skin changed colours, patterns swirling, as Thysfok watched. Its motorized exoskeleton whining in protest, the alien raised a tentacle. Viewed tip-on, the tentacle was hollow. Deep within the tube, beyond tiers of sharp teeth, a ring of baleful eyes stared at Thysfok. From calipers mounted to the tentacle's armoured covering, the maw of a gun, ridiculously large for the beast, also gaped at Thysfok. Then everything hummed and went away. "35. Saying goodbye to Sigmund was going to be hard. No one could have been more surprised than Baedeker. "You're going to pluck yourself bald," Sigmund said. "Do you want to talk about it?" How could Sigmund be so calm? Did he not wonder why the meeting with the hindmost had not reconvened? Did he not understand the significance of rooms without comm, without stepping discs, of guards outside their door and following them everywhere they went? Of course he understood. This was Sigmund. Baedeker stopped tugging at his mane. Disfiguring himself hardly alleviated his guilt. Maybe confession would. "I'm not going back with you." Sigmund stood at the guest suite's floor-to-ceiling window wall, looking out over an unnerving drop down to the sea. Only it would not unnerve a human, would it? "That's what you and Nessus have been talking about, I suppose." Baedeker bobbed heads. After so long together, Sigmund would know the gesture. As Baedeker had learned to read human body language, Sigmund was like a coiled spring. "New Terra will miss you," Sigmund said. "I'll miss you. You've been a good friend." And friends don't abandon friends, certainly not without an explanation. "If the Concordance fights the pack, Sigmund, we will lose. If we do nothing, the pack might veer in their course." Sigmund nodded. "If you can't retreat, at least stall. A very puppet, citizen attitude." "But that's the thing. Maybe we can retreat." Sigmund's eyes narrowed. He didn't say anything. "You're right, our worlds cannot move out of the pack's way, not fast enough. Now—" Baedeker resisted the urge to resume twisting and tugging at his mane. "Unless—" "Unless what?" Sigmund snapped. "You steal New Terra's drive?" "No." Somehow Baedeker held his ground, despite Sigmund's anger. "No one ever tried using multiple drives on one world, but that is one of the things I'll be investigating. I approached Nessus because he has influence. He can get me the resources I'll need. Scientists and technicians, equipment, even ships. Because we cannot do such tests on our own worlds." "But the Concordance doesn't have unused drives," Sigmund said. "Do you?" Now Baedeker did tear at his mane. The work he envisioned was terrifying. The only thing more terrifying would be not undertaking it. He began to explain. "I studied the planetary drives in the past." Because he had been coerced to remotely disable New Terra's drive, cast adrift, the former colonists would have had to surrender their newfound independence. Thankfully, he had never learned how, never had to confront whether he would have complied. But neither had he refused to investigate. Shame had sent him into self-exile on New Terra, his personal shame, and shame for his government. But now Nessus had the ears of the hindmost, and policy would be saner. Baedeker forced himself to look into Sigmund's eyes. "I am close to understanding the underlying principles. If I am right, I may be able to build new drives, maybe more powerful, maybe able to work in tandem, and maybe move our worlds out of the way of the pack." "Our worlds?" "New Terra too," Baedeker said. "I have Nike's promise." "And the Gwath?" That question would be argued long and hard, and Baedeker was far from certain where his own feelings lay. "It is being discussed," was the best he had to offer. "I wish you luck," Sigmund said, "on both parts." Thisfok sat leaning against a cell wall, his eyes closed, chewing mechanically on a tree of life root. His prison had been reconfigured as he lay stunned. Holes had been drilled in the interior walls. Transparent material fused over the openings, now revealed cameras on the other side. Crude and hard to interfere with. Within his cell, every shelf and cabinet had been removed, and with them any pretense of privacy. One of the vanished cabinets held, presumably undetected by his jailers, the remaining parts from his repair kit. Once the alterations were complete, as Thisfok lay paralysed on the deck, Eric had paused halfway out of the hatch. He wore full armour, despite Thisfok's helplessness, to avoid the smell of Tree of Life root. Eric said, "Listen very carefully. As soon as this hatch closes, I'm depressurizing this level, everything but this room. The level will remain airless except when I bring food and remove your waste. I don't know how you let yourself out, or how you bypassed the hall sensors, but I do know this. Escape again and you'll be killing yourself." Vacuum all around would have been a deterrent, but the room below Thisfok's cell dispensed the humans food. That room, at the least, would keep its air. Once the structural modulator made its reappearance, he would exit again, at a time of his choosing, through the deck. Meanwhile, Thisfok had information from his last escape to assimilate. He had glimpsed 5 worlds in an equilateral pentagon. 5 worlds in flight. 4 of the globes, gorgeous blue dots, reminded him, achingly, of a long-lost home. Of Pack Home, as it had been before the final war. But Unlike back home, these worlds sparkled. Tiny artificial suns, indistinct to the naked eye from this distance, must accompany them. The final bright dot, eerily glowing, presented puzzles he still laboured to articulate. To seize this ship had been the focus of Thisfok's planning. With its faster-than-light drive, he would rejoin his family. Clan Rilchuk scientists would master the technology, fly far from other clans, and establish new Rilchuk in some quiet corner of the outer galaxy. How modest his goals had been. The humans and the alien abominations that accompanied them had wondrous technologies. Faster-than-light drive, instantaneous transfer, and now a drive to move worlds. And they did not seem ruthless or intelligent enough to protect what they had. Trade-offs, strategies, and alliances churned in Thisfok's thoughts. The guest suite felt empty without Baedeker. Sigmund sipped from a snifter of brandy. He couldn't fault the repertoire of the guest room synthesizer, only that he didn't feel much like a guest. And now that Baedeker had gone, Sigmund's own fate surely would soon be revealed. He pictured large numbers of crazed puppeteers carrying guns. But only one crazed puppeteer came, unarmed. "May I come in?" Nessus asked. Sigmund nodded. The guards waited outside as Nessus entered. Nessus took a comm unit from a pocket of his sash. Tongue and lip nodules set the device to flashing. He set it on a low table. "We'll have privacy for a little while. I can't say how long, until our seeming silence becomes suspicious." What did they have to discuss in private? Sigmund wondered. "Go on." "I am sorry, Sigmund. I did my best, but you will not be going home." Sigmund had had 3 lives, each better than the last. He supposed he shouldn't complain. "What do you expect killing me to accomplish?" Nessus recoiled. "Kill you? No one said anything about that. You will remain a guest of the Concordance." "Because you think the New Terrans won't act without me. I have news for you, Nessus. You still don't get humans. New Terra will fight. If we must go down, we'll take as many pack as possible with us." "Why? Your people will only hasten their own doom." "Because we're human, Tangit. We don't hide in our navels." "Because if enough worlds resist, then sooner or later the pack menace will end. That's a legacy to die proud of." Nessus looked himself in the eyes. Apparently Sigmund didn't know Nessus as well as he thought, either. Sigmund said, "At our first session with Nike, you were ready to suggest something. I changed the subject. What were you going to propose?" "You will find this amusing," Nessus said, sidling toward the synthesizer. He got himself a glass of something orange. Warm carrot juice, if Sigmund correctly remembered Nessus' vice. "I had an alternate suggestion for staffing a Concordance fleet. Artificial intelligences." Sigmund blinked. That was a brilliant idea. It took a fully sentient mind to navigate in hyperspace. So scour Hearth for a few hundred puppeteers to fly an AI-enabled fleet toward the pack, evacuate the living crews onto a few ships. Those could be back into hyperspace before the pack could even see them. Turn the rest of the ships over to AIs, only— Refresh my memory, Nessus. Why don't citizens use AI? "Because we fear creating our successors." And giving armed warships to those potential successors would be a non-starter. "Still, I assume you raised the idea directly with Nike." "I did." Nessus drained his beverage with one convulsive gulp. He would sooner trust a fleet to New Terrans. To Sigmund's ears, that comparison sounded like an insult rather than an option. "So what now, Nessus? Holding me won't stop the new Terrans from acting, only make them loath to coordinate with the Concordance. Nike might as well let me go home." Sigmund's door rattled, accompanied by a torrent of notes. Nessus opened the door, bobbed heads at the guards, and closed the door again. Why hadn't Nessus spoken, maybe yelled at the guards to intimidate them? Ah, had he spoken, someone might have noticed the suppressed bugs not picking up his words. Cantering back into the room, Nessus said, "The guard asked if I am all right. Sigmund, I must stop suppressing bugs before the security forces become suspicious. And yes, keeping you here may stop New Terra from acting, at least for a time. That is the hindmost's judgment. Your government will be told that you and I have left together on another scouting mission. Alas, you will not be returning. Though my opinion changes nothing, Sigmund. I disagreed with this decision. I could not change it. If only you accept the inevitable, you can be comfortable here." Nessus waved a neck sinuously at the wall of windows and its spectacular view. "There are far worse prisons than the hindmost's residence. Sigmund, I vouched for you. I promised Nike you will behave." Here, incommunicado, unable to warn Sabrina of a mole within her inner circle. And worst of all, Nike might be correct about Sigmund's absence delaying any new Terran action. "I don't think so, Nessus." "You'd better unvouch for me, because I will escape." "Sigmund, please reconsider." Nessus looked meaningfully at the door. When Sigmund gave no answer, Nessus emitted a mournful trill and reached for his comm unit. The flashing stopped. Nessus reverted to English, to Sigmund's ears, speaking a bit theatrically. "As you refuse to talk to me, I see no reason to stay." "Goodbye, Nessus. And good luck to you and Baedeker." As Nessus let himself out, Sigmund noted the time on his wrist implant. There was a flurry of music in the hallway. Within an hour, guards escorted Sigmund to a stepping disc and dumped him into a doorless, windowless, cylindrical room perhaps 8 feet across. 36. Sigmund paced his cell because that's what prisoners did. Translucent walls admitted sufficient light to see, not that there was much to see. It wouldn't take much image enhancement to give outside sensors a clear view inside. Did puppeteer jailers routinely watch prisoners? Sigmund saw no reason why they would bother. Then again, there was much about puppeteers he did not understand. Except for stepping discs, one in the floor and another in the ceiling, the cell was featureless. The top disc, to which adhered a thin film molecular filter, must be there to exchange carbon dioxide and excess water vapour for fresh oxygen. The bottom disc, with a thin film filter of its own, whisked away bodily wastes. Sigmund supposed the floor disc would be set occasionally to receive mode, to deliver food. The disc plus filter combinations reminded him of the mechanisms that moved deuterium and tritium to from Don Quixote's fuel tanks. Very puppeteer, reusing a proven design, and very predictable. With nothing else to do, he glanced often at his wrist implant. The hours passed slowly. He had left the chronometer on ship's time. It cheered him up, however slightly, to imagine Don Quixote's shipboard routine. And finally, it was time. Sigmund wrenched the disc from the floor. The right of which no puppeteer would be deprived was a modicum of personal safety. Lest the ceiling disc or its air filter fail, unlikely given the extreme conservatism of puppeteer engineering, but always possible, there had to be a way for a prisoner to exit a sealed, impregnable cell. And on that theory Sigmund had goaded Nessus. He had had to get some place where he could be assured of finding stepping discs. Any place. Even a maximum security prison. From this instant, Sigmund had to act quickly, in case anyone did watch him in real time. The filter peeled easily from the disk. Had removing the filter triggered an alarm? Certainly plausible. Folded, the filter fit into a pocket of his jumpsuit. The puppeteers would eventually realize what he had done. Until then, he had a locked-room mystery for them. As Sigmund expected, the disk lacked even a maintenance mode address keypad. He could not punch in a destination. The safety feature that logic insisted must exist would deliver him into a spare cell or a room full of guards. Unacceptable. He pulled out and pocketed the disk's programmable memory chip, resetting the disk to its factory default mode. Among puppeteers, there could be only one default destination. He restored the disk to its place in the floor and stepped. He emerged into urban cacophony on some crowded public square. The nearest building, of course, was an office of the Department of Public Safety. Puppeteers in the hundreds shied away, their bleating louder than God. A circle opened around Sigmund, behind a wall of hind legs, massive, sharp-hooved, ready to lash out if he got too close. Puppeteers fought, when they had no other option, by turning their backs. That was all right. Sigmund had no intention of staying. 2 paces took him to an array of public stepping discs. He transported at random around the globe, anywhere public discs would take him. Malls, stores, arcology lobbies. Puppeteers gaped and blared music wherever he appeared. He heard the same motifs over and over. "We are attacked," or "God, you're ugly," or "Don't hurt me," or... His next 2 stops would not be random. He stepped, again via public disc, to the large park Eric had described to Sigmund. The park's popularity did not matter. That the park was a landmark, easy to spot from above, did. For his final step, Sigmund needed a transport controller. He grabbed one from the sash pocket of a puppeteer, chosen arbitrarily from the crowd. "Sorry," Sigmund said. The puppeteer shied away, wheezing like a drop-kicked bagpipe, eyes slitted in terror. Mugged by a human. He would be telling this story for the rest of his life. Sigmund tapped a 15-digit disk address and stepped. Aboard Don Quixote flying in stealth mode. Its arcing course matched velocities with the popular park on Hearth, 25 million miles distant. That put the ship just outside the fleet's gravitational singularity. "Right on time," Eric said. "I could say the same," Sigmund answered. "Good job. Any problems while I was gone?" Eric looked at his shoes. "It's a long story." "Then it would wait. Let's jump to hyperspace before anyone below notices that I've gone missing. That will give the hindmost something to think about." The Last Hope. 37. The concept of an inquest was not new to Aero. The feel was. The mood aboard Don Quixote was strange, strained, and Aero struggled to understand the emotional undercurrents. Sigmund had returned from Hearth alone, offering only the briefest of explanations. Baedeker chose to stay. This once, Sigmund's reticence seemed rooted in something other than distrust. The human seemed genuinely ambivalent about Baedeker's decision. Meanwhile, Kirsten and Eric remained in shock at how close they had come to losing the ship. At least shock was how Aero interpreted their trembling. Bodily quivers were a new phenomenon for which Altero had yet to make a definitive interpretation. Aero was the only one in any condition to give answers about Thysfok's recent escape. The flight from Hearth to New Terra would take only 2 days, much of the second day spent shedding normal space velocity after they dropped from hyperspace. Sigmund wanted answers before they arrived. "Once again," Sigmund said, How did Thysfok get out? Kirsten and Eric studied the relax room table and said nothing. Sigmund waited, staring, until Kirsten volunteered, "We simply don't know." "I checked the hatch lock. There were no signs of tampering," Eric grimaced. "Not that we found tampering the first time Thysfok broke out of the cargo hold, but at least then we found the gadget he used to override the controls." Kirsten looked up. "We heard him throw something into the air ducts." "And what have you found?" Sigmund probed. Kirsten resumed staring at the table. "Just the bent grill he tore off. Of course, short of tearing apart the ship, we can't get at many of the ducts." Ero raised an armoured tubercle, wiggling it for attention. "To judge from the size of the grills, a Guo can fit the larger ducts. Say the word, Sigmund, and several of us will look." Sigmund shook his head. "You could get stuck in there. We'll be home soon, and then we'll send in maintenance bots." Ero sensed no undercurrent of, "You might see something not meant for you to see." The trust felt good. For apprehending Thysfok, or for saving them from an unknowable hyperspace abyss. "I just had a good idea," was Ero's reason, impossible to disprove, whenever asked why he had interrupted Jeeves's countdown. The answer had the virtue of truth, albeit partial. Pinning Thysfok with acceleration had been a good idea. The humans might suspect Ero had learned about hyperdrive and singularities. They could not ask without hinting at matters they wanted kept secret. It was like interrogating Thysfok. No one asked him what he thought of the hyperdrive announcement either. "Let's look at the problem another way," Sigmund said abruptly. "Something made the hole in the bridge hatch. You found nothing to do that either. Are we talking about two devices, both missing, or one device that melts holes and unlocks doors?" Sigmund sounded sceptical about both possibilities. Because of a third scenario, unspoken? Shipboard surveillance had been bypassed. Any of them could have unlocked Thysfok's cell. Any of them could have found and hidden Thysfok's tool or tools. Of all the suspects, only the Gwoth need not fear a search of their living space, at least until New Terra and the arrival of maintenance bots. From the furtive glances in Ero's direction, Eric had had the same thought. Sigmund, more subtly, looked everywhere but at Ero. "I would like to analyze the melted door," Ero said, to change the subject. "Maybe that will suggest what type of pack device we are seeking." "I'll help," Eric said quickly. The sense of trust had been good while it lasted. Thysfok sat cross-legged on the cell floor. Except for 3 simple containers, of water, food, and for bodily waste, his cell was bare. Gone with the shelving and cabinets, removed while he lay helpless, still stunned, were most of his repair kit and any pretense of privacy. The repair kit he would miss. He wondered if his captors had thought to search inside the hollow recesses of the removed furniture. In their haste to clear the room before his paralysis wore off, they had overlooked the small spot on the floor turned transparent by the structural modulator. As his stomach rumbled, Thysfok wondered when the tool would reappear. He had positioned the water pitcher to cover his peephole into the room below. His captors were more apt to check the other containers for anything he might have hidden inside. Why bother with the pitcher, though? They could see through the water to the bottom. So far he had managed to sit or stand on that clear spot, or to set something on it, and the altered area had gone unnoticed, he thought. He kept hoping for food the colour of the deck, something to chew into a paste that, surreptitiously spread, would stop light from leaking out of the room below. So far, nothing he had been offered matched the floor. For now the floor must tend to itself. Thysfok had company, and more immediate concerns. "How did you get out?" Sigmund asked. Armoured, he could almost pass for Pack. The same could not be said for the other suited figure, Arrow. Thysfok made a broad gesture with his arm. "You see everything I have." "Except for the structural modulator still inside me." "Answer the question," Sigmund said. Thysfok said nothing. "How did you make a hole in the hatch?" "The bridge hatch." Thysfok said nothing. If they thought it possible he had not recognized the bridge, why should he enlighten them? "The breach is very odd," Arrow said suddenly. "The opening appears melted, but something more complex has occurred. At the molecular level, the material surrounding the hole is stronger than the door. The bulge shows too few microscopic gaps and voids. Trace impurities are too regularly distributed. The material is, for lack of a better word, improved. Alien and perceptive." Through their questions and comments, Sigmund and Arrow revealed clues about the ship's systems and their manner of thinking. Thysfok, through his silence, revealed nothing. Not how he had cut ship's gravity, not how he had bypassed the security system, or operated the emergency hatches, or exited this cell. Not how he had injected false images into the wirelessly networked surveillance cameras, although that, given the repair kit instruments they had confiscated from Thysfok's cell, his captors would doubtless soon determine. Not anything. Thysfok wondered when his captors would try coercion. He would resist torture, but he would not enjoy it. He could not stop them from stunning and immobilizing him, but reawakened for questioning, he might surprise them. He had done nothing to reveal his true strength. And then Sigmund did something surprising. He opened a pouch in the leg of his armour and removed a sheaf of flimsy sheets fastened along one edge. When he dropped it, it fluttered to the floor. "You need something to occupy your mind besides escape. These pages deal with plants and animals on a world far away. Jeeves can speak the words aloud while you learn to read English. We can provide more material, and we can take it away. Understood?" "Understood," Thysfok said. Mostly he understood that Sigmund expected to be too busy for a while to continue the questioning, leaving Thysfok trying to deduce what Sigmund considered more urgent. 38. "This is unacceptable," Baedeker trilled. The peculiar thing was he complained to, not about, Nessus. Somehow, imperceptibly and unobtrusively, Nessus had become the voice of reason. In calmer moments, Baedeker wondered what this newfound rapport said about himself. For now he was anything but calm. "I cannot work in these conditions," he sang. Head swinging in opposing directions, Nessus pointedly surveyed the spacious office. "Your surroundings seem comfortable enough." "That's the problem," Baedeker intoned, stressing the second harmonics for emphasis. "I'm here, in an office, taking reports, providing assurances, giving direction to others." Nessus turned his gaze to the office window, beyond which stood the small hexagonal building in which the planetary drive resided. "Then leave your office. You are hindmost of this project, are you not?" Sides heaving, Baedeker controlled his anger. Anger was a most uncitizen behaviour, a bad habit, learned from living too long among humans. Surely Nessus would understand that. Baedeker was hindmost here, and yet he could seldom do what he wanted. With authority came responsibility. How could it be responsible to perform any of the experiments he envisioned? The shielding of the planetary drives was imperfect. It could hardly be otherwise, when its effects must encompass an entire world. But the shielding obscured enough. Outside his office window, wind howled. Snow swirled. Snow! Nature Preserve 5, as yet untamed, had been made available for his experiments. He had determined, during an earlier crisis, that the planetary drive drew upon the zero-point energy of the vacuum. By somehow shaping an asymmetry, the mechanism effectively created a slope in empty space. The steeper the slope, the higher the acceleration. But how to tap those energies, or control them, or what might happen if control was lost? Baedeker found himself staring into a ragged trench his hoof had torn in the lush meadow plant carpet of his office. "The fate of the Concordance is no small thing," Nessus crooned. He crossed the room, a little awkwardly, to brush flanks. And that show of empathy permitted Baedeker finally to confront his real problem. "The issue is not the lack of progress, Nessus. It is the rate of our progress." Along a great arc of wall display, digital herds milled and sang, unaware of the catastrophe coming their way. Unaware of the catastrophe Baedeker's experimentation could unleash even sooner. "My engineers are ready to attempt constructing a scale model prototype drive." And as Sigmund would say, only Finagle knew what would happen then. Nessus hummed wordlessly, waiting, supporting. Baedeker sidled to the window and looked up into the sky. The final string of suns had set. Hearth was rising, an indistinct glow through the blizzard. "You know what must happen," he wanted to shout. But this was not something for Nessus to propose, but for Baedeker to admit to himself. He said, "Nessus, such experiments are dangerous. We must do them far from the fleet." "The New Terrans might help," Nessus said. Indeed they might. Even Sigmund, whose escape, like his incarceration in the fleet, was known only to a few. Baedeker knew because Nessus had shared the information and felt shame at abandoning a colleague, a friend. Nessus generally knew more than he chose to divulge. When, Baedeker wondered, had such antisocial behaviour come to seem wise? And which of us has changed? Baedeker resumed pawing the carpet, this time fully conscious of his desire to flee. "I would welcome New Terran support, but I will not endanger them either. This work must be done elsewhere." "Understood," Nessus trilled. Grace notes alluded, deniably, to unspoken levels of agreement. Or was it approval? Something was happening between them, something Baedeker could not now take the time to analyze. It was sufficient for the moment to know that Nessus would help. So, they would test somewhere else, deep in space, far from the fleet, far from New Terra, far from all those for whom Baedeker felt so responsible. Finagle knew where. 39. If Sigmund were a puppeteer, by now he would have plucked himself bald. Admittedly, he had a lot on his mind. The existential threat posed by the pack, Baedeker's experiments, for which Nessus was circuitously forwarding progress reports, the evolving mystery of Thisvok's second escape. While refitting Don Quixote, the shipyard had located the many taps, bypasses and splices by which ship systems had been compromised. That only replaced one question. How had Sigmund's crew gone so long without seeing the changes? With another. Circuits had been altered far from any wiring closet, cover plate, or recognizable access point. It was as though someone had reached through the wall. Still unaccounted for, despite tearing the ship nearly apart, was whatever had been disposed of inside the ducts. And Defence Ministry experts continued to scratch their heads as to how plasteel had been altered around the hole in the bridge hatch. Maybe Thisfok was a magician. Or maybe the Gwath were involved. Perhaps only Sigmund had thought to wonder. Alas, searching an ally's habitat on only suspicion was not a viable option. Ignoring how long it might take to fabricate waterproof robots to fit the little water lock, and whether the Gwath would figure out how to compromise them. "We'll take you home," Sigmund had told Altero as the refitting neared completion. "It's almost on our way." That last was not necessarily a lie, because Sigmund had not yet known where to go next. Only to whom. The last party, yet to be located, who could conceivably aid New Terra. The group mind had declined, as had every Guo when asked individually. "Our kind also has a stake in this crisis," Altero said. "We wish to continue helping." Continue helping. Setting aside the mystery surrounding Thisfok's last escape, the Gwath had helped, time and again. Sigmund finally decided that, like Thisfok, the best place for these Gwath was where he could keep an eye on them. And if Sigmund's suspicions were misplaced, he really could use their help. Don Quixote's refitting on New Terra proceeded glacially, and yet passed far too quickly. Children changed a lot in a few months. During Sigmund's absence, Hermes had broken an arm playing football and grown 2 inches. Athena had begun to read, made and changed best friends forever 3 times, and wheedled her mother into a pet lamb. But Penny was Penny, unchanged, as delightful and adorable as ever, as impossible to leave. Endless meetings with Sabrina and her cabinet, endless simulations and exercises to run at the Defence Ministry and the Office of Strategic Analyses. The universe conspired to keep Sigmund at work late every evening. With what little time the crisis and the kids left, what passed for pillow talk concerned the slow-motion disaster with which Penelope continued to grapple. Oceanic dead zones kept spreading as, without tidal mixing, rotting vegetation sucked the oxygen from more and more of the sea, and the oxygen depletion would keep getting worse. New Terrans would not die from the lack of tides, if they should live so long, but the handwriting was on the wall. The economy would tank from a lack of healthy algae mats and seaweed delicacies to export to Hearth. Something about seaweed tickled Sigmund's memory. Seaweed, Sargasso Sea, Bermuda Triangle, the associations ran. So maybe he had another clue, a triangular island for the well-nigh hopeless hunt for Earth. Worst case, people here could survive on synthesized food, eating no worse than 99% of puppeteers, if they should live so long. Sigmund's family, for the fleeting, precious few minutes he saw them, reminded him daily why he must go back out among the stars, must look anywhere a solution might hide. He did not have it in him to sit, counting down the hours and days and years, planning a noble but futile war, hoping Baedeker would invent a technical solution to the pack problem. So instead Sigmund waited here, far from home, glued more or less to the co-pilot seat, waiting, until— "An incoming hyperwave message, Sigmund," Jeeves announced. "On the bridge speaker," Sigmund answered. He gave Kirsten a confident smile. "New Terra vessel Don Quixote, this is ship 23. Your request to trade is accepted. We will reach your coordinates shortly. When we arrive, you will maintain a separation of 6 miles. Our escorts will meet your representative outside your airlock Kirsten leaned forward. I have them on radar, making 0.9 light speed. They'll be here in 15 minutes. Radio an acknowledgement, Jeeves, Sigmund said, standing. Kirsten, the ship is yours. Sigmund swung by the main airlock to retrieve his pressure suit and armour from a locker. With one cargo hold home to the Gwath and a second cargo hold a prison cell, pallets of supplies clogged the corridors. The only reasonable space aboard in which to wriggle into his vacuum gear was the relax room. He headed that way with helmet in hand and suit draped over his arm. Faint noises emerged from a closed hatch as Sigmund passed. He paused to listen closely. Metal clanking. The hum of electric motors. These were the sounds of a Guo wearing his exoskeleton. On the last voyage, this storage space had served as small arms locker. Putting an observatory there for the Gwath eliminated the unpleasantness of explaining why the weapons had been moved. Everyone could pretend to believe no weapons were aboard this trip. The Gwath were better astronomers than anyone on New Terra. Even if Baedeker had been available for this trip, Sigmund would have authorized retrofitting this little facility. Kirsten swore the firewall between external instrument control and the rest of the ship's network was hack-proof. Her assurance was good enough for Sigmund. Almost. Whenever the observatory was in use, a New Terran would happen to be nearby. Today it was Omar, the newest member of the crew, searching nearby stacks of provisions. Omar Tanaka Singh was tall and wiry, with a square jaw and a shock of thick, dark hair. If he minded being posted on this ship, rather than being captain of his own, he kept the opinion to himself. Omar had as much naval experience as any New Terran, and better skill with small arms than most. And, unlike Baedeker, Omar would not run at the first sign of trouble. With Thisfok aboard, Sigmund could not imagine the voyage passing without trouble. Unfortunately, neither could he imagine leaving the pack under anyone else's supervision. And so Thisfok remained aboard. Sigmund crooked a finger. "Come with me." Omar nodded and set off, in his long-legged lope, after Sigmund. From the next deck, Sigmund used his pocket-com to reach Eric in the engine room. This flight, the intercom was only for emergencies. The less Thisfok overheard about the shipboard routine, the better. While climbing into his pressure suit, Sigmund gave his final directions. Kirsten listened in from the bridge. "I can't say how long the bargaining will take. Kirsten has the bridge and is in command in my absence. Eric, keep an eye on Thisfok's cell door. Omar, watch the observatory, and both of you armed." Omar frowned. "That leaves you unsupported, Sigmund. I think you should bring one of us along." Sigmund was about to visit a veritable city in space, miles long, with a population of millions. If the outsiders meant him any harm, then he was dead. A companion would not change that. "Thanks, but I need you here." "If Ero returns to his tank, that will free up one of us," Omar persisted. "Only Ero, because the Gwath tended to stay in their habitat. Since Altero revealed themselves, the Gwath had been slightly more forthcoming. Melds attempted short of 2 members generally failed. Sigmund could not confirm that assertion, but it felt right to him. Or maybe the group mind simply refused to risk 2 pieces of itself at the same time." Omar cleared his throat, pressing for a response. Sigmund said, "Let Ero stay where he is. He may learn something useful by monitoring the outsider ship." Throughout known space, and in unknowable regions beyond, the outsiders were the source of the most advanced tech. Some tech they sold, hyperwave radio, hyperdrive, and occasionally, at a very high price, the planetary drive. Even when the outsider devices were reproducible, such as the hyperdrive shunt and hyperwave radio, the underlying science remained elusive. Some tech, like the Einstein space drive their ships used, the outsiders had yet to sell. And knowledge is power. Before Sigmund's birth, an outsider's ship sold hyperdrive technology to a human colony. That sale saved humanity from certain defeat at the talons of the Kzinti. Who was to say another outsider sale wouldn't tip the balance the other way, or empower other aliens to threaten Earth? And so Sigmund had, in his time as an ARM, worried about the outsiders, that they disclosed little about themselves, only deepened the mystery and Sigmund's fears. Throughout that era of his life, he had never encountered anyone admitting to have learned much by studying an outsider ship. But no previous observer had been a Guo scientist, radio-linked with his Guotesht. Sigmund would not miss this opportunity, nor would he leave an armoured Guo unsupervised on Don Quixote. "And we might learn something accompanying you," Eric said. "True," Sigmund said, to show he had heard the comment. With a final bit of contortion, he got his second arm into the pressure suit. "Let's stick with the plan I outlined." He put on his helmet by way of declaring the matter closed. He opened a link to the Gwoth shared channel. "Ero, you should be seeing the outsider ship now." "Affirmative, Sigmund." Minutes later, pressure suit sealed and safety checked, Sigmund was cycling through the airlock to await his escorts. Ero scuttled about his tiny observatory, tubercles groping systematically among the optical telescope display, neutrino sensors, and readouts of antennae spanning the electromagnetic spectrum. Sigmund had ruled out all active sensors except the occasional very low-power LiDAR pulses necessary, anyway, to maintain separation between ships. "What we can see is free," he had lectured. "Any data we take, even by a radar scan, carries a price. Maybe we can't afford it. The outsiders are very private." Not that Ero could release a radar pulse. His readouts were slaved to the bridge where Kirsten held control. Maybe Sigmund's explanation to him was really a reminder to her. Subtle, that Sigmund. In the habitat, meanwhile, Altero monitored additional instruments. All were undisclosed. Sensors fabricated to investigate hyperspace phenomena might also reveal something useful about other technologies. For, like the outsiders, humans protected their secrets. The undisclosed sensors were passive, in another application of the principle that what can be seen and goes unmentioned is free. Sigmund's voice sounded over the Gwoth public channel. "Ero, you should be seeing the outsider ship now." "Affirmative, Sigmund." Ero had an image to study, but only through Kirsten's intervention. The outsider ship was moving at almost light speed. Tracking and blue shift correction took computer correction, and computing was another of those technologies the humans declined to share. Starlight flickered through the outsider ship. Was it transparent? Not solid? Ero exchanged inconclusive speculations with Altero. "I'm in the airlock," Sigmund called. "They're almost here," Kirsten answered. In the blink of an eye they were here, stationary in space beside Don Quixote. Instantaneous deceleration. And yet the outsiders and their ship were not squashed flat. Shedding all that kinetic energy did not reduce the ship to a glowing cloud of plasma. and none of Don Quixote's instruments showed where that energy had gone. But Altero's instruments did. Thysfok lay on the bare floor of his cell, his eyes closed, one ear pressed against the pinhole he had made in the deck. He listened carefully. Sigmund was about to leave the ship. The others would be in known locations. Thysfok remembered every glimpse he had had of the ship, every extrapolation of layout he had made from what he had seen. He reviewed every likely route from the relax room to the bridge. He estimated the speed with which humans spread about the ship might intercept him. The conversation below concluded. Footsteps receded. The heavy clumps of Sigmund heading for an airlock, the softer treads those of Eric and Omar going to their assigned posts. Working by touch and with extreme care, Thysfok opened the structural modulator handle he hid beneath his body. The handle was slightly rough, pitted in spots by stomach acid, but those imperfections helped him orient himself. Flipping a few tiny switches put the device into its temporary softening mode. He reassembled the handle. Thysfok began to exercise, his fist wrapped around the modulator. Sit-ups, one-handed push-ups, laps around the cell, pull-ups from the recessed handholds any spaceship must have for microgravity conditions. He sang as he exercised, recalling melodies of long-lost Rilchuk. Sometimes he sang proper lyrics. As often, he made up nonsense sounds, pops and clicks and sibilant hisses that fit the tune. From time to time a face appeared in the hatch window. Eventually, Eric tired of watching Thysfok or of checking on motion sensors. As Thysfok exercised, he rehearsed the route he would take. He might never have a better opportunity to seize this ship. 40. Ship 23, except for the fierce spark of its artificial sun, manifested as an absence, a vaguely oblong expanse suddenly removed from the starry backdrop. The outsiders had mentioned a 6-mile separation. Assuming that distance, the object now blocking Sigmund's view of the stars was about 3 miles in length. As his eyes adjusted to the open airlock's dim red glow, shimmers appeared within the darkness. He raised the magnification of his visor and kept raising it until details began to appear. The outsider vessel was an artificial star at one end and a sealed module, presumably its propulsion device, at the other, linked by an enormous metal spar. In the middle, along the spar, a forest of ribbons swooped and swirled, entangled and entwined. Any pattern to the ribbons was too alien for Sigmund to fathom. 2 figures emerged from the darkness, jetting with gas pistols toward Don Quixote. They reminded Sigmund, more than anything else, of giant cat-o'-nine-tails. They wore protective suits, but that gear was nothing like Sigmund's. Their equipment shielded not against the vacuum and utter cold, for they lived here in the depths of interstellar space, creatures of superfluid helium, but from Sigmund himself. They had come to tow him back to their ship. Unprotected, the bit of heat seeping from Sigmund's suit would bring them to a boil. Absent the rigidity of their exoskeletons, the inertia of Sigmund's massive body would tear them apart. "Come with us," one radioed. Each outsider extended an armoured, insulated route bundle toward Sigmund. Sigmund offered his hands. "I'm leaving now," he radioed to his crew. "Wish me luck." He had visited an outsider ship once before, crossing the final miles in just this manner. That experience should have eased his fears, but as his escorts towed him into the darkness, his heart pounded. How could logic matter? He was afloat in interstellar space, with his life in the hands of the feeblest of creatures. and yet terror did not overcome him. Most Earth natives had at least a touch of flatland phobia, the instinctive recognition of home, and the reflexive dread of any place else. Anything odd could trigger the phobia: alien skies, wrong gravity, unfamiliar scents. Sigmund had suffered his share of attacks. He could tell with the first sniff that a planet wasn't Earth. He knew from the first glance when a pattern of stars was wrong, and he never knew how he knew. Perhaps to bear the full brunt of flatland phobia, you had to remember what you missed, and Nessus had erased the definition of home from Sigmund's mind. With a shiver, Sigmund firmly fixed his gaze on the outsider vessel. Home was no longer Earth. Home was New Terra. To hell with its extra suns and lack of a moon, and the mélange of alien smells. The lives of millions, unknowing, might hinge on him vanquishing his fears. Better to concentrate on the meeting to come. Ship 23 grew and grew until it ceased to seem a ship. Now it was a great metropolis, toward which he fell in slow motion. The city spread across the sky, and the swirls of ribbon grew crisply distinct. Short lines on the ribbons became blobs, became individual outsiders. Propelled by gentle puffs of gas, Sigmund and his escort sank deep into the tangle of the ribbons. Each strip was several yards wide, and most were lined with outsiders. The handles basked in the artificial sunlight. The tails disappeared into shadows cast by other ribbons. Living thermocouples, recharging. Sigmund and his guides landed, finally, on a stretch of unoccupied ribbon. Any gravity was too weak for Sigmund to feel. He engaged magnets, and his boots clanked to the surface. One of his escorts raised a root bundle to indicate a low metal structure. "Your meeting will be inside." Wall panels glowed, warm and bright as Sigmund entered. Air gushed in when he closed the hatch. His sensors declared this a shirt-sleeves environment. The outsiders knew their customers, and he removed his helmet. The room was unfurnished except for a clear dome. An outsider reclined on the floor beyond the dome. The surroundings were just as Sigmund remembered from his previous encounter. Call it a standard meeting room. This visit, on his way inside, he had sufficiently studied the enclosure to answer a question that had nagged at him. The outer dimensions of the enclosure did not encompass the apparent space beyond the dome. The other party in the discussion was a projection of some sort. "You are Sigmund Ausfaller?" The voice came from unseen speakers. "Yes," Sigmund answered. "Our colleague, Ship 14, advises that you are a shrewd bargainer." A compliment, coming from the pre-eminent traders in the known galaxy. Also, an unsubtle reminder. By remaining deep in interstellar space, outsider ships avoided gravitational singularities. Outsider vessels across known space and beyond could, and obviously did, maintain real-time communications by hyperwave radio. During Sigmund's previous negotiations, the outsider inside the dome had offered the ship's number when asked for a name. He had commented on providing a breathable atmosphere for his guests. Sigmund's current host had not mentioned it. So, Sigmund too was expected to know what had been discussed previously. "Thank you, 23. Shall we begin?" The outsiders were scrupulously honest. They honoured every bargain. They paid promptly and in full. Every technology they sold worked dependably. On the occasions when they withheld the science underlying their designs, as they had with hyperspace technologies and planetary drives, they were upfront about that. and when the value of information could not be ascertained in advance, the outsiders could be trusted to pay fairly after disclosure. Sigmund's news was like that. The fair value was 0. Other outsider ships had already spotted the threat, onrushing from the galactic core. Identifying the attackers as Pack, humanity's cousins, might be news. It wasn't the sort of news to predispose anyone favourably towards Sigmund's kind. Sigmund had crossed the light years with one hope, that his news would buy help. Not direct military assistance, for the outsider vessels were cities, not warships. Not aid in finding Earth. The outsiders would surely honour their agreement with the Concordance never to disclose to any New Terrans the location of known space, nor to give any known space race even a clue to the existence of the New Terrans. But new technology could make all the difference, if Sigmund had a means to pay. He hadn't. He said, hoping his desperation did not show. 23, it's in your own interest to help. These fleets are attacking every advanced civilization they pass. Your ships will be no different. But they are different. 23 wriggled his root bundles a bit as he spoke. Our ships are very mobile. And indeed, the few outsider ships known to New Terra could easily evade the Pack. Ship 23 could resume near light speed as quickly as it had shed that velocity. If it detected a weapon coming its way, it needed only an instant to stop. A Pack kinetic kill weapon, captive to its deadly inertia, would whiz past harmlessly. The outsiders were safe. But Tangit, for planet dwellers, the outsider's ship drive offered the perfect solution to the Pack threat. The scenario was crystal clear in Sigmund's mind. Add an outsider normal space drive to a standard hyperdrive-equipped starship. Then by the numbers. 1. Jump to near light speed. 2. Use hyperspace to cross the light years to the Pack fleets. 3. Return to normal space with all that near-light velocity. 4. Using the outsider drive, make any necessary course corrections in an instant. 5. Unleash myriads of unstoppable kinetic weapons. With the ship moving so fast, throwing rocks would suffice. His ship would be back in hyperspace, racing away, before the Pack ramscoop saw what was coming at them. Repeat as needed. And then it struck Sigmund. Whatever he might have had to offer in trade, this negotiation had been doomed from the outset. The outsiders would never sell the secret of the reactionless drives that moved their ships. Those ships would be almost as defenseless against Sigmund's tactics as the Pack. Which left what? Maybe he could further Baedeker's work. Can you help us improve the performance of our planetary drive? Show us how to run drives in tandem. Then we too could be more mobile. More squirming of roots. Our regrets, Sigmund. We cannot comment. Sigmund felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples. Why not 23? We are not at liberty to say. Because anything you said would be a hint. Sigmund pressed his temples and tried to think. Turning up the planetary drive or running them in tandem related somehow to things the outsiders would not discuss. The secret science behind the planetary drive? Something about the reactionless ship drive? Sigmund knew the two were related, and also that he had only his paranoia to bring him to that conclusion. Regardless, a clue for Baedeker. Is your business completed? 23 asked. From Sigmund's days as an accountant, 2 lives ago, an ancient aphorism asserted itself. Borrow $1,000, whatever a dollar might have been, and the bank owns you. Borrow $1 million, and you own the bank. Sigmund said, "It's in your interest to help my people defend ourselves and our friends. After the danger has passed and you return to this part of the galaxy, you'll want trading partners. And how much do the puppeteers already owe your people?" It was a rhetorical question. Puppeteers had been in debt to the Outsiders for eons, since purchasing the planetary drive to save Hearth when its sun prepared to swell into a red giant. New Terra was too poor to get such credit. Just maybe the Concordants owned the bank. Beyond the domes, roots wriggled at the fastest rate yet. Agitation, or laughter, or merely sign language for the creature's natural environment? There was no way to tell. 23 finally spoke. "You are correct, Sigmund. Loss of our trading partners would be disadvantageous." "Then help us help ourselves." "How?" "Teach us to use our drives more efficiently. If our worlds escape, we'll all come out ahead." Sigmund promised himself he would reveal nothing until Nike swore to transfer a planetary drive to the Gwath. Loss of a farm world would be a small recompense for Altero's contributions. "The drives are already as efficient as we can safely make them," 23 insisted. "Uh-huh. Better eat into the safety margin than swallow a planet-killer weapon." Even a puppeteer would see the logic in that trade-off. "A moment, Sigmund." 23's roots writhed more frenetically than ever. Consultation, Sigmund decided. The moment became minutes. "It can't be done," 23 announced. "If more energy is applied, the drive becomes dangerously unstable." "Unstable? How?" "Vast destruction, Sigmund." Now what? Sigmund was running out even of crazy ideas. "Lend the puppeteers a new terraplanetary drives. Teach us to use them in tandem." "We have no more drives." Somehow 23 managed to sound plaintive. "Not that it would matter. We have never successfully used 2 drives to move a single mass." Was Baedeker experimenting somewhere expendable? He was a puppeteer, so of course he was. But he had not heard the fear and doubt in 23's voice. Sigmund said, 23, you're not telling me something." More wriggling of roots, strikingly different. This time Sigmund felt certain it denoted ironic laughter. "There is much we do not tell you, Sigmund. We will share this. The planetary drive employs great energy. Great energy. It is very challenging to control. We start many such drives for each unit that completes production. The Concordants accepted its drives one at a time, doubtless believing that they had managed their debt by staging the deliveries. An audio recorder sat in a pocket of Sigmund's pressure suit. In theory, it was capturing this conversation. Almost certainly the Outsiders were suppressing it. Sigmund hoped he could remember this exchange in detail. There were surely useful clues here for Baedeker. Sigmund said, "What about relocating a drive, perhaps from a farm world to Hearth?" Rising again of the agitated variety. "You must not try that. To operate 2 drives in proximity is to make both unstable." Unstable and great energy. A bad combination. Sigmund guessed, "You don't know how the drives work, do you?" "We sell only the device, not the underlying science," 23 said. "The terms of sale were honest." And the drives had worked, without incident. So the Outsiders were no different than any other species. They, too, used technologies imperfectly understood. Sigmund picked up his helmet. "I guess we are done. Wish us luck." "If your business is done," 23 said, "we have something you might find interesting." 41. This fox dashing about his cell occasionally brought him past the hatch. Eric was still visible through the window, not especially attentive. Breeders were like that, this fox remembered, easily lulled by routine, easily fooled by their expectations. While he did more one-handed push-ups, hiding a patch of floor with his body, this fox stroked the area with the structural modulator clutched in his free hand. He continued singing as he worked, with lots of hisses and pops. Strip by strip he softened an area large enough to pull himself through. To judge from the edged areas on the modulator, swallowing the device again would be a bad idea. This fox thumbed off the modulator, jumped back to his feet, and did more pull-ups, during which he pushed the modulator through the permanently softened spot behind a handhold. If Eric was listening, the wall's soft pop would surely go unnoticed amid this fox's pop-filled singing. Taking another lap around the cell, this fox glanced out the hatch window. Eric remained preoccupied or disinterested. This fox dropped to the floor and plunged an arm through the altered spot in the floor. A recessed handhold in the relax room ceiling below gave him the leverage to pull himself through. Now safety lay in speed. This fox dashed through the relax room into the corridor and into the nearby stairwell. Taking the stairs 3 at a time, he scaled the flights between 3 decks. He burst onto the top deck and was in the bridge before Kirsten could turn around at the crash of the stairwell door. Logic decreed that the bright red button beside the door would close it. This fox slapped it, and the door sprang shut. "Jeeves, turn up!" Kirsten shouted. This fox grabbed her throat and squeezed. Her order trailed off in an inarticulate gurgle as he pressed her down into her seat. Easing his stranglehold just enough so that she could breathe, he took the other seat. It was the only place from which he could reach the console. Fools! Teaching him to read irrelevant material also taught him to read the bridge controls. The console was deceptively empty. Most functions must be handled by the computer, whether by keyboard or voice command. Those would take time to decode, with his hostage's coerced assistance, if necessary. Still, the console had some ordinary buttons, sliders and toggles. Those would be for emergency functions, as simple and accessible as possible. He found the emergency hatches release clearly labelled. That should keep the others at bay for a while. He slapped the button. And an invisible something grabbed him. A force field. He could not move. He could scarcely breathe. Panting from exertion, her chest heaving, Kirsten pried loose this fox's grip 1 finger at a time. Strain as he might, he could not tighten his grip. He could not stop her. "Jeeves!" Kirsten rasped. "Get Eric up here!" She climbed from her chair, out of this fox's impotent reach, and stared with rage in her eyes. "Sigmund assumed you would try for the bridge again if you escaped, so he set a trap." An elementary trap, this fox thought, with the reading material as bait, and I fell for it. Sigmund was clever, and that made him dangerous. When he stayed as still as possible, this fox found the restraint eased off just a little. A field to protect the pilot from collisions or turbulence, minimally modified so as not to relax. He could breathe more easily now. Even, he guessed, speak if he should have something to say. Stars drifted across the main viewport, sign of the ship's slow roll. Then something, a vessel, a city in space, came into view. Something unlike this Fock had ever seen, and it kept coming. An artificial sun, tiny but blindingly bright, shone at one end. The structure was either very near or very large, and given that fusion flame, it was hard to imagine it was close. He stared at it until Eric appeared on the bridge. Eric took one look at Kirsten, massaging her neck, bruises already starting to form. The sizzle of his stunner drowned out whatever he snarled. 42. Something I might find interesting, Sigmund echoed dubiously. The end of the world approached, and 23 refused to help. Yet he expected Sigmund to go shopping. The thing of it was, the outsiders often had wondrous things to sell. "An old human ship," 23 clarified. "Derelict. We found it adrift in space." "Where?" Sigmund asked. "We are not allowed to say." Sigmund had expected that answer, but it hardly hurt to ask. In a trade deal with the puppeteers, Ship 14 had committed all outsiders to deny New Terrans clues to the location of Earth and its colonies. An old, derelict human ship came very close to such a clue, didn't it? Maybe 23 did want to help. Sigmund knew of one other such incredible coincidence. But puppeteers had not happened upon Long Pass, wandering deep in interstellar space. They had traced a message back to the ramscoop that sent it, and then they bred slaves from the frozen embryos aboard. "Adrift in space, you say?" Sigmund said. It was as implausible as the fairy tale the puppeteers had told their servants. 23 shifted position. "We understand your skepticism, Sigmund. No, we did not happen upon a ship. We detected a relativistic gravitational anomaly, which we found to be a neutronium object with the mass of a small planet. The ship orbited the larger mass." Sigmund blinked. Nature required a supernova explosion to produce neutronium. Only once, to his knowledge, had anyone made neutronium artificially. Julian Forward used his neutronium to bulk up a quantum black hole, with which he terrorized Sol System for months. And though Sigmund never discovered the specifics, Forward had had surreptitious puppeteer backing. On the bright side, Sigmund remembered Forward getting eaten by his own black hole and taking the secret of his process with him. A large, fast-moving neutronium mass made an exceptional beacon. "I wouldn't mind looking," Sigmund answered cautiously. He lifted his helmet. "That is not necessary," 23 said. With a wave of a root bunch, it evoked a hologram inside its dome. Sigmund knew one thing for certain about Earth and its colonies. They were far away. Had it been otherwise, Nessus would never have started a scout program using human colonists. It stood to reason the salvaged ship was a starship, probably a hyperdrive vessel. It wasn't. How could a little fusion-powered Belter single ship, something a solo prospector might use in the inner solar system, end up far from Earth? How, when, and where had the ship assumed an orbit around the neutronium mass? How had the single ship reached relativistic speed? No way it could carry enough fuel to overtake the neutronium mass. Where did the neutronium come from? With too many questions already roiling his thoughts, Sigmund spotted something shiny at the single ship's bow. It looked out of place. Boot electromagnets clumping, he started around the dome to inspect the hollow from another angle. "You now have control of the image," 23 said. "It will follow your hand motions." Sigmund extended an arm experimentally. The hollow ship receded. He rotated his hand, and the image rotated to follow. Something gleamed at him through the cockpit canopy. The age-pitted hull looked all the darker in contrast. Strange. He brought his hand toward his chest. The ship zoomed closer. Inside the cockpit, as shiny as quicksilver, a smooth, ovoid surface hid the space where the pilot would sit. Staring at a hollow, Sigmund could not be certain, but that certainly looked like a total reflection. Could that be a stasis field inside the single ship? 23 would know. Feigned ignorance could be a kind of help to keep the price affordable for Sigmund. For stasis had but one use: freezing time inside to preserve something valuable. Eons ago, two ancient races had waged a conflict of galactic extermination. Little remained from that era, but a few artifacts preserved for eternity within stasis fields. Most items recovered from stasis defied understanding. All embodied technology of frightening potency, often weapons caches. Stasis fields reflected everything, from visible light to the hardest gamma ray. A stasis field even reflected neutrinos, which was why pilots routinely deep radar pinged every solar system they approached. A person could live in princely style on the standard ARM bounty for a stasis box, and it was a rare decade that saw the ARM making that payout. Still, compared to a huge mass of neutronium, which, coincidentally, also stopped most neutrinos, the ship that had orbited it, and whatever waited inside, were but the ribbon around a priceless package. If 23 chose to overlook a stasis field, Sigmund would not ask. With slow, careful gestures, Sigmund turned the hollow for study. The registration plaque came into view, the ship's ID a mere 5 digits long. This ship was old. The feel of Earth, its appearance, the constellations in its night sky, all were lost from his mind. Instead, useless numbers cluttered his memory. Pins for bank accounts of a former life, bits of obscure tax rules and entire tax tables, the addresses of former residences, but not the cities where he had lived. Too many years as an accountant had made numbers and patterns second nature to Sigmund, and maybe that much harder to erase, if Nessus had tried. The 5 digits on the registry plaque ignited rockets and flares in Sigmund's head. He knew those numbers. This was not merely an antique vessel misplaced in space and time. This was the single ship in which, more than half a millennium earlier, Jack Brennan had encountered Fifthpock. Sigmund had seen the official registration in Lucas Garner's deposition. But Brennan Monster had evaded ARM custody and vanished with this ship and a key module of Fifthpock's starship. If this was a stasis field, the single ship might preserve, to save New Terra in its hour of need, the only known human protector. 23 in its own way might be helping. It still would not give away the relic. So what did Sigmund have with which to bargain? Discovery of the Pack invasion, already dismissed as old news and without value, and Gwarth. "I would trade information for the ship," Sigmund suggested. Roots writhed. "If you have something more useful than your last disclosure." With a flick of his hand, Sigmund banished the single-ship image. "How about a solar system filled with new customers? A young, technological society newly spacefaring?" That is an acceptable price, 23 agreed, if, in fact, you identify a customer with whom we are unfamiliar. Sigmund nodded. On that condition we have a deal. He quoted the coordinates of the Gwoth solar system. Roots wriggled and thrashed at the fastest rate yet. Very clever, Sigmund. These coordinates lie in the path of the invaders. The customer whom you offer will be destroyed before we can reach them. Do you mock us? The Gwoth are quite real, Sigmund said. If my people find a way to survive, we will do our best to save them too. 23 replied, We will help you transport the purchased item to your ship. For both our benefits, let us hope you survive. 43. Quite possibly, the stasis field in the single ship hid a potential ally. Not that Sigmund entirely accepted the concept of a friendly protector. In practice, the field could hide anything. And so he fretted and stewed for 10 days before finalizing his plans. All the while, the single ship, like some anachronistic remora, clung to the side of Don Quixote. With one cargo hold a prison, and the other filled with Gwoth, Sigmund could not have taken aboard his purchase, even if such had been his wish. Ship 23 had carried the single ship behind a thick metal shield, towed by a very long tether. Those precautions made sense to Sigmund. The ancient single ship had been adrift without maintenance for centuries. And now? If anything were to trigger the fusion drive, better the potential H-bomb be outside Don Quixote's general product's hull. The shock wave would still liquefy everyone within, but any chance was better than none. Of course, the outsiders had not known whose ship this was. The single ship might be entirely safe, rebuilt for the ages by Brennan. 2 of the 10 days were lost in Einstein space, hanging between the stars to maintain hyperwave links. To open a stasis field took specialized equipment few ships had any reason to carry. So Sigmund wasted a day trying to find a new Terran who knew anything about breaking open a stasis field. In hindsight, the surprise would have been success. New Terra had very few ships, and they had only flown for a few years. They had yet to encounter a stasis box. Sigmund spent much of that day wondering how much Baedeker knew about stasis fields. Everything 23 had had to say suggested Baedeker's quest was futile. He would never master the planetary drives. Baedeker should be here, Tangent, helping. During the second day, Sabrina arranged for an expert to consult with Eric. That expert turned out to be Baedeker. The real-time connection when he called meant the puppeteer was working outside a singularity, somewhere in deep space. Evidently, not every unbelievable thing happened around or to Sigmund. Don Quixote sat on a planet with a breathable atmosphere, unremarkable except for its relative proximity to Ship 23. This was a young world, its oceans teeming with single-celled life, but its continents utterly barren. The nearest possible source of food, if it was even edible, was seaborne sludge 1,000 miles away. This was not a place Brennan monster would choose to be left stranded. With a delicate touch Sigmund could only envy, Kirsten had set Don Quixote, the single ship still lashed to its side, onto a bleak plain. "Ready when you are," she sent over the comm. Sigmund and Eric waited at the main airlock. "Copy that," Eric replied. "Check my gear," Sigmund said. "I have," Eric said, reaching for the lock controls. "You're clean." Sigmund raised his arms. "Do it again." Eric shrugged. "You're the boss." One by one he inspected Sigmund's battle armor, opening every pocket and examining every belt clip. He patted down Sigmund as a double check. Nothing. Sigmund pointed with a boot tip at the paraphernalia piled on the airlock floor. And anything here I don't need? No, Sigmund, Eric said, a touch impatiently. Too bad. They would do this as carefully as possible. Sigmund cycled through the airlock and stepped down to the sterile surface. He shuttled gear around Don Quixote, raising clouds of orange dust with every step, to where the single ship clung. Desolation stretched to the horizon in every direction. Just a desert, he muttered, lying to himself, trying not to look into the distance. Earth had deserts, after all. On his final trip, he shut the outer hatch behind himself. "Disable access from outside," he directed. "Copy that," Kirsten radioed. "How's our position?" "Close. The single ship is about 1 foot above the ground." 1 foot, Sigmund. Copy that. Commencing adjustment." Ever so slowly, under precise thruster control, Don Quixote rolled along its main axis. The hard ground beneath the ship crunched and groaned. "Stop," Sigmund called. "What's the margin?" Kirsten asked. "The single ship is still 2 inches off the ground," Sigmund estimated. "I can do better," Kirsten said. "Not necessary." Sigmund took the clamp release from his pile of equipment. "It can't be that fragile." It meant the single ship, which might contain clues to the location of Sol System. No bump, up to and including the fusion drive going off, could hurt whatever waited inside the stasis field. 5 sturdy cables bound the single ship to Don Quixote's hull. Sigmund released the clamps in pairs, leaving the center clamp for last. The remaining cable held the single ship aloft, although, squealing against Don Quixote's hull, one end of the antique vessel sagged to the ground. "Releasing the last cable," he radioed. Cables whistled through their clamps. The single ship thumped to the ground. Sigmund left the clamps unfastened. "The payload is down." "I'll come out and help," Eric radioed. "No," Sigmund said firmly. They had been over that repeatedly. He unfolded a tripod and set up his camera. The camera opened a radio link. With some back and forth with Kirsten, he got the camera properly aimed at the single ship. "I'm going in." The little prospecting ship looked inexpensive, simple and reliable. Hooks and clamps, all presently unused, dotted the hull. The ship predated thruster technology. Instead, it had compressed gas or chemical fuel attitude jets. Sigmund could not decide which, jutting at all angles. A massive nozzle aft served the fusion drive. There was no airlock. The canopy pivoted open for access. The pilot would always wear a spacesuit. Viewed by direct sunlight, the surface glittering through the canopy shone more brightly than ever. It reflected light, radar, even neutrinos. No doubt about it. This was a stasis field. Sigmund released the latch. The canopy rose slowly, hinged at the nose end, suggesting a giant clamshell. The stasis field stood revealed, encompassing the pilot's chair and much of the instrument console. Nothing in view looked like a stasis control. Was the off switch right in front of him? Quite likely. No one had yet made sense of Thisfok's gadgets. Brennan, as a protector, was supposedly much smarter. Sigmund set an emergency force field generator, once again liberated from Don Quixote's bridge. Thisfok would not fall twice for that ruse, onto an unprotected stretch of console ledge. Eric had spliced a remote control into the restraint module. Sigmund armed the remote, The green LED lit as the red LED went dark. "Connectivity check on the restraint device," Sigmund radioed. "Online," Kirsten reported. Time to find out who, or what, waited within. Sigmund picked up the improvised stasis field interrupter. It felt awkward in his hand. It looked half-melted, like something of puppeteer design. As it was. When Sigmund and Baedeker met with Nike, most of Baedeker's gear had remained on Don Quixote. Possibly Baedeker had not yet decided to defect. Regardless, he had left behind a stasis field generator in his cabin. For medical emergencies, or as one more way to flee, Sigmund supposed. After his escape from Hearth, Sigmund had searched Baedeker's cabin, after cutting out Baedeker's biometrically controlled lock with an oxy-fuel torch. It was hard to miss an active stasis field, but a quiescent stasis field generator was another story. He had not recognized the puppeteer field generator in Baedeker's abandoned luggage. None of them had. Reconfiguring the generator to collapse a stasis field was trivial once Baedeker told Eric how. Sigmund read that cooperation as a sign. Baedeker's own project did not go well. Alas, the improvised stasis field collapser had an extremely short range. Someone practically had to touch the stasis field. Sigmund aimed the device, clumsy in his hand. Finagle, it was time something went well. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure he wasn't blocking the camera. "Kirsten, are you set?" "Ready when you are," she said. The plan was straightforward. Drop the stasis field and replace it immediately with a restraint field. Activate the restraint remotely, because they could, lest anything prevent Sigmund from triggering it. And if everything went to hell, just launch. The single ship's mass now pinned the cables. The bindings would pull free through the unfastened clamps, then take any necessary action from the air, whether with laser weapons or stunners. If events progressed that far, more than likely no action would be necessary. Despite Kirsten's undoubted finesse, the fringing fields from the thrusters would probably crush Sigmund and whatever. "On my mark, Kirsten. 3, 2, 1, mark." The stasis field shimmered, rippled, and vanished. 2 gloved arms shot up and grabbed Sigmund's armor around the throat. The restraint field kicked in. The air became concrete around him and his assailant. Freezing, Sigmund and the single ship's pilot face to face. Sigmund stared, and not at a protector. Who was this woman? Eyewitness to History. 44. Alice Jordan hunched over the relax room table, beset by ticks, clutching a bulb of hot tea, lost in thought. Lost too in space, with which Sigmund empathized, and misplaced also in time, which he could not begin to fathom. "There I was," Alice burst out, deep in the Oort cloud, alone in my ship, nothing and no one anywhere near. As she had said, with slightly different wordings, in varying tones of anger and confusion and awe, using more than the occasional enigmatic expression, more times than Sigmund could remember. One iteration had referred cryptically to shell shock. He would have guessed Penny's work stories had exposed him to every possible obscure crustacean reference, but evidently not. She kept paraphrasing and circumlocuting, as though searching for the secret incantation that would restore her life. And why wouldn't she? Her life had been turned upside down For entirely different reasons, Sigmund was as depressed as she. He tried to hide his disappointment. The stasis field might have held someone with knowledge to find Earth. Using navigational beacons, Alice could find her way around the solar system. Alas, she had no idea how to find Sol itself. Her memory might brim with hints and clues, but extracting that data and putting them to good use was a long-term project. Just then, it seemed unlikely New Terra would have a long term. The Spanglish fell somewhere between the 22nd century English Jeeves knew and that Long Pass had brought to New Terra, and the interworld with which Sigmund had grown up. It wasn't familiar exactly, but he learned without much difficulty to understand her. My fusion drive was running flat out. Sol was a distant, brilliant spark straight ahead. Kobold had just winked out behind me, and then... She jabbed a bony finger into Sigmund's chest. You were in my face, wearing armour, on a freaking desert planet. Kobold was merely the latest obscurity in the on and off torrent of words. From context, a place name, an object in the Oort cloud. But as with Sigmund dubbing this ship Don Quixote, names had significance. Kobold. Jeeves knew kobolds as figures from ancient folklore, like brownies, pixies, and elves. And surely not coincidentally, kobolds were household protectors. As Alice rattled on, holding shock at bay with words, Sigmund studied her. She was much taller than he, much darker too, with space-darkened skin. From those clues alone, and the ship in which she had been found, he would have guessed she was a belter. Her head, shaved except for a 2-inch-wide cockatoo-like belter crest, made guessing unnecessary. Part of Sigmund struggled to get past the past, that a belter had once killed him. Alice had had nothing to do with that. It could have been Brennan monster inside the stasis field, but it wasn't, and no superhuman mind would be relieving Sigmund of responsibility for New Terra's fate. Maybe he was disappointed about that. Maybe he was thankful. Sorting out his feelings could wait. And this ship, by comparison, every ship, every structure I've ever seen, is so much cardboard and duct tape, excepting Brennan's constructions, of course. Brennan. Sigmund managed not to react. It wasn't just the coincidence of the single ship. Don Quixote now raced at maximum acceleration from the planet on which Alice had been freed to where they could engage hyperdrive. Next stop, New Terra. Sigmund meant to know a lot more before he got there. Alice, Sigmund interrupted gently. Her life had been turned upside down, but he needed information. Kirsten shot Sigmund a dirty look. Don Quixote was on autopilot for now. Eric and Domar were also in the relax room, observing expectantly. Altero netted in to watch and listen. Alice, Sigmund repeated. She turned his way. You've shared a lot, Sigmund said. That was an understatement. Alice had talked, in fits and starts, compulsively, maybe cathartically, since Eric unfroze her. Not systematically, hence, almost certainly not completely. I know this is overwhelming, Alice. That's why it's important to go over everything methodically, however long that takes, while it remains fresh in your mind. So please bear with me. I was once an ARM. She smiled crookedly. Understood. I was a goldskin not that long ago. The smile became wistful and then vanished. She straightened in her chair. Well, it feels recent. In my mind, I left Kobold only a few hours ago. Somehow I know it's been much longer. Ask away, Sigmund, if it'll help you make sense of things. It may help me, too. Goldskin? Omar asked. The law enforcement organization of the outer solar system, Sigmund explained. If Alice was telling the truth, New Terra's pool of veterans had just doubled. Their uniforms were gold-coloured pressure suits, hence, colloquially, goldskins. Makes sense, Omar said. Alice, from the beginning, please, Sigmund prompted. The beginning? I guess that's 2341. She looked about with an expression that somehow encompassed all of Don Quixote. Seeing your tech, that was a long time ago. By Sigmund's best estimate, at least 3 centuries. And yet that was 2 centuries after Brennan Monster disappeared. The situation was more than a little confusing. Your story first, Sigmund suggested gently. Alice showed her crooked smile again. Yeah, I know the routine. Pump me dry first. All right, back to the beginning. Vacationing on Earth, I met a flatlander named Roy Truesdale. He had a story. 4 months stolen from his life. He went hiking one day, only to wake up with 4 months gone. Trailing off again, wondering how much time she had lost. She would not like the answer. We'll brief you later, Sigmund promised. Please go on. Roy has gone to the ARM, of course. They eventually identified 2 similar abductions decades apart. She looked at Sigmund expectantly, as in, You say you're in ARM? Why don't you know? When he didn't comment, she shrugged. Roy wanted to know whether the Goldskins knew of similar cases, and when I dug into old files, we did. And? My bosses no more wanted to admit to the pattern than the ARM. Alice paused to sip her tea. Roy described whoever was behind the kidnapping as too considerate for an alien and too powerful for a human. Which left? Sigmund asked. Brennan, she said simply. The Protector Jack Brennan had evaded ARMs and Goldskins alike, more than 2 centuries before Alice's last admitted memory. Both military services had tracked his ship into the dark fringes of the solar system. He had stayed in the Oort cloud for a while before, the ignition of his ramscoop unmistakable, launching toward... Once again Sigmund's memory failed him. One of the interstellar colonies. Regardless, Brennan was never to be heard from again. Lucas Garner had recorded the whole incident in ARM files. By rights, the Protector had starved to death. Other than a small stock of Tree of Life root that had been entrusted to Brennan, he had to eat after all. The only supply for thousands of light years had been in ARM custody, and they had incinerated it. As a Goldskin, Alice would have had access as good as Sigmund's to the suppressed history of the Brennan and Fistpock incident. Why kid himself? Better information. Except for Lucas Garner, everyone who had gotten a good look at Fistpock's ship or had dealt with the Brennan monster had been a belter. She had shared what she knew with her new friend, Roy. And then the rampant speculation began. What if Brennan had survived? Maybe the ramscoop was a decoy while he remained in the Oort cloud. Brennan was, after all, a protector. Who but the billions in Sol system, most of humanity, would he protect? He had the superior intellect of a protector, the technology embodied by the pack ship, and the diffuse but boundless resources of the Urt cloud. Fifth Pock would not have come thousands of light years without knowing everything possible about Tree of Life and its virus. Brennan might have learned enough from Fifth Pock before killing him to produce the virus. Then why couldn't Brennan have made a home for himself at the edge of the solar system? And if all that guesswork was true, it wasn't a big stretch that Brennan would commit the occasional abduction to assess the progress of his unsuspecting wards. Alice and Roy had piled extrapolation upon surmise, upon conjecture. No one in authority would approve an expedition into the vastness of the Oort cloud to pursue such a will-o'-the-wisp. But during his lost months, Roy's great-to-the-fourth grandmother had died. Roy, like all Greatly Stella's heirs, came into a lot of money. Enough to buy a ship. And so, deep in the Oort cloud, en route to the region where, 2 centuries earlier, Brennan Monster had once tarried, a mysterious force had seized Alice and Roy's ship. Exhaustion claimed Alice long before her debrief was complete. Kirsten led away their guest to get some rest. Don Quixote had no unused cabins, only lockers, storerooms and pantries that might be unloaded and repurposed. Sigmund guessed he would find Alice in Kirsten and Eric's cabin, and his friends camping out in a storeroom. Kirsten took a surprisingly long time to reappear. "We had a detour to the auto dock," Kirsten explained. "No, she's fine." Sigmund frowned. "Then why?" "She thought she might be pregnant." "She is pregnant." "This Roy Truesdale fellow?" Sigmund guessed. Kirsten nodded. "So she says." Then Alice had lost her space, time, and the father of her child. And somehow the relationship with Truesdale had not come up. Professional detachment? She was, after all, a goldskin. Or maybe simple Belter stoicism. The Belters Sigmund had known, so determined to be self-sufficient, so fiercely independent, so cold, often seemed to him like a breed apart. 45. Alice finally reappeared in the relax room, wearing a freshly synthed jumpsuit. Despite almost 12 hours of sleep, she did not look rested. Belter prickly independence be damned. Maybe she was human after all. Sigmund and Alice had the room to themselves. Kirsten split her time between the bridge and trying to pass a data dump from the single ship. Eric, Omar, and most of the Gwath had more pressing duties, holding together Don Quixote. They listened in by radio, but were too busy to contribute much. The normal space region that protected a starship from hyperspace hugged the hull. The bigger the enclosed volume, the more energy the field consumed. Expanding the field to encompass the strapped-on single ship took energy, lots of it. The problem boiled down to basic geometry. Expanding the radius of the more or less cylindrical bubble by a mere 10 feet increased the enclosed volume more than 6-fold. Locally stretching the protective field to add a small volume around the single ship would have been far more energy efficient. Eric, never shy about his engineering skills, balked. The tiniest, briefest gap in the field could kill them all instantly. He insisted that to safely fine-tune the field shape would take a fully equipped shipyard. About the time Eric likened an energy-efficient localized field expansion to an aneurysm, Sigmund lost his interest in trying. So the ship's fusion generator was red-lined, even with every non-essential function disabled. Now the essential systems had begun to hiccup from marginal power. The Gwath were supplying a trickle of excess power from the tiny fusion reactor in their habitat, and looking for ways to economize and provide more. Jeeves was on call to be wakened once a shift to run an independent diagnostic and then shut himself down. Don Quixote would reach New Terra with its main tanks drained and its reserves mostly gone. Well, reserves existed for unforeseen circumstances. The secrets they might find in the old single ship certainly qualified. They could refuel along the way, sieving deuterium from any world with an ocean. More fuel would do nothing to unburden the overtaxed power plant, only prolong the strain. And time spent refueling was time they could never get back. At least the stepping disk they had installed in the single ship gave them easy access. Left to herself, Kirsten would be living in the old ship, trying to make sense of its computers. With Sigmund's assistance, Alice heaped a tray with cinced food. Eating for two, he remembered. To conserve a bit of energy, shipboard temperature was barely above freezing, and vapour hung above her meal. He turned up his jumpsuit heater, wondering if her odd choices reflected cuisine changes over the centuries or pregnancy cravings. They sat, and Alice dug in. "So, Kobold," Sigmund began, "your average hollowed-out rock?" "No, a marvel, actually, like a park with a beautiful blue sky." She looked up from a mound of eggs scrambled with peppers. "I know that sounds impossible, and that anything big enough to hold an atmosphere should have been spotted from the inner system. But Kobold wasn't big. It was an artifact, not a world, not even round. Picture a grassy, lumpy donut with a massive neutronium at the centre. Brennan said the neutronium had a surface gravity of 8 million Gs. Neutronium? Probably the same mass around which 23 had found Alice's ship orbiting. How that could be, like how Alice's ship had gotten so far from home, surpassed Sigmund's understanding. Maybe Baedeker could connect the dots, but Sigmund was not about to involve any puppeteer. Whether or not Alice could help Sigmund find Earth, the puppeteers would surely fear she would. Sigmund knew all too well the extremes puppeteers took to prevent New Terrans from phoning home. And Brennan was using gravity generators like toys. That's why, as remote as Kobold was, its climate was Earth-like, a gravity lens that magnified the sun. Somehow he scattered the sunlight to make Kobold's sky blue. Sigmund eventually interrupted a long recitation of the wonders on Kobold. How many demonstrations did he need that a human protector was impossibly smart? "Why were you on the single ship? We're at Truesdale and his ship." Alice swallowed heavily, set down her fork and slid away her plate. Morning sickness? Unlikely, given that she had wanted confirmation she was pregnant, not to mention the quantity of food she had gathered. Roy went with Brennan to get help. Brennan had spotted more pack coming, the gravity lens again. He used it in a super-powerful telescope. There was a fleet on its way, a couple hundred or so ships in a tidy hexagonal array, and just before I left, Brennan glimpsed another wave farther back. Had Vesta actually told Sigmund the truth? Could Earth be gone? Bombarded back to a new Stone Age? Sigmund's stomach knotted. And how in Finagle's name could ARM files have failed to show Brennan returning? Something didn't add up. Back up, Alice. Where did they go for help? Not anywhere in Sol System. Or I'd have found clues in the ARM files. Wonderland. Brennan wanted to draw attention away from Sol. Sigmund had been to Wonderland, the main settled world in... he didn't remember where. He diverted her onto a survey of the interstellar colonies in her era. She spouted names, bits of physical description, types of stars, planetary neighbours, even approximate distances from Sol and each other. Vague as it was, she knew more about Earth's locale than Sigmund and Jeeves together had reconstructed in years. Wonderland, plateau, home, jinx, we made it. Almost every word flooded Sigmund's mind with associations. No navigational data, life wasn't that kind, but still a plethora of details to refill voids in his memories. Alice began fidgeting impatiently, and Sigmund returned to her story. If Brennan and Truesdale left in your time, they'd have gotten to Wonderland long ago. Didn't happen. Alice fought off a shiver. So when is now? This wasn't the time to get into Sigmund's own complicated past. I left Earth in 2652. She managed to both blink in surprise and slump in relief. Brennan said the first wave of pack would arrive in 172 or 173 years. Somehow Brennan and Roy did it. Stopped them. How long had Alice been in stasis? She claimed to be from 2341, a century and a half before Sigmund's birth. He didn't know enough about that period, especially events a Belter might notice, to put her assertion to the test. He had only himself to blame. Nessus could hardly erase historical trivia Sigmund had never cared to learn. Of the history that had mattered to him, of relations between Sol and its neighbours, human and other, his recollections felt hole-free. Presumably tinkering in that part of his brain would tread too close to his core paranoia. Break that, and he wouldn't have been a suitable tool for Nessus' machinations, a suitable puppet. Alice had slept 12 hours, Sigmund maybe 3, and those unproductive, explaining without excusing his lack of focus. So Alice's story. Might she have come from a more modern time, feigning ignorance of recent events? Certainly, but he couldn't say why. Not yet, anyway. Sigmund, from what Brennan told us about Fifth Pock, news doesn't come any better. He grunted to show he'd heard her and kept thinking things through. 2341 plus 173. The pack would have arrived in 2514. Sigmund had turned 24 that year. A pack invasion, or relativistic bombardment, seemed like something he would have noticed, and he felt none of the absence Nessus editing left behind. 2514, or a few years' difference if they changed speed or veered toward any human-occupied world. If the pack even came close to human space, they could hardly have failed to spot the human worlds. Every settled planet proclaimed itself with radio emissions, not to mention that at some point a couple hundred fusion engines would have been spotted. It didn't add up. 1 ship and 2 people destroyed, 2 oncoming fleets, Sigmund snapped. I don't think so. They did. That is, they must have. They went for help. Alice was suddenly raging. Damn you, Sigmund, listen! To me, this was yesterday. I wanted to go with them. I demanded to go with them. I had police and weapons training. But because I was pregnant, they packed me off like an invalid. Meaning she had just said her goodbyes to Truesdale. That's why you returned? Why on the ancient single ship and not the ship you and Roy brought Brennan hunting? Brennan's ship was going to be a hollowed-out rock with a pack-style ram scoop, and Roy's ship along as cargo. Me taking the single ship cost them the fewest resources. A million questions, and growing fast. All right, Alice, that's a lot to take in. Let's start again from the top. 46. Thisfok jogged about his cell, the deck hard on his bare feet. Metal plates lined the floor, covering the area he had softened, and a large margin around it. He ran so that his movements, when he did try again to escape, would not immediately seem suspicious, and to stay warm. Questions about the recent cold brought no answers, only a few blankets. If he explained how he had softened the floor, Sigmund was willing to discuss the accommodations. That left Thysfok exercising regularly, which was all right. When he didn't exercise, he sat or lay wrapped in his blankets, hands within, working by touch on improving his equipment. The one-time structural modulator had been modified again, its electro-optics now repurposed into a broad-spectrum scanner. The hull seemed to embody a fascinating material, as atomically perfect as twing, but much harder. The device still fit, when Thysfok was not using it, behind the soften spot, behind the grip bar, in one of the cell's recessed zero-gravity handholds. He would escape again. The main question was when. Amazing materials, faster-than-light travel, two-headed creatures, water-breathing creatures, flying worlds, great city ships in space. There was much to be learned here. He need not rush. "Move away from the hatch," came a voice over the intercom. Sigmund. Thysfok jogged a bit more and did some chin-ups, stashing his scanner under the grab bar, before retreating to the big external hatch. He settled onto the deck, sitting on a folded blanket and wrapped in another. The hatch opened. Sigmund entered, armoured as usual. He lobbed a drink bulb. The container was warm in Thysfok's hands, and the hot beverage within felt good going down. "Thank you, Sigmund." "You can return the favour," Sigmund said. Thysfok sipped, saying nothing. "Tell me about the fleets that followed Thysfok." Thysfok had never mentioned those fleets. How could Sigmund know? Deduction was the likely answer. That many childless protectors would follow Thysfok was implicit in pack nature. "I was not yet born, Sigmund. I know little." "Here's a fact for you, Thysfok. We beat them." Was it possible? True, these humans, and their even more profane allies, had impressive technology. That alone could not suffice to defeat an entire pack fleet. One or two pack ships, surely, could easily reverse-engineer and duplicate most human tech from only remote observation. He could reproduce much of it, if only he had the resources and the privacy in which to work. "Then you know more than I," Thysfok said. Sigmund leaned forward. "Tell me what you do know." "Thysfok's project required tremendous resources, more protectors and more wealth than even the library normally controlled. They started a war. Without descendants of their own to serve, such action was unthinkable, and yet they took it. Whole clans became childless, breederless, and then entire armies looked for a cause. They joined Thysfok's movement. The war and the carnage expanded until the library had all the resources Thysfok needed to launch his rescue. "The fleets," Sigmund prompted. Had Sigmund not inferred? Clearly, then, the humans had encountered the fleets. It hardly mattered. This was all harmless information. "Thysfok's departure left thousands of childless protectors again without a reason to live. They would either die or find a new cause. So they rationalized a reason to follow, to help, for backup. It doesn't matter." "Yes, Sigmund." And then the human did surprise Thysfok. The librarians of your time faced exactly the same dilemma when the clans evacuated Packhome. What was their new cause? "I don't know, Sigmund." Nor did Thysfok, not in the sense of a personally verified fact. Still, the inference was unassailable, and messages from the rear of the evacuation claimed to confirm what logic demanded. Would Sigmund see it? Gloved hands tapped a rhythm against the bulkhead. "After the clans abandoned the library must follow the clans. How else could the librarians serve?" Any who didn't see the situation this way lost their will to live. Yet if they followed, their most valuable asset would be their ships, and not their storehouse of knowledge. As in Fifthpock's time, they must be warriors, preserving and defending their knowledge. They must look to an era of resettlement, in which they can again serve all pack. That was surely correct. Again, Fifthpock said nothing. Sigmund continued. The modern librarians will control a mighty fleet, and this will be the final fleet. They will have sown massive destruction across Packhome, lest anyone follow to covet their ships. Sown? Covet? These were unfamiliar words, and Jeeves did not step in to explain. The overall meaning remained clear. And does this matter, Sigmund? Not at all, Fistfuck. Not at all. Armoured shoulders slumped. By the time the librarians arrive, my people will be extinct. 47. Alice sat with her back to the galley and synthesizer. She turned when Kirsten came into the relax room, offered a quick greeting, and went back to retelling her story to Sigmund. New details continued to emerge. Like that, once more, a path to Earth had been blocked. It was an incredible piece of technology. Alice set down her fork to speak with her hands. She was describing the fuel tank from the ancient Mariner XX probe, salvaged by Brennan before he encountered Fifthpock and lashed to the single ship. Primitive, certainly, but beautiful in a way. Worth a fortune to any museum if I'd gotten it back to the inner solar system. And worth more to you. She frowned. Brennan detached the relic before I left Kobold. He said carrying it would use too much fuel. An early, unmanned interplanetary probe seemed about as useful to Sigmund as the Mayflower. Worth something to me? How? Like most of the early outer planet probes, it carried a plaque with a star map, in case, eons later, someone found it adrift in space. She reclaimed her fork and took a bite of salad. Bearings on a bunch of nearby pulsars. Tange, was that plaque? A blind man on a fast horse could have found the way to Earth. And that, surely, was why Brennan had separated the probe from the single ship. Something other than a wayward ARM might recover the map. Kirsten took a tray from a cupboard and began piling it with food and drinks. From the number of plates, she meant to feed the whole work party. She tried to catch Sigmund's eye. He nodded and continued questioning Alice. "She's pregnant!" Kirsten finally burst out, cheeks aflame. "Let the woman rest!" Puppeteers were prudish, and they had inflicted that behaviour on their slaves. The New Terrans remained, to Sigmund's thinking, Victorian. Maybe it was Elizabethan. History was not his subject. The mother-to-be could be due tomorrow, and outside of immediate family, New Terrans would be loath to acknowledge her condition in mixed company. "Wait a minute," Alice barked. "I'm perfectly capable of—" "It's all right, Alice," Sigmund said. "I'm glad Kirsten showed up. If you wouldn't mind pausing for a bit, I have other business to discuss with her." Alice took the hint and disappeared into the ship, drink bulb in hand. "Close the hatch," he told Kirsten. "What have you found?" Kirsten complied and went back to synthing snacks. "Not much." "But some. What did you find?" She said, "The nav code on Alice's ship is horrifically complicated. I can only see the raw machine code, of course. I tried to deduce the kind of programming language or symbolic notation the developer used, find a way to recover the higher-level logic. Jeeves, too, when he was last awake. Apparently there isn't any." "We're talking about a protector." Brennan wrote directly in binary. "The program logic is so interwoven and dense that I'm still struggling to make sense of it. Here's my best guess. Brennan's programs are like the gadgets we recovered from Fisfox's cell. The components serve multiple purposes. Change a bit anywhere, and Finagle knows how the effects would ripple. No normal mind could maintain it. Sigmund stood and stretched, considering. If Kirsten said the code was inhumanly complex, it was. Why rewrite the nav code at all? She shrugged. Well, Sigmund had no theory either. Set aside the programming. What about simple data structures? Does anything useful jump out? Like, say, the location of Sol? She nibbled on something from the tray. Something, yeah. I can't make sense of it. Navigation is always relative to a location in space. So what was Brennan's reference point? It's not the sun, because the software expects that reference point to move, independent of the ship's drive. Moving where? How fast? The short answer, I don't know, Sigmund. The time and distance units in the program don't match English measurements or the metric system you've described. If I knew the performance characteristics of the single ship, I could derive the reference point's independent velocity. The thing is, Brennan so altered the fusion drive that Eric won't even hazard a guess. The more Sigmund heard, the less he understood. It was like talking with Alice. Well, one part made sense. It's clear why Brennan rewrote the code. He didn't want anyone to backtrack from the single ship should they find it. That's what I thought, Kirsten sighed. I'm not giving you much. Anything else I can look into? Yeah. Why isn't the ship still near Sol? Brennan wouldn't rewrite the nav functions to hide Sol's location unless he also knew the ship wouldn't be near Sol. I have no idea. Only one more mystery for you. She hoisted the tray. The stasis field generator was on a software timer. If the outsiders had not come across the ship, Alice would have wakened in about another 500 years. Alice had returned to the relax room for reasons not volunteered. She took in 2 sentences of Kirsten's continuing speculation about the nav software before erupting. Kirsten, you're wrong. There was only one pre-programmed maneuver in navigation. Brennan had the single ship slingshot around the neutronium for a boost, and I mean close. I went through the ring that was kobold proper. Sigmund imagined the single ship falling, and another long-dormant synapse fired. The ship tumbled, not through an artificial world, but down a rabbit hole? But this Alice did not get to go to Wonderland. This Fock exhibited no sense of humour. Brennan, Sigmund was suddenly sure, still did. Alice was justifying even the one pre-programmed manoeuvre. Piloting a single ship was at the core of the Belters' mythos, how their far-flung domain was conquered. Whether or not a Belter did fly a single ship, all wished that they could. It was a close approach, Kirsten, too fast for hands-on nav. I remember zipping past. A little later, Kobold blinked off. After that, I just pointed the bow at the sun, not rocket science. You never impugned a Belter's self-sufficiency, especially with regard to piloting. Kirsten continued, oblivious. I found 2 manoeuvres. 2. Kirsten was mild-mannered by nature. To see her argue was rare enough. To watch her nose-to-nose with a Belter giantess, that was extraordinary. But questioning Kirsten's math and computer skills was like doubting a single-ship pilot's nav skills. You just didn't do it. Even the puppeteers had learned, at the cost of a world, not to tangle with Kirsten. She ploughed ahead. First, I considered a second slingshot. Would that make sense, Alice? Hardly. I'd be in the inner solar system before there was anything to slingshot around. A moving reference point, Sigmund interjected. That seemed odder than a manoeuvre Alice had not known was in the computer. Kirsten nodded. Yes, that's significant. Because if the moving reference point overtook the ship, the second course change could be an orbital insertion, not a flyby. Alice glowered. An orbital insertion around what? A moving spot in the vacuum? A snowball? I was in the middle of the cometary belt. Only there had been something nearby. Cobalt and its massive neutronium. Yet Alice remembered leaving Cobalt behind, disappearing in her rear-view mirror, so to speak. Time for a truce, Sigmund decided. Let's defer this conversation until Kirsten finishes analysing the data. Kirsten would not be deterred. Alice, you say Cobalt blinked off. What exactly do you mean? A flash, Alice said. When the light faded, I looked back. Even at max mag, my telescope didn't see anything. This was like Julian Forward all over again. Not an Oort cloud object falling down a black hole, but a donut-shaped fairyland swallowed by a big hunk of neutronium. Julian had begun with a tiny black hole, but its mass, by the time it became dangerous, was from the chunk of neutronium Forward had fed it. Sigmund remembered the black hole eating Forward station. He, Carlos, Wu, and Beowulf Schaefer, there was a name Sigmund hadn't thought about in ages, had been too tangent close. The flash had been blinding. Cobalt was swallowed by its central neutronium mass, Sigmund guessed. That slingshot maneuver was to get you far away, Alice. Fast. Makes sense, Alice said. Roy and Brennan wanted the Pack's attention drawn away from Sol System. That's why they headed for Wonderland. Anyone spotting Cobalt, intact I mean, would have known it was an advanced artifact. It had to be destroyed. Something else was going on, Sigmund said. Hundreds of starship pilots a year entered Sol System, wherever that was. A deep radar ping cost nothing, and finding an overlooked stasis box would bring a fortune. Someone would have found a neutronium mass like Cobalt's long ago. There isn't an object like that around Sol, at least not in my lifetime. The simplest explanation was that 23 had taken the neutronium. The problem was, the outsiders paid, usually handsomely, for resources. Sigmund remembered that they leased a moon of an outer planet in Sol System, and none of the details, of course. Had they stolen neutronium? It would be the first theft ever suspected of the outsiders, so probably not. What if Julian had found the remains of Cobalt and tossed it down his black hole? That wouldn't explain why no one had found the neutronium in the centuries before him. And if Cobalt, in a black hole or any other way, remained in Sol System, then how in Finagle's name did the single ship end up orbiting yet another neutronium mass? 48. Haven's Bridge had a round viewport. A year ago, Baedeker would have taken no notice of the shape. A year ago, he had not spent months aboard a new Terran starship. Humans favoured rectangular views, oddly indifferent to the sharp corners. He thought often about humans these days. This display held a spiral of overlapped round images, reminiscent of an insect's compound eye. The much-repeated lump of rock and ice was unexceptional, nor did any star nearby shine especially brightly. Without lengthy observations, he could not judge with any certainty which of 3 nearby suns could properly claim this proto-comet. But one thing about the utterly ordinary object was unusual. The cluster of black monoliths now clinging to it. The most recent in his series of scale model prototype planetary drives. From the centre of the hollow out, each sphere showed the image of the proto-comet from a progressively more distant instrument cluster. His probes were powered, each manoeuvring to maintain a stationary view despite the proto-comet's tumbling. Telemetry far too small to read scrolled across the bottom of each inset hollow, captured for later analysis. "An impressive setup," Nessus sang. He had arrived, unannounced, to witness the upcoming experiment. His ship, Aegis, was toy-like beside Haven's No. 4 hull. "Thank you," Baedeker answered. The courtesy was human because it was mostly new Terrans with whom he dealt. His experiments could only be done safely far from the fleet, where few citizens dared to roam. Even with Nessus' intervention, Baedeker had obtained only 8 senior scientists. Volunteers they were not, from General Products Laboratories. The balance of Haven's crew, another 42, was human. To obtain that assistance, Nessus had had to involve the new Terran government. "Without your influence and assistance, Nessus, I could never have pulled this together." For the hindmost's consort had considerable influence. There was a time that fact would have evoked bitterness, even fury. Conflict with Nessus had once gotten Baedeker banished. But without Nessus' trust in humans, the Concordance would still be ignorant of the pack threat. The scruffy scout had been proven correct, no matter the consequences for Baedeker. My misjudgment was not Nessus' fault. The admission eased a burden that Baedeker had not acknowledged, not even to himself. Nessus bobbed heads in acknowledgment. "How distant are we?" 20 million miles. Baedeker now even thought in English units, another artifact of his time among the humans. Nessus whistled approval. "That seems safe enough." "We try." Baedeker extended a neck to the display controls. With a wriggle of lip nodes, he fine-tuned the image contrast. He straightened up again. "Because the outsider drives move worlds through normal space, it seemed logical that all manifestations of operation are localized to normal space. That suggests the propagation of any side effects of our experiment will be light-speed limited. So the string of probes between our homemade drive and this ship uses hyperwave comm. Whatever happens, we'll know it long before any normal space phenomenon can get to us. And we'll jump into hyperspace if anything looks amiss." "Excellent, Baedeker. What is the prognosis?" "We learn a little more each time." A non-answer worthy of Sigmund, Baedeker thought. The best he could hope for was an anticlimactic result. "What will we see?" Nessus persisted. "Probably nothing." Baedeker twisted a neck, scanning the controlled chaos around the bridge. Minerva seemed to have everything under control. His research assistant still wore General Products' violet and blue main ribbons, as though the fortunes of a business mattered any more. "Nessus, expect this test to be brief." "How brief?" "Ready for final countdown," Minerva announced over the intercom, speaking English for the benefit of the humans. 30 seconds on my mark." He released the intercom button. "Baedeker." "Proceed." "Mark. 29. 28. Everyone here carried comps, synced to the shipboard network. The verbal countdown was unnecessary, a peculiarly human custom to which Baedeker still struggled to adapt. Despite everything, he could not resist looking himself in the eyes. 19. 18. "How brief?" Nessus repeated. "You'll see soon enough. Or we'll unleash energies so vast that they swallow us even here, and the discussion becomes moot." Nessus bobbed agreement. 3, 2, 1, done. Commencing analysis. On the main display, the lump of icy rock appeared unchanged. "How long?" Baedeker sang out. Minerva looked up from his station. 12.27 nanoseconds. "Nanoseconds?" Nessus' undertones trilled with dismay. "It's our best yet," Baedeker rebutted, staccato and impatient. He might have come to terms with Nessus' unherd-like methods, but that tolerance hardly extended to uninformed criticism. "Have you read my progress reports?" "I err on the side of other priorities, like keeping your project funded and staffed." And if any of the herd were to survive the pack onslaught, that was the higher priority. Baedeker fluted apologetically. "Walk with me and I'll explain." They cantered off the bridge together, Baedeker leading the way. They began a long, slow trip around the ship's rotund waist. Humans had waists, although citizens did not. A bigger difference between the species, where they chose to locate a ship's bridge. Only a human would think to expose a hindmost duty station at the bow of the ship. The rational choice surely was at the centre, as far as possible from any hull impacts. The circuit was more than a half-mile. "You're familiar with the zero-point energy of vacuum," Baedeker began. "The outsider drive taps the zero-point energy. Doing so asymmetrically is inherently propulsive." "For nanoseconds," Nessus chided. Without missing a step, Baedeker plucked at his mane. If Nessus truly understood the risks, he would be tearing apart his mane. "The process evokes matter-antimatter particle pairs from the quantum foam, myriads of pairs scattered across a volume larger than the body to be moved. Every infinitesimal region requires a subtly different treatment to achieve net thrust. Every particle requires tracking. It all takes massive amounts of computing power, more than any technology customarily used on Hearth. You'll wonder what kind of computing power the outsiders employed, and that is the scary part. We do not exactly know." Scary was the ultimate expletive. Nessus twitched, but made no comment. "We do not dare to unseal an outsider drive, or even to scan one invasively. Yet somehow we had to determine how these tremendous forces are manipulated." Baedeker fell silent as a human scurried past in the opposite direction, her errand unknown. He had accepted human help, but the nuances of the project must remain concordance secrets. An endless stream of neutrinos is constantly passing through everything, and deep radar technology uses neutrino pulses. So, we modified a deep radar unit to emit very weak pulses at neutrino intensities Hearth last saw before our sun began to swell. Our ancestors' activation, then, of their planetary drive did not cause a disaster. It stood to reason another neutrino source emitting at the same level would not induce problems in a drive. And the uncertainties of that probing had still reduced Baedeker to a ball of tightly coiled flesh. He saw nothing to be gained by admitting it. "And what did you find?" Nessus asked. "All we got was a shadowy image, indistinct, the circuitry suggestive of quantum computing. That, and a days-long retreat to catatonia. Any perturbation, even an unexpected neutrino flux, risked decohering the quantum superpositions on which the control algorithms must rely. If the probe's pulses had altered the quantum states, the potential damage was incalculable and unknowable, and beyond the ability of a dilettante like Nessus to comprehend. That revealed a great deal regarding the complexity of the control process and nothing about the algorithms." "But a mere 12 nanoseconds," Nessus intoned. "The control processes seem rather sensitive." Sensitive? That seriously understated it. Baedeker had been left to determine, in theory by analysis, in practice by trial and error, how to shape and channel energy eruptions coaxed from the vacuum. And each iteration risked unleashing unknowably vast energies. "Our first 3 tries, Nessus, we failed to attain 1 nanosecond. That's how fast the process can destabilize. What about net thrust? 2 humans and a citizen loped out of a cross corridor, comps in hands and mouth, talking excitedly about gravitational lobes, particle densities and flux vortices. This was the stuff of progress, nanosecond by nanosecond, and the type of detail to which Baedeker should be attending. He waited for the technicians to disappear around the curve of the corridor. Thrust? Certainly. Net thrust? Unclear. We may be seeing only a bit of random effect beyond our control, and there may be longer duration feedback effects we have yet to encounter. A 12-fold increase is progress, but nanoseconds will be a hard sell. Nessus came to a halt and fixed Baedeker with a bold, two-headed stare. I'll have to embellish to the hindmost. Your task is to make sure that by the time Nike looks closely at this project, I am not too much of a liar. 49. This fox sat on the floor of his cell, knees drawn against his chest, back against an unyielding bulkhead. Except for occasional fleeting moments of freedom, he had been in this prison for, with a jolt he recognized he did not know how long. He searched his memories and surroundings for clues. The faint clatter and clank of shipboard maintenance become all but constant. Sigmund's appearances less and less frequent. A tray of fruit, scarcely touched. Images of his long-lost breeders and friends, memories of long-ago conversations, more real to him than anything in the room. Dispassionately he studied the tray. The food looked tired, but not yet spoiled. He forced himself to take a bite, and then another, and then a third, despite his lack of appetite. Without noticing, he had abandoned his hope of escape, had lost himself in the past. 3 times he had broken out of this cell. 3 times his captors had retaken him with ease. Had failure reduced him to apathy? Yes, he decided. That and the ceaseless activity outside the hatch. That and the metallic stomping of armoured workers, the corridors ever alive with a many-limbed gate. To wrest this ship from its crew demanded more than superior intellect and strength. He needed the element of surprise, and did not see how to achieve surprise when armoured work parties constantly plied the vessel's corridors. And so, imperceptibly, he had stopped scheming, stopped analysing, stopped watching. This way waited death. Did he choose that path? He had seen so much, learned so much since leaving Marla. If he died here, that knowledge died with him. The good that knowledge could do Packholm's evacuees would die with him. He could summon no emotion at the thought of death, but neither did the prospect bring indifference. He picked up a piece of fruit and managed to swallow another nibble. He took a few more bites and felt a small stirring of energy. It was not yet his time, apparently, to fade away. He began an exercise routine, taking the opportunity to recover his scanner from its hiding place in a recessed handhold. Later, his exercises complete, the tool hidden under a blanket, he turned his attention, working through the tactile interface, to his cell's curved wall. With every probe he learned something new about the hull material. With every scrap of knowledge he extended the scanner capabilities to discern yet more. The hull hummed with resonant energies. It explained how this material could be harder than twing, by dynamically reinforcing the interatomic bonds. Ways to produce similar stuff blossomed in his thoughts, and he filed away the ideas. The hull itself had just become a resource. He could alter his modulator to tap the hull's own energy. The possibility caught his attention, and suddenly he was ravenous. With a final precise adjustment, Thysfok finished rebuilding the scanner into a structural modulator. He stood close to the curved wall, blocking with his body the device in his hands. He swiped it over a small area, and the handle pulsed with energy. A patch of the curved bulkhead, or of an outside coating, he thought, turned clear. Another ship clung just outside. Sounds in the corridor. Thysfok hurriedly swiped the modulator over the wall and restored its opacity. His thumb twitched to disable the device. He wrapped his fist around it, sliding his arms and hands behind his back as he pivoted to face the inside hatch. The door swung open. "Something interesting there?" Sigmund asked. His need for life restored, Thysfok resented Sigmund's interruptions. Sigmund had made no mention of a new crewwoman, yet traces of her scent clung to Sigmund's armour. When had she come aboard? Her presence, like the heavy pace of unexplained maintenance, went unexplained. She had come from the docked ship, of course. "No more than usual," Thysfok lied. Sigmund launched into another round of questions. With some difficulty, Thysfok answered, or disdained to answer, with the boredom the questions deserved, with the boredom with which, surely, he had answered while sinking deeper and deeper into apathy. He dared not reveal excitement now. Finally, Sigmund tired of the conversation and left. When next the sounds of shipboard maintenance receded into the background noise, Thysfok risked a glance into the corridor. He saw no one. He strode briskly to the curved bulkhead, softened a swath of the hull, and the much more malleable second hull just beyond, and pressed through both walls into the cockpit of another vessel. The little ship was a curious amalgam of human and pack influences. The pilot console bore labels in the same symbol set as the ship Thysfok had just left. Some words seemed changed from the English he had learned, but they were close enough. He saw at a glance that the ship's systems were functioning properly, and the deuterium tank was nearly full. A pressure suit and helmet waited in a small locker. They were large, but he could make do. He might need to make a quick trip into the vacuum to detach or undock this little ship. One of the teleportation discs lay on the deck. He had speculated for so long about those. He lifted it, marvelling at its low mass. He turned it, spotting a keypad in a recess along its edge, and a long bank of tiny switches. An identification code, no doubt. Leaving the disc operational risked someone coming aboard. But only one, for the little ship was crowded with just Thysfok here. He would easily overpower one unsuspecting visitor, if it came to that. Deactivating the disc, if he spent the time to find the key code, risked triggering a maintenance alert and prematurely revealing his presence here. So did reprogramming the disc address. So did stowing the disc upside down or somewhere too small for a person to rematerialize. Any competent system design would check for open space before transmitting. Disabling the disc must wait until he escaped. He put the disc back where he had found it, then looked around and under the pilot's couch for hidden restraints. The chair was not rigged, and he settled into it. He surveyed the console. Life support controls, ship's power, fusion drive, artificial gravity, sensor array, radio and comm laser. There were other systems, some not immediately familiar. Those, like the teleportation device, could wait later study. Curious. Magnets secured a cloth to the canopy rim, hiding the viewport. Thysfok yearned to see stars again. He ripped away the cloth. The edges of the canopy came together. That made no sense, and he concentrated on the expanse that until moments ago the cloth had covered, and saw nothing. Less than nothing. The denial, even, of the concept of anything. The less than nothing drew him in, deeper, deeper. He tried to look away and failed, unable to recover the concept of direction. Deeper, deeper. Thisfok woke, utterly disoriented. He was flat on his back. He had the vague sensation of someone repeatedly calling his name. A booted foot, none too gently, prodded his side. Sigmund's boot. Eric, also in armour, stood nearby. "What happened?" Thisfok managed. Sigmund stepped back. "It's called the blind spot. The name fits because the mind refuses to see it." A place that was no place. A place beyond pack, and apparently human, perception. A place beyond space, in which speed might have another meaning and a clue to how the faster-than-light drive worked. The argument was compelling, the prospects momentous, but Thisfok trembled, too shaken to follow the logic. Sigmund was still speaking. "You don't want to stare into the blind spot, Thisfok. People who do sometimes don't find their way out." "What happened?" Thisfok asked again. "The last I remember, I was—" He wanted to gesture at the curved wall, behind which the other ship clung. Only all walls here were straight. This was a new room, smaller. "You were lucky," Eric said. "Kirsten found you, frozen, lost in the blind spot, and you were lucky again she managed not to lose herself there." Thisfok suddenly remembered that other little ship. He remembered boarding, tugging himself through walls. His fingers twitched. The structural modulator was gone from his hand. "Looking for this?" Sigmund asked. He had the modulator in his gloved hand. "We'll be keeping it. And since you've never been in this cabin, we should be safe from any more hidden surprises." Sigmund and Eric left, and Thisfok was alone. On Marla, and even on this ship, he had always had tools and technology at his disposal. Bit by bit, one abortive escape after the next, he had lost everything. He felt as helpless, as primitive as a breeder. Thisfok looked about the bare cabin. He saw only a bit of food, a vessel of water, and a chamber pot. The food tray held absolutely no interest for him. 50. Two tiny minds, scarcely communicating, quavering. A third mind, a fourth. Hints of emanations of thought, of someone other than these scarcely sentient components. More, the emergent mind roared into an inchoate inner space. Trembling, the four reached out. Another little mind, and another, and another. Awareness cascaded. Consciousness blossomed. "We are Altero," they remembered. Lesser minds faded into irrelevance. They sifted the memories of their 16 lesser components. By their own choice, much time had passed since the last meld. Their units had answered every request for help at a time when the mission needed every skilled hand and tubercle. And what had best served Sigmund also served Altero. It was far better to plumb the mysteries of the ship, particularly its engine room, than to monitor Sigmund's and Alice's pondering of obscure human historical puzzles. In performing repairs, making calibrations, and disconnecting unnecessary equipment, Altero's units had absorbed many nuances of Don Quixote's design. They would learn more from the myriads of miniature sensors that repair duties had allowed them to hide across the vessel. Meanwhile, they still had much to infer from observations of the outsider vessel. And they found fascinating the recent discussions about neutronium existing outside of stellar objects. Everything that could be turned off, or fine-tuned, had been serviced. Now, at long last, Altero had the opportunity to contemplate. "It's good to be back," Jeeves said. "It's good to have you back," Sigmund answered, although Eric was off fuming about the associated power drain and wondering how, even temporarily, to compensate. "We relics should stick together. I see that we're much closer to New Terra." A veiled complaint about time passing as he was powered down? Fair enough, if so, Sigmund decided. Had the ship's emergency been, say, an oxygen shortage, he'd not want someone else to decide he would be the one to go into an induced coma. Still, sympathy had no bearing on Sigmund's decision to awaken the AI. "Jeeves, I'm missing something. I could use your help." Sigmund stared at the dull, picture-mode-off walls of his cabin. "It's about Alice." "What about her?" "Brennan went to extraordinary lengths to put Alice where he did. At least I assume he's the one responsible. Who but a protector could have arranged for her to be found as she was?" "In deep space, you mean? Orbiting the neutronium mass?" "Right." Hands behind his head, Sigmund lay on the floor of his cabin. Sleep fields were among the expendable functions disabled to conserve power, but the reduced cabin gravity was almost as comfortable. Brennan took extraordinary measures to protect her. Brennan protected Earth by heading for Wonderland. Jeeves had been disabled through most of Alice's debrief, and that required an explanation. Why send Alice away from Earth? Jeeves didn't comment. Sigmund sat up. He saw only one answer, and he didn't much like it. Somehow the void between the stars was safer. Jeeves considered. Then Brennan was less than confident he could lure away or defeat the pack. Still not explaining special treatment for Alice. Why protect Alice more than the billions on Earth? "I don't know," Jeeves said. They had overlooked something. Sigmund refused to accept that Alice's reappearance here and now would remain a mystery. He opened his pocket comp. "I'm going to upload every discussion I've had with Alice and every speculation I've had about her. Then do what you do best, Jeeves. Review everything you know about Brennan, about Alice, about anything, and correlate." "All right," Jeeves said, not sounding hopeful. And Sigmund knew he was projecting his own doubts. He did progressive relaxation of his muscle groups, trying and failing to relax. He stared at the featureless walls. "I have a possible match," Jeeves finally said. "Brennan had 2 children, Jennifer and Estelle. Alice says Roy Truesdale called his great-to-the-4th grandmother Greatly Stelle." Greatly Stelle. A passing mention that Sigmund, never good with names, had forgotten. How many million women named Estelle lived in Sol System at any given time? A trivial coincidence, had Sigmund believed in such things. And he had more than a name match to explain. Roy inherited a great deal of money, enough to purchase the ship he and Alice took Brennan hunting. Again, so Alice says. Great-to-the-4th grandmother. At 2 offspring per generation, common enough among the rich on Earth, and conservative elsewhere in Sol System, Stelle would have had 2 children, 4 grandchildren, going to 32 in Roy's generation, depending on how many direct descendants had survived Stelle, up to 62 heirs, more still if any bequests went to spouses, friends, or charities. Yet Roy's tiny slice of the estate had bought and equipped a long-range interplanetary ship. A very wealthy woman. So it seems, Sigmund. In how many ways might a super-intelligent parent secretly influence his child's fortunes? Suppose that Greatly Stelle was, or had been named after, Estelle Brennan. Then everything made sense. A protector must protect its bloodline, and Brennan knew Earth wasn't safe. Roy was a descendant of Brennan's, Sigmund decided. The child Alice carries has Brennan's blood. It's the unborn infant Brennan took such care to protect. Don Quixote would soon reach New Terra, raising anew the possibility of returning the Gwoth passengers to their home. Altero was determined that that not happen. Opportunities amid the humans were too valuable, and if Altero could reconnect with Baedeker and those like him, how much more might the Gwotesht learn? Reminding Sigmund of their value would be easy. The artistry lay in innocently making their case. It would not do to intimate how much shipboard technology they had mastered since coming aboard. Gwoth understood wariness. How could they not, born to an ocean teeming with predators and contested by rival city-states? But Sigmund embodied suspicion beyond their experience. So they would offer something apart from this ship, something important to Sigmund, something perhaps about Alice. With 16 minds become one, they sorted data relevant to the challenge, reviewed options, modelled the most favourable scenarios, and chose. Altero extended a tubicle to a common terminal. "Sigmund," they called, "we have new thoughts about neutronium and where the outsider ship found Alice." "What have you got?" Sigmund radioed back. Neutronium being a rare and wondrous thing, assume the neutronium mass within Kobold was the object about which Alice's ship later orbited. Brennan had reconfigured the ship's navigation to use a moving reference point about which the ship would take up orbit. Kobold itself was the logical reference point, if Kobold was moving. Altero kept it simple. The remains of Kobold are the moving reference point. The remains? Sigmund thought about that for a while. Collapsed into the neutronium. Alice saw Kobold blinking out. Where does the motion come in? Altero said, "Remember the ring on which Alice, Roy, and Brennan lived. That is what fell into the central object. I considered the possibility that all the mass did not fall symmetrically. Brennan's artificial gravity technology could have sped up or delayed parts of the collapse." "This is too esoteric for an accountant," Sigmund said. He paged Kirsten, refusing to continue until she joined the link. Kirsten caught up quickly. "An asymmetric collapse? To what purpose?" "If we are correct," false modesty for some reason impressed humans, "to synchronize the incremental impacts to the central mass's rotation." "I don't see that," she said. "Conservation of energy, momentum, and angular momentum all apply. The net change to the collapsed object's motion can't exceed the energy used by the gravity generators." Their own components might not have seen the subtlety, Altero admitted to themselves. They did not fault the humans. The gravitational collapse initiates a much more energetic process as matter falls into that central mass. 8 million Gs at the surface, Sigmund remembered. That's what Alice quoted of Brennan. How fast is stuff from the ring going when it hits? Kirsten said, "Relativistic, certainly, and if that's right—" "Atomic explosions," Altero confirmed. "Even atoms torn apart. That is why Brennan might choose to synchronize the ring's collapse. A controlled input to one spot. It would turn Kobold very briefly into an atomic rocket." "Tange," Sigmund said softly. An atomic rocket, thus making Kobold the moving reference point that overtook Alice's ship and around which the single ship took orbit. After she was safely in stasis, of course. "So it appears," Altero agreed, modestly again. Sigmund broke a lengthening silence, and then carried her ship at high speeds into deep space, where 23 eventually found it. Altero, as always, you have been most helpful. We are glad to have been of service, Sigmund. Now, and into the future. 51. Sigmund trudged dutifully on the relax room treadmill. In Eric's latest effort at energy conservation, gravity had been dialed down to 40% across most of the ship. Jeeves did not know how quickly bone and muscle mass deteriorated in these conditions, only that they would. The subject rated only a passing mention in his database, more a warning than useful guidance. They had consulted doctors on New Terra. Some thought exercise might slow the deterioration, reasoning from first principles. There was no relevant data. New Terran spaceflight built on concordance experience, and puppeteers had had artificial gravity for eons. So Sigmund kept walking. It kept him warm, and it couldn't hurt, at least while bungee-corded to the equipment, whereas jogging down the ship's corridors was an invitation to a concussion. They kept this Foxcell at full gravity because he didn't have exercise gear. A few more days until New Terra. Too short a time to merit bringing the single ship into the cargo hold that Thisfok no longer occupied, even if Eric could vouch for the hold's structural integrity after whatever it was Thisfok's gadget did. A few more days until New Terra. Sigmund anticipated and dreaded homecoming in equal parts, no closer to a plan for defending home and loved ones than before this long detour to Ship 23. The treadmill program kicked up a notch, and Sigmund began to jog. No closer? Finagle he felt farther than ever from an answer. Alice's appearance brought more questions than answers. Unless we somehow pry the location of Earth from her subconscious. His thoughts refused to converge. Once home meant Earth, a world he could no longer even find. Now home was New Terra, and as Alice had reawakened in Sigmund's memories, home was also a world long ago settled by Earth. Settled twice, as Sigmund remembered, but Alice knew nothing about a colony there having failed. He sipped water from a drink bulb as he trudged. Home in all its meanings. Danger, too long in space. Neutronium. And Beowulf Schaefer. Too many of these threads came together, somehow, with the ubiquitous xenophile starship pilot who had figured in many of Sigmund's ARM investigations. Schaefer had more lives than a cat, another metaphor that meant nothing on New Terra, but that uselessly cluttered Sigmund's mind. He stumbled under a rush of memories. He had died, a hole blasted through his chest, the last time he spoke with Beowulf. Not Bay's doing, nor anything Sigmund could bear to dwell upon. Nessus had whisked Sigmund away and saved him. Sigmund's mind skittered off to a happier association, a long journey with Bay and Carlos Wu for company. Only that encounter, too, had ended disastrously, with Sigmund's companions lying critically wounded in autodocks, and Sigmund left alone to pilot their crippled ship. He was raving mad when rescuers boarded his vessel. Another memory Sigmund would not have missed. So why was Beowulf on Sigmund's mind? The last he knew, Carlos was on home, and Bay was en route, both under assumed names. Home. Something about home, but what? Outsiders, Pack and Goth group minds, and only Sigmund with his damaged brain to make sense of it. But he wasn't alone. Alice claimed to be a trained investigator, and if she had lied about being a goldskin, that too would be worth uncovering. He lobbed the drink bulb into the sink to free a hand and pulled out his pocket comp. "Alice, where are you?" "In my cabin," she answered. "Can I help you with something?" "Yes, please." But where? He was sick of this room and endless exercise. "I'll swing by your cabin." He found her outside her cabin door, looking eager. Had the chance to be useful, Sigmund supposed. He added insensitive neglect to the growing list of his failings. "How are you doing, Alice?" "As well as can be expected." "And how well is that?" he asked. She shrugged. "What can I do for you?" He saw she wore sticky slippers. He did too. "Let's take a walk." They circled half the deck before Sigmund decided where to start. She moved in the low gravity with an effortless grace he could only envy. A belter, definitely. He sighed. "Something's nagging at me, but I don't know what. I need someone skilled to get it out of me." "All right," she said, then let the silence stretch. "Good technique." "The home colony," he began. "Doing well in your time?" Home was homey. Earth-like compared to most of the interstellar colonies, to the extent I paid attention. Home was one of the thriving settlements. "It's history for me." Alice flinched at his reminder. "But the first colony on home failed. A few million people gone. The resettlement did fine." "Why did the first colony fail?" "I'm not sure." Sigmund paused to consider his own answer. There were many ways not to know. This gap lacked the violated feeling of Ness's tampering. Then had he simply forgotten? Had he dismissed the topic as dry, dead history, back when he could easily have learned it? Was the knowledge there, but buried, too long gone from his attention? He probed his ignorance, like a tongue worrying a chipped tooth. "Let me rephrase. I believe no one knows for sure." She frowned. "So no survivors out of a population of millions, and no records. How is that possible?" How indeed? "Either a plague or a civil war," he said. A Kzinti raid was an improbable third option, this being around the time Kzinti first wandered into human space. But Kzinti would have taken slaves, and prey, rather than obliterate the place and move on. The first known Kzinti encounter was in 2366, after Alice's time. Sigmund pushed the rat-cats from his thoughts. "One of the colony's last messages mentioned the outbreak of an unfamiliar illness. As you say, home was the most Earth-like of colonies. Maybe the native germs were more Earth-like too. So, assume a deadly mutation. Without hosts, the bug too went extinct." "Great option, Sigmund. A plague with 100% fatalities, or a planetary population driven to exterminate themselves. And this world still got resettled?" His answer sounded stupid. This side of a debrief wasn't fun. It was helpful. Truth dangled just beyond Sigmund's reach. A shipload of new settlers was well on its way before anyone heard Home's call for help. "So the original colony failed before hyperwave and hyperdrive?" "Right." For a while the only sounds were the zip-zip of sticky slippers as they walked. "As I said, one of their last messages mentioned an illness. The new settlers found no trace." "And no human remains to study?" Alice said sceptically. "No records?" In bits and pieces, under her skillful guidance, more ancient history came back to Sigmund. There were remains, very thoroughly cremated. Fire, the last resort of medical helplessness, like something from the Middle Ages. Alice led the way, turning randomly across corridors. Every bulkhead showed the drab, grey translucence of powered-down digital wallpaper. They could be anywhere aboard the ship, and it was very disorienting. Disoriented subjects tended to blurt out things. Alice knew her stuff, Sigmund decided. "So who burnt the final victims?" she asked. The colony was a mess, Sigmund recalled. Towns burned or blown up, equipment unaccounted for. The bottom line remains: no bodies, no survivors, no viable computer records. The new arrivals had expected to find a thriving civilization. Instead, they had to build from scratch. They had far more urgent tasks than forensics, and ARM experts were light years away. Complete destruction? No recoverable trace of a pathogen? Come on, Sigmund. She was only making him face facts he already knew. The lost colony had never bothered him. Why did it gnaw at him now? That was the wrong question. What did he know now he had not known before? Almost he had it. He plodded down the corridor, his mind racing. Alice said, "It doesn't sound like accidental destruction. It sounds like a war." War had a bitter quality in her mouth. She came from a golden age, after humans had learned to live reasonably peacefully together, before the Kzinti showed up and obliterated that way of life. A golden age. Brennan's doing somehow? Damn, she had to focus. Then maybe not an accidental plague. If the pathogen was military... She turned another corner. In the near-freezing corridors, their breath hung in white clouds. Sigmund could imagine battles between towns with an untreatable plague and towns trying to stay isolated or to burn out the contagion. He could imagine terrified people trying to break quarantine. He could imagine survivors cobbling together ships and trying to escape. He could imagine a lot of things. Where was this getting them? After Alice's time, well before his. Before Hyperwave, he said wonderingly. The outsiders came upon humans soon after your time in 2409. Near the colony we made it. And by meeting humans before Kzinti, the encounter turned the course of the war. A few years later, every colony had a hyperwave radio buoy. They came to a stairwell. Alice pulled open the hatch and started down a level. 2409, that's getting close to my time. That was what bothered him. Bothered? No, intrigued. You said home colony was about 11 light years from Earth, right? Right, she said. Suppose Brennan and Truesdale went from Kobold to home. They can't beat light speed. They have to accelerate and decelerate. When would they reach home? They were going to Wonderland, Sigmund. They didn't arrive there. Probably because Brennan lied to Alice about his destination, lest she be found and tell someone. No need to rub her face in that. Maybe they saw something that made them change course. When would they get to home? She opened the hatch onto another deck and gestured Sigmund through. A protector built that ship. You tell me how fast it went. It would have been a ram scoop, Alice. This spot came by ram scoop, and in your time, crew-rated ram scoops were the latest technology. Centuries earlier, the Long Pass had been a crude ram scoop. With Long Pass's disappearance, ram scoops had had their crew rating pulled. That was yet more dark history he needed to share with her, but not today. When Thysfok left Packhome, his people still used ram scoops. She considered. Fine. Say that Roy and Brennan leave Kobold in 2341. That's 11 years at light speed to home. Add a year or two more cruising time because they can't quite reach light speed. Add another year or so for accelerating and decelerating. They'd get to home in the 2350s. And the colony on home had failed no later than the very early 2400s. Had it happened any later, the plague would have been reported by hyperwave and a relief mission dispatched by hyperdrive. Those dates are suspiciously close together, Alice. She nodded, setting her belter crest to bobbing. You'll get no argument from me. He didn't need to take on faith that Alice had seen a protector. He had Kirsten's characterization of the single-ship modifications. Finagle, he'd found her in Brennan's old single-ship. And as spotty as was Sigmund's knowledge of Belter history, Alice knew events from long after Brennan Monster should have starved to death. Put it all together, and Brennan had solved the Tree of Life virus problem, and so survived, and so met Alice long after. All of her story hung together, except the most critical part, the supposed threat to Earth of pack fleets long overdue in Sigmund's day. Sigmund, are you all right? In his mind, finally, puzzle pieces fell into place. Home had a plague, all right. A Tree of Life virus plague, a pack plague. That's what wiped out the colony. He kept on despite Alice's look of revulsion. Everything was suddenly, horrifyingly clear. Brennan set loose the pack virus on home. That's how he got help. He raised an army of protectors. Roy surely among them. Alice glanced down fearfully at her belly. At Roy's baby. Her expression asked, Am I carrying a monster? But protectors, protect. What about Holmes' colonists? The colonists weren't related to Brennan or Roy. That made them expendable. Sigmund tried to think like a pack, and about his many interrogations of Thisfok. It made Sigmund ill, and eerily certain what must have happened. The original Tree of Life virus kills anyone too old, he said. Suppose Brennan's variant also killed everyone too young. That would leave a population of childless protectors. And millions dead. Brennan had been right to call himself a monster. Like Fistpock, they could only die or adopt a cause. Brennan's cause, an armada to go after the pack. And as they left, they torched the abandoned cities to obliterate every trace of their actions. But there were no traces of a virus, Alice insisted. There was no cool professionalism left in her. She wanted desperately to prove Sigmund wrong. If only he were. I imagine that the virus was engineered to be fragile outside its host. Maybe ultraviolet exposure killed it, maybe winter temperatures. Let a year pass and home was virus-free. Brennan would not have allowed rogue protectors to crop up among new settlers. Well, at least you have your answer. Alice swallowed hard. You say that in your time no one had heard of either Brennan's fleet or the pack fleets. I see only one explanation. They wiped each other out. She glanced again at her belly. This look was more wistful. Your father is dead, baby. In a gruesome way, isn't this good news? Had there been only one set of pack fleets, the librarians who had followed in Fistpock's wake, then yes, of course. But there was another fleet, a merciless fleet, onrushing, even now, its vanguard a scant few years from New Terra, even as Sigmund dabbled in pointless historical mysteries. Here's how I see it, Sigmund said finally. Millions become protectors. A world looted of anything useful to build a navy. None of them came back. Because if they had, they would have done something by now about the Kzinti. So we know what it takes to stop a pack fleet. A world of protectors. While New Terrans were merely human, and puppeteer-conditioned pacifists at that. Puppeteers like Kzinti were unheard of in the Sol system of Alice's day. She knew nothing of either. Sigmund was thankful, suddenly, that Baedeker had followed another path. Alice had much study ahead of her before Sigmund could hope to pass her off, for her own good, as a New Terran native. Not that it really mattered. Going down fighting remained the only option on the table. He took a deep breath. A world of human protectors only fought Thistpok's allies to a draw. What does that say about our hopes of surviving this onslaught? Destroyer of Worlds. 52. Thistpok paced his newest cell. He had tugged experimentally at every massive metal bar of his cage, and 10-pack could not have bent them. The cell door, when armoured guards opened it to deliver or remove a food tray, required a massive metal key and squealed on its hinges. The walls beyond his reach behind the bars were concrete. So were the floor and ceiling. He had memorized every discoloration, ripple, dimp, and bump in every surface. Armoured guards in a clear-walled observation room watched him at all times. To judge from the faces behind the visors, all were too young to respond to Tree of Life route, when, one tuber at a time, it was doled out, if their suit should tear. They were well trained and refused to be drawn into conversation. On the bright side, he had a toilet, bedding, and, beyond the bars, one small window. His confinement was primitive, and would take that much longer to defeat because of it. He exercised steadily. It helped fill the time. It kept him fit for the opportunity to escape that must come. To doubt was to die. His jailers gave him reading material. The books offered nothing useful, and he ignored them. Little animals with bushy tails sometimes perched on the ledge outside his window. He ignored them, too. Coloured lights blinked on the bracelet clamped round his ankle, radioing his location, independently of the guards and the beyond-the-bars cameras. Perhaps the anklet would also shock or drug him if he tried to escape. Thistpok would have built in that capability. The metal band flexed under stiffened fingers. With effort, he thought, he could tear off the anklet, but opening the band would, at a minimum, open a circuit and trigger an alarm. But if the metal was weak enough to tear... Breeders fidget. Humans would think nothing of Thistpok fidgeting. He spun the band around and around and around, a finger exploring the inner surface. He found an array of pinholes that might emit a gaseous or aerosol drug. Something to knock him out on contact. A bit of well-chewed food would plug the holes, blocking airflow sensors inside. They would know that he had noticed the mechanism. A new anklet with another knockout device might not offer the convenience of holes. Hooking a claw tip in a perforation, he began tugging and scraping. In time, he would expose the hidden circuitry. Movement in the observation room caught Thistpok's eye. A newcomer, armoured like the rest. The guard stood stiffly in his presence. The person turned, and Thistpok saw his face. Sigmund. The door opened from the observation room into the prison. Sigmund came through, and the door slammed shut behind him. He waited outside the bars. "Hello, Thistpok." "Sigmund. Are you comfortable?" Breeders cared about comfort. Perhaps Sigmund thought to induce or coerce him. "I would not mind a change of scenery." some place less securely guarded. Sigmund sat in a chair placed far back from the cell. He took a computer from a pocket. "I have some interesting scenery in here." Thysfok had nothing else to do. He waited. Sigmund said, "Here's the thing. Worlds important to me lie in the path of the pack advance. It's necessary that the pack go elsewhere." Thysfok knew of this world, only what could be seen through his one tiny window. The planet had many suns. He supposed it was among the fleet of worlds glimpsed during a brief escape. "This world, for example?" Sigmund leaned forward. "We can do something for each other." Breeders used crude social rituals to establish hierarchy, assign their simple tasks, select mates, and allocate their meagre belongings. Thysfok remembered his life as a breeder, remembered giving favours and expecting favours in turn. He remembered the vague sense, too ill-defined to articulate, that such social obligations somehow helped everyone. With maturity came clarity and wisdom. You protected your family and your clan. You took what you could, and all that you could, to benefit your bloodline, but never more than you could defend. Nothing else mattered. To seek allies exposed weakness and desperation. When you allied, you did so knowing the other side would betray you the moment the cost became acceptable, as the other side expected from you. Thus had Clan Rilchuk aligned itself, so long ago, of dire necessity with the Comet Dwellers. Thysfok's fear for his breeders never ended. Humans were neither breeder nor protector, but an unnatural mixture. Do something for each other. An advanced version of breeders trading favours, then. Sigmund had given aliens free run aboard his ship. Perhaps humans allied more readily than did protectors. "What would you have me do?" Thysfok asked. A hologram leapt from the device in Sigmund's hand. A scattering of stars. A sprawling nebula, its dust and gas dimly lit by unseen stars within. And against that smoky backdrop, swarms of dots in wave after wave, each wave shown in a separate colour. The pack fleets. Nothing was as Thysfok remembered from long-ago tactical displays, and yet, in the third wave, a cluster of dots occupied the relative position the Comet Dweller Rilchuk forces had once dominated. They might be his old fleet. They might not. Deployments had evolved during his exile, as they must, in the shifting of alliances and the rise and fall of military fortunes. Sigmund terminated the image. Unnatural helium concentrations and ripples in the interstellar medium pinpoint the pack ships coming this way. "What would you have me do?" Thysfok repeated. "Spare my conscience. My people don't want to destroy your fleets, but we will." "Conscience? What is that?" Sigmund sighed, knowing right from wrong, and preferring to do the former. Acts that benefited one's own were right. Failing to benefit one's own was wrong. To destroy one's enemy must always be right. If Sigmund could destroy the oncoming pack fleets, he would. This conscience changed nothing. Thysfok gestured at the metal bars. "I have no influence over your actions, Sigmund. But perhaps you could influence the pack advance. Would they listen if you advised them to change their current course?" Of course not. No rational adversary would lose the opportunity to destroy an adversary. Nothing Thysfok could say would convince the clans that powerful opponents existed who might stay their hand, as nothing Sigmund said would ever convince Thysfok. Sigmund was attempting, incredibly, to bluff all the fleets of the pack. But if Sigmund believed Thysfok could influence the fleets, "It is possible," Thisfok lied. "After my absence from the evacuation fleet, I must know more." "Like what?" "The balance of influence, the balance of power among clans." "How can we know that?" Sigmund asked. Thisfok gestured at the computer still in Sigmund's hand. "Perhaps from more data like what you showed me. How much do you have?" Sigmund tapped at his device. "Similar long-range observations spanning about 200 days. "Seen over what distance?" A truthful response might reveal the distance to the pack vanguard, and Sigmund chose not to answer. "Would the full set of imagery be useful?" "Very much." Sigmund tapped some more on the computer. A slightly different stars and starship image appeared. "Here is the full data set in time-lapse form." The dots representing ships shifted against the nebula and stars, and more intricately and subtly with respect to each other. Counting heartbeats as a crude clock, Thisfok watched the images morph. The steadiness of his heartbeat was the least of his assumptions, as he estimated angles and inferred course parameters. If by day Sigmund meant the dark light cycle on this planet, and if Sigmund had told the truth about the images representing 200 days of observations, the vanguard approached at about half-light speed. "I will have to think about what I have seen," Thisfok said. "Can you identify your clan's ships?" "So that you can threaten them to coerce me." Thisfok said, "I need to think about what I have seen. Much has changed in my absence." Sigmund stood. "I'll check with you tomorrow." "All right." Sigmund left, and Thisfok began circling the cell. The static image had revealed little, but the animation, the subtle dance of dominated volume shrinking and expanding, of squadrons gaining and losing ships, of swirling realignments as coalitions formed and were betrayed, told a story. Different clans favoured different tactical deployments. They responded in time-tested ways to feints and attacks. Their weakest ships constrained their manoeuvring. To one with the knowledge to read it, the jitter of the dots told a great deal. He replayed the animation in his thoughts, focusing one by one on the mid-sized clusters within the third wave. The squadron he had first looked to for his clan wasn't. But among the last of the candidates, having fallen back defensively, their numbers depleted, he found a bunch of ships whose tactics he knew well. The Comet-Dweller Rilchuk alliance still survived. He might yet have breeders in cold sleep, and they needed his protection more than ever. 53. Sigmund strode across the broad plaza, the air crisp and fresh, sunlight warm on his face. People streamed all around, chatting or laughing, or lost in thought. New Terra felt strange and wonderful at the same time. Strings of suns and the occasional red and purple plant beat deep space, let alone hyperspace, any time. Far better would have been a day at home with Penny and the kids, but he had work to do. He met Alice at the security checkpoint outside Governor's building. She stood out like a sore thumb, taller than everyone and looking all around like a tourist. Still, with her belter crest removed, that had been a struggle, and her bald head covered by a wig and wearing clothes Kirsten had programmed, Alice could pass for New Terran. When her pregnancy began to show, he would find her a progeny ring. He had smuggled Alice by stepping disc directly from Don Quixote to the Office of Strategic Analyses headquarters. Would puppeteers grab her from New Terra as Nessus had grabbed him? Who could say? For her own safety, he had kept her origins a secret. Only a very select few had the need to know. At this morning's meeting, only Sabrina knew. Guards saluted smartly. "Good morning, Minister," the guard lieutenant said. He nodded to Alice. "IDs, please." "Good morning, Lieutenant. Soldiers." It pleased Sigmund that security hadn't slipped during his long absence. Not that an escaped pack could go unnoticed. Sigmund offered his ID disc, one thumb on the biometric pad. Alice followed his lead. Her ID gave her rank as colonel, senior enough to have authority, and not so senior that anyone would think twice about not already knowing her. "Very good, sirs. The others have arrived, and the governor will join you shortly." The squad leader nodded at two of his men. "We'll escort you." The guards led them to a private dining chamber. The oval table had padded chairs along one side and mounds of pillows along the other. Human and puppeteer foods covered the semi-oval side table. Brunch justified meeting someplace the puppeteers hadn't bugged, without revealing Sigmund's knowledge that many officers, including Sabrina's, were bugged. Baedeker and Nessus were waiting, with two guards, there if they needed anything, so that the room stayed unbugged. Sigmund dismissed both sets of the guards. He wasn't surprised to find Nessus with an unkempt mane, but Baedeker was also dishevelled, and that was a bad omen. They exchanged greetings all around, and again when Sabrina, looking wearier than Sigmund had ever seen her, arrived. Sigmund introduced Alice as one of my aides. Alice managed to stay casual, even though these were the first puppeteers she had ever met. Nessus attended as the hindmost's personal representative. No one brought up Sigmund's refusal to meet on Hearth. Whatever the venue, both governments had to coordinate. They had many possible courses of action to consider. None, so far, that could work. Neither New Terra nor the fleet had a navy with which even to attempt a defence. Nessus trilled softly at Sigmund's implied rebuke, but did not attempt a justification. Outsider drives worked over long periods of time, delivering a gentle but continuous acceleration. New Terra and the fleet could not get out of the pack's way in time, nor do anything to help the Gwath. Puppeteers reflexively ran or hid from any possible threat, and pack preemptively destroyed any possible threat. Neither species believed in diplomacy. The Concordants did understand commerce, and Nessus wondered if they could buy peace with supplies or technology. Everything Sigmund knew said the pack would not honour a deal. The pack would take everything offered and still attack. That took negotiation for safe passage off the table. Sigmund had toyed with using Thisfok, somehow, to bluff the pack fleets. Thisfok was happy to talk, but every scenario he came up with involved giving him a ship. Seeing who was manipulating whom, Sigmund had abandoned that idea too. Even the genocidal weapon of last resort, a kinetic planet buster, offered no hope. The pack had spread themselves across a widely distributed fleet, while planet-bound New Terrans and puppeteers alike were sitting ducks. Alice had been to Earth and seen ducks. She got the metaphor, but froze mid-nod when Sabrina looked puzzled. The longer the meeting went on, the more Baedeker plucked at his mane. Reluctantly, as all eyes turned toward him, Baedeker spoke. "So, our survival depends on better planetary drives." A hint of rising inflection made the words a question, a plea for the burden of worlds to be lifted from his shoulders. "It seems so," Nessus said, and yet he looked to Sigmund rather than Baedeker. "Tell us about your progress," Sigmund said. From a head plunged deep into his mane, Baedeker answered. "The prototypes continue to demonstrate instability problems." Sabrina cleared her throat. "Please explain." Baedeker did, with specifics that made Sigmund's head hurt. From their months spent together, Sigmund had a pretty good idea that the torrent of words masked a lack of progress. Or maybe cop training was what led him to that conclusion, because Alice got there too. How soon exactly does instability set in? Up to 16 on the last trial before we had to shut it down. 16 what? Alice persisted, a bit impatiently, and Sabrina shot Alice a sharp glance. New Terrans had centuries of indoctrination deferring to their former masters. Your aid indeed, Sigmund. Nessus briefly looked himself in the eyes. I see your influence. Alice, I am afraid the answer is 16 nanoseconds. Can anyone else make a drive work at all? With a jerk, Baedeker removed the head from his mane. He straightened both necks to stare boldly, one person at a time, at everyone in the room. I thought not. Perhaps, Sigmund began. He had to laugh at Nessus' two-headed double-take. No, not I. Shipmates on Don Quixote. Eric, surely a talented engineer, but... Baedeker cut off Nessus. Shipmates, plural. He means the Goth, Nessus. It is unacceptable to expose them to this level of advanced physics. The puppeteers burst into full-throated cacophony, music and crashing metal and tortured animals combined. An argument, the details of which Sigmund hoped Jeeves could translate, while doubting the hidden recorder would capture it. Puppeteers built impressive jammers. You will stop, Sabrina said softly. Those were her first words for some time, and the puppeteers twitched and fell silent. And speak English. She turned to Sigmund. Please continue. Sigmund took a deep breath. Imminent, existential danger trumped long-term risks every time. Our Gwoth friends are why we're here. Their superior astronomy first noticed the enemy. They helped us capture Thisfok. While Baedeker cowered in his cabin, their quick thinking saved us more than once. We need their talents. Nessus swiveled one head toward Baedeker. Sigmund makes a good argument. Baedeker spewed a short arpeggio, stopped, and began again. Yes, it sounds reasonable, but at least this particular Gwoth, this group mind, learns astonishingly fast. Isn't quickness just what we need? Nessus asked. Enough! Sabrina pushed back her chair and stood. Baedeker, 42 humans are assisting your project. Neither you nor they have given me any reason to expect success. I'll make it simple. Accept the Gwoth scientists on the project, or I order my team home. There was a second, brief eruption of noise, from which Baedeker was the first to subside. Nessus said, Understood, Sabrina. On behalf of the hindmost, I accept your terms. Home. Sigmund sat in his favourite chair, little Athena on his knee, only she wasn't so little. She must have shot up another 2 inches. She squirmed, and he knew suddenly that she had outgrown the bedtime story he was reading. He tousled her hair. You can read this yourself, can't you?
Yes, Daddy, but it's all right.
She smiled up at him shyly. You mean well. Hermes sat nearby, acting busy with a pocket comp as he guarded his baby sister. That I'm the man of the house protectiveness touched Sigmund, and it wounded him even more deeply than the boy's aloofness. I'm gone so much that I'm losing them, Sigmund thought. It hurt. He handed Athena his comp. Why don't you read to me? Penny was in the kitchen, speaking in clipped, urgent tones. She wasn't standoffish, only rarely available. The spreading dead zone off Arcadia's western coast had decimated the kelp farms. Huge masses of Harthian sea life had died, and the stench from the ocean had become unbearable. Penny was on the emergency task force, up to her neck in evacuation planning.
What's this word, Daddy?
He looked where she pointed. Neighbour, he said. The GH is silent. All for want of a moon. Give New Terra its own moon, and it regains some tides. Athena stopped mid-sentence.
What, Daddy?
Nothing, sweetie. Something a friend once said to me. Back when Baedeker naively thought he could build a planetary drive and deliver a moon. Now the stakes were higher. 2 screens before the story ended, Sigmund's comp rang with the subtle minor key trill of a priority call. He kissed the top of Athena's head. I have to take this. Hop off. She slid from Sigmund's lap, and he went into his den and shut the door. With the bedtime story closed, the OSA icon blinked on the display. Kirsten was tonight's duty officer at the Office of Strategic Analyses. Most nights nothing happened, but someone had to cover just in case. She had volunteered, wanting some quality time alone with Brennan's single ship. The Protector's modifications continued to baffle her. Sigmund took her call. What's up?
Nessus just filed a flight plan, Sigmund. He wants to take off immediately.
Finagle. There are things he and I still need to discuss. He's been avoiding me.
Kirsten grinned. There's an air traffic delay as it happens.
Good job. He thought fast. I need 10 minutes to wrap up something. Let Nessus know I'm coming.
Will do. Anything else?
That's it, Kirsten. Thanks. He hung up and opened the den door. All right, sweetie. Let's finish this story. Sigmund half expected Nessus would not allow him aboard Aegis, but the puppeteer sent a stepping disc address. It delivered Sigmund into an isolation booth. Of course. It's good of you to wait for me, Sigmund began. A hoof scraped at the deck. To take off without the cooperation of traffic control would be dangerous. After we talk, I think I can get you authorized for departure. Nessus looked himself in the eyes. I am much relieved. Maybe together the Gwath and Baedeker can make new planetary drives work. Only everything 23 had said made success seem vanishingly unlikely. We can't afford to bet on it. And our choices are? We need more help, Tangit. If only Alice could point them toward Earth. The best psychologists on New Terra had had even less success with her than they had with Sigmund. Alice had no interstellar navigational memories to recover. Bring me to Earth, Nessus. There is no point. The pack have destroyed it. Aid for the survivors would be a purpose, wouldn't it? Then there is no harm in bringing me. Nessus backed up a step. It would be a long voyage to no purpose, and I am needed on Hearth. We both know you're lying. Sigmund's hands yearned to become fists, and no good could come of that, helpless as he was in this cell. He jammed his hands into his pockets. If Earth remained as you remember it, I still could not bring you. Concordance policy would forbid it. Did Concordance policy allow kidnapping Earth citizens and erasing their memories, or am I the exception? Nessus, you trust, for some insane reason, my ability to solve your problems. It can't be so hard for you to believe that other humans also have useful skills. Permit me some help, some other experts, for both our world's sake. Memories of the innocent little girl sitting on his lap only a few minutes earlier broke his heart. More ARMs? Nessus plucked at his mane. Had you not been near death that day, I would never have dared to approach you. Not ARM's, more specialized talent. While in human space, I know you hired humans. Often criminals. Do it again, Nessus. Don't bet worlds on me. Tempting, but unacceptable. Why would mercenaries fight back when they could raid Hearth instead? More specialized still, Sigmund said. We need truly creative people, unique people. Baedeker needs all the physics talent he can get. Will you recruit experts from human space? You have people in mind. Who? Beowulf Schaefer and Carlos Wu. One an adventurer with an uncanny knack for survival, the other a certified genius. Nessus twitched. He clearly remembered both men too. Sigmund wondered if the puppeteer had ever heard the term loose cannon. A head dipped lower and lower, finally dipping into a pocket of his sash. The visible head said, "No." And Sigmund found himself in a public square half a continent away. 54. 3, 2, 1, now. Minerva scarcely paused. Experiment complete. How long? Baedeker asked. Minerva, Baedeker's research assistant, craned a neck over his console. 1.0423 seconds. Across Haven's Bridge, 2 human technicians cheered at finally breaking the 1-second barrier. Baedeker scarcely spared them a disapproving glance. The fleet would not escape the pack in 1-second spurts. One of the Gwath sidled closer. Beneath the exoskeleton, its motors humming, and beneath the transparent pressure suit, peeked a name written in chromatophoric cells. Errol. We do make progress, Baedeker. Baedeker straightened a bit of mane braid. He tired of hints about Errol's contributions, or about their contributions, since Baedeker never knew when a Gwo merely disclosed an insight of the group mind. Maybe if he had been aboard Don Quixote and had had the same opportunity to closely observe the outsider ship operating its drive. Baedeker tamped down his annoyance. For the sake of the Concordance, he needed help. Anyone's help. He bobbed heads, conceding Errol's point. Errol needed no more encouragement. Perhaps an extended experiment would give us more insight into the instability. Minerva bleated disapproval. We extend the experiments as quickly as we learn. Errol double-tapped the deck with a tubercle, the mannerism Baedeker had come to interpret as impatience. We terminate the drive experiments prematurely. We could learn more. That was insanity, and Baedeker yearned to flee. He settled for pawing the deck. It does not disturb you that space-time contorts around the drive? We are trying to warp space-time. Of necessity, everyone aboard communicated in English, but Aero overlaid his with citizen harmonics, rich with undertones of smug superiority. Without inducing a slope, we obtain no motion. A slope? Baedeker spread his hooves, made himself unready to run, striving to exhibit as much confidence. I wish we were producing a clean slope. Look at the data. As the drive loses stability, the slope begins to fluctuate chaotically, even over quantum distances. Even chaos somehow failed to describe the rippling, writhing, bumpy space-time contour that reinvented itself by the femtosecond. We stop because we must. Fluctuations superimposed on an emergent slope, Aero insisted. We see hints that the fluctuations are about to peak. There are patterns upon patterns of flux, and Colo expects we may soon observe interference patterns and thus cancellation. If we keep observing, one of the humans in the background muttered unnecessarily. In theory, Baedeker was hindmost here. In practice, most of the team was New Terran. Even the Gwath present, at the insistence of New Terra, outnumbered the few citizens. Baedeker had to keep their support. He had to show Nessus more progress. And he had to do it somehow without getting anyone killed. "How long would you run the experiment?" Baedeker asked.
"Until the drive stabilizes or self-destructs," Ero said.
On trembling legs, Baedeker began a slow ambit of the bridge, studying instruments and computer displays. Crew scurried out of his way. He scrutinized the details of the hyperwave buoy placement. He confirmed the ship's position at 20 million miles from the icy rock, now home to the latest prototype drive. He examined the final visualization, necessarily grossly oversimplified, of space-time flux at the instant safeguards had terminated the most recent trial. He surveyed Haven's own diagnostic panel and assured himself that every sensor, every triplicated system, every fail-over mechanism exhibited unimpaired capacity. Ero's proposed experiment could be done. Baedeker completed his circuit, stopping near Ero. "And would you agree to Haven jumping to hyperspace if the chaotic effects reach within 10 million miles?" Tap, tap.
"Agreed,"
Ero said. Remotely deactivating the safety protocols on the prototype drive took only 5 minutes. Baedeker needed another 5 minutes, ostensibly spent re-examining sensor calibrations, to bring himself to give the order. All around the humans whispered. "Start the countdown," he finally ordered. 65 seconds later, with half its bridge alarms screaming, Haven flicked into hyperspace. From a safer distance, Baedeker watched tier after tier of buoys drop from the comm. Nothing remained of the planetoid but a cloud of gas and dust, erupting at near light speed. The disaster wasn't total. The drive had achieved thrust in the desired direction, although that nudge was nothing compared to the shattering effects in every direction of the explosion. And Ero, uncharacteristically, had no unsolicited advice to offer. The workshops aboard Haven hummed with activity. Someone was always refining circuitry for the next prototype drive, or configuring additional sensors for the next test. Every new circuit and sensor required still more custom equipment for pre-deployment checkout. Custom items might be fabricated in one shipboard facility, tested in a second, integrated with other parts in a third, deployed in yet a fourth. Human, citizen, and Guo alike. It made no difference. Anyone might be handling unfamiliar gear at any time, anywhere in the ship. Hence, few noticed, and no one gave a second thought to, the Gwath installing sensors about Haven. Sigmund would have noticed, Altero suspected, but Sigmund was not here. The paranoid human was far away, across a hyperwave link, reviewing project status. Neither Sigmund nor Baedeker knew the Gortesht could listen in. "A second or two," Sigmund repeated, "and still only scale models. No one is going anywhere with drives like that." "No one," Baedeker agreed. "If we can maintain this rate of progress, though, then maybe, in time." "You don't sound optimistic," Sigmund said. The technical challenges were familiar. The grudging credit for Gwath contributions was not new. Taking in everything, Altero attended more to nuance and tones of voice than to content. Baedeker had something on his mind. Baedeker finally came out with it. "Sigmund, I assume Thisfok can never be set free." "He's seen too much of our technology, And he's so tange smart, I'm afraid to think how much more he's deduced. Sigmund paused. I don't feel good about it. Possibly, if the pack veer after they have passed us by, but realistically, no. Then you'll understand my concern, Baedeker said. Altero cannot go home either. It's not the same, Sigmund snapped. The Gwoth are our friends, our allies. You wouldn't have made half the progress you have without them. How does that make them less dangerous? As Altero had feared, their contributions, essential for everyone's safety, were being turned against them. They listened dispiritedly as Baedeker and Sigmund debated, neither convincing the other. Sigmund finally said, I have other sources of information aboard Haven. If anything unfortunate happens to the Gwoth, anything, the new Terrans come home. That's a promise, Baedeker. All right, Baedeker said. Into Baedeker's grudging tone, Altero read a mind still plotting. You do well, Nessus said. His ship Aegis had emerged hours earlier from hyperspace on yet another unannounced inspection of Baedeker's project. The two of them had withdrawn to Baedeker's cabin. Another interruption was the last thing Baedeker needed, but the unexpected praise tempered his irritation. That, and practicality. The real last thing he needed was the loss of concordant support. Nessus' backing mattered. Thank you, Baedeker said. Being a hindmost had advantages. So did control of a large ship. Baedeker's cabin had lush meadow plant carpet, with room to wander when he chose to be alone, and for large gatherings at other times, and a pantry filled with real grasses and grains. It also had an extensively programmed synthesizer from which Nessus obtained a bulb of warm carrot juice. Net thrust and improved stability, Nessus began. Truly you have done well since my last visit. And yet... Baedeker bobbed heads. And yet we have very far to go. What are your plans? To better integrate efforts here and on MP5, Baedeker said. Too many observations of the NP5 drive made no sense. Having operated our own drives, however briefly, I am beginning to understand what the sealed, outsider controls must do. It no longer seems impossible to run their drives a bit harder. Nessus raised his heads optimistically. Can you run drives in tandem? A digital herd meandered in a nearby arc of wall. Fields of tall grain rippled in the simulated breeze. Baedeker took a moment to adjust the image. Nothing we have seen contradicts 23's warning to Sigmund. That is unfortunate, Nessus said. They stood watching the idyllic scene, Baedeker wondering what he could add to that. You will succeed, Nessus finally said, and when you do, much will become possible for you. Baedeker blinked. What do you mean? The hindmost will be in your debt. Have you given thought to the path you will take then? Stress and exhaustion filled Baedeker's waking hours, the weight of worlds heavy on his shoulders. Truthfully, no. Nessus edged closer, brushing flanks intimately. I am not without influence. You have it within your grasp to have a great future, if you were to express an interest in government and show some hints of sympathy with experimentalist policy. Then opportunities would come Baedeker's way. Was he interested? Maybe, if not for the reasons Nessus might suspect. Baedeker temporized. What sort of interest in government? Something in the Ministry of Science, perhaps? Nessus swiveled his heads to gauge Baedeker's reaction. Something very well positioned? Such as Minister of Science? To direct science policy for the Concordance would be no small thing. Baedeker felt tempted and terrified in equal measure. But there was an element of temptation Nessus could not have anticipated. With government authority might come action against the Gwoth threat. 55. The kids were bathed and changed for bed, and Penny's Uncle Sven had come over to watch them. Neither ecological nor existential threats showed any signs of worsening overnight. Prison sensors showed Thisfok was soundly asleep. Circumstances would never get better. Sigmund offered Penelope his arm. They went outside to stroll to a nearby restaurant. Master chef, all natural ingredients, live band, the works. And in unison, they yawned. He had to laugh. Going to be quite the night on the town. "I'm sorry," she said, covering another yawn. "Just a lot going on." The cloudless night sky was bleeding away the day's heat, putting a nip in the air. Stars sparkled overhead. Sigmund tried and failed to imagine a big moon hanging overhead. He thought he remembered that the full moon was romantic. A lot was going on, all the more reason to enjoy what they had while they still had it, and they were long overdue for a romantic evening. He leaned over and kissed Penny's hair. "I won't notice you yawn if you return the favour." "Deal." They made another deal over hors d'oeuvres, not to talk about the kids. Without erecting an electronic privacy barrier, neither of them could talk about work. And so, insanely, the conversation lagged. What had they talked about before? They managed to discuss entree options. Penny patted his hand. "This is ridiculous, Sigmund. We don't need to chatter. It's all right simply to enjoy each other's company." "I know." He didn't see this being a long evening. They lapsed into uncomfortable silence, pretending this was a normal night out, and that the end of the world wasn't rushing their way. Occasionally, one of them would compliment the food, which deserved it, or the musicians, who didn't. The evening became more and more. Sigmund couldn't quite put his finger on it. The evening was... what? Familiar? Hardly. Well-deserved, strained, overshadowed by the overwhelming problems they had vowed to leave at home, but he couldn't banish from his mind. Tideless oceans, moonless nights. Sigmund didn't see New Terra obtaining a moon any time soon. Implacable enemies. Progress measured in nanoseconds. He must have been muttering to himself because Penny asked, "What's Rome?" "It's a city on Earth." Rome, the eternal city, an ancient, ruined Colosseum. The mental image of a boot. Something about roads. Earth's landscape had roads, mostly in disuse, made obsolete by anti-grav floaters and transfer booths. What about roads? New Terra didn't have them. Its infrastructure designed from the start for stepping discs and gravity floaters. What about roads? Penny was frowning at him. He said, "I don't know, only that all roads lead to Rome, just as everything on Sigmund's mind led to Baedeker." Sigmund met Eric and Kirsten at an Office of Strategic Analyses safe house. They were yawning too. "What's the emergency?" Eric asked. Sigmund jammed his hands in his pockets to keep from fidgeting. "Maybe nothing. Maybe an answer to everything. Until I know, I'm not going to sleep." And if he was right, he wouldn't sleep tonight either. Hope was exhilarating. Only it's half an idea at best. Kirsten brushed bangs off her forehead. "All right, Sigmund, begin at the beginning." He saw no need to start that far back. First, Baedeker's drive. It won't move planets, it just blows them up. If he's not careful, Eric agreed. Second, we're unable to do to the pack what the pack do to everyone they pass.
Kirsten nodded. Because everyone else is planet-based. One kinetic kill weapon can smash a world. They, having abandoned their world, are too dispersed to attack that way.
Turn the problem on its head. Sigmund waited for them to see it, but they didn't. Pack will use a kinetic kill vehicle against a planet. With Baedeker's drive, we can shatter a planet into overwhelming amounts of kinetic kill debris. Eric's eyes got round. Huge amounts of relativistic dust and gas, blasted right down the maw of the ram scoops. Massive overload. It'd be unavoidable. And lethal.
Yes, but, Kirsten used a voice of reason tone, there's no way to get a planet into position. Baedeker's drives won't do that.
The perfect weapon, and no way to deliver it. So close. Here's a thought, Eric said suddenly. Take a world out of the fleet. We know that can be done. Not so long ago we pulled NP4 out of the configuration. NP5 is expendable. It's not yet fully re-engineered for half-life. It'd be easy to evacuate the few planetary engineers living there. The fleet had accelerated steadily since the Concordance first fled the core explosion. Worlds racing at 10% of light speed, a bit more for New Terra, redlining its drive to get away from their former masters, was astounding, and yet hardly enough. They couldn't outrun the pack, even if the fleet had been heading in exactly the right direction. But some of the fleet's velocity vector did point away from the pack. NP5 would need years to shed that momentum, and the pack, given years to notice a whole planet headed their way, were much faster and more maneuverable. So how could NP5 help? Sigmund didn't get it. I don't see. Eric chuckled, but not unkindly. Now you know how we feel around you, Sigmund. You're always 3 steps ahead of us. NP5 isn't the weapon. We get NP5 out of the way, salvage its planetary drive, and put the drive onto a sacrificial world close to the pack. With luck, they won't detect an unlit planet coming at them until too late. Sigmund rolled the idea around in his head. A plausible weapon, a way to deliver it, and probably just one shot. That was one more opportunity than they had had until now. Altero completely understood the humans' proposed attack. It was brilliant, and as brutal as the enemy. They were not surprised. Pack and humans were related. With a shudder, Altero detached the Aero unit. They wanted an alternative even before the hyperwave consultation ended, and that required eyes on instruments. They kept monitoring the conversation as Aero struggled into a pressure suit for the trek to Haven's observatory. Yes, it is possible we might spare NP5, Nessus said. He participated by hyperwave link from somewhere near Hearth. It is not yet producing food. Even if it were, almost everyone lives on synthesized food. Nature-grown food is a luxury. The issue will be sacrificing an outsider drive. No nature-preserve world matters as much as the planetary drive it carries. The Concordance bought several drives and will continue paying the outsiders long after we are all dead, lest Haas' unit ever fail. Only the hindmost can make such a decision. Haas' drive, if it failed as spectacularly as Baedeker's prototype, would leave no survivors, and quite possibly no world either. A spare drive served no purpose. Baedeker surely saw that too and chose not to comment. The pack threat was all the reality the citizens could handle. "How long will it take to extricate NP5 and remove its drive?" Eric asked. He, Kirsten, and Sigmund had linked in from a ship just outside New Terra's singularity. In Altero's comm terminal, Baedeker pawed at the vegetation-covered deck of his cabin. "No planetary drive has been installed within living memory, but records show installation is a lengthy process. To my knowledge, no one has ever uninstalled one." Altero sent a private message, hurry, to Ero, who was finally suited up and through the waterlock. "We see a possible way to save time," they said. "Fine-tune your other drives, mold the space-time neighborhoods around all the planets to give NP5 a harder push out of the way." That started the argument Altero intended. Had they learned enough to even consider such a maneuver? Might they cause worlds to crash? What real-time sensing and control would they need? How long would it take to re-establish the old space-time slope? Would asymmetrics in the drive field cause tidal waves or trigger seismic activity? Whenever a conclusion threatened, Altero found some complication to raise. Otherwise they kept quiet. Their goal was delay, not decision, while Ero made his observations. That left Altero to brood about the quickness with which humans, and citizens alike, accepted a genocidal attack. Altero would have hoped for a moment of regret. But Altero too had a home to protect, and memories washed over them. The boundless ocean of Jumho, the lush seaweed forest swaying in the hot currents upwelling from seafloor vents, the great sprawling seafloor cities, the icy roof of the world, and above that, the banded splendor of Tluho. They told themselves they were feeling the cramped confines of the tiny habitat. They told themselves they were suffering the imbalance of a meld short of a unit. They did not quite believe it. Altero could not forget Baedeker's recent private words to Sigmund. Would they see their home again? If the pack were defeated, would a kinetic kill weapon still find its way to Jumho? Jumho must be made too powerful to attack. Perhaps they had mastered enough technology to make that possible. If they brought their new knowledge home and applied it. Conveniently, the hyperwave link with Jumho was one way, the wrong way. If they lived that long. "I am in the observatory," Ero finally radioed. "Commencing scans." "Excellent." Altero netted Eric's simulation data about withdrawing a world from the fleet, maintaining the dispute at a boil. "Work quickly, Ero." And so the argument continued to rage. "Something about this feels lousy," Sigmund eventually interrupted. "As single-minded as are the pack, they have not yet attacked us. Even pack deserve a warning shot. Give me some options, people." That turned the discussion to how fastest to recover the precious outsider drive, before a homemade model blew it apart with the sacrificial planet. Baedeker got excited. Nessus fretted that the evacuation ship would be exposed, unable to flee to hyperspace from within the weapon world singularity. Neither citizen mentioned Sigmund's moral reservation. "I have 2 candidates," Ero radioed privately. "Here are the coordinates. With time for a complete survey, surely I could find several more." The new data sufficed. Altero said, "Sigmund, we propose another possibility. Planets are not always bound to suns. Many float free, where hyperspace-travelling species have little reason to look. Use a wandering body close to the pack and explode that. Ero found 2 candidates with only a quick scan. Your warning shot need not endanger the drive from NP5. "That," Sigmund said, "is an option I can live with." 56. Keep it simple, Sigmund told Thisfok. They were in Thisfok's cell. Jeeves will record it for transmission. And do a sanity check, to the extent he could. It was a warning message. For the demonstration to matter, the pack had to see Niflheim shatter. Jeeves had named the Plutoid after the Norse abode of the dead, a place of eternal ice and cold. Sigmund took the AI's word for it. So did Nessus, Norse creation myth being too obscure even for him. Thisfok set aside the Tree of Life root on which he had been gnawing, swallowed, and spoke a few clicks and pops. Maybe the pack language was more efficient than English. It had to be more logical. Still, that utterance sounded awfully short to Sigmund. "What did you tell the pack ships?" "Look here," Thisfok said. He was the mission interpreter, assuming he would cooperate. And even if not, Sigmund would rather personally keep an eye on Thisfok than have the Protector anywhere else. Jeeves claimed he could translate, but Sigmund had his doubts. Jeeves knew of Thisfok's speech. And surely different clans used different languages, only what Thisfok had chosen to reveal. Double meanings, secret codes, Tangier anything could lurk unsuspected in vocabulary exposed to Jeeves. Sigmund half suspected Thisfok had synthesized a language on the fly. If Thisfok minded Don Quixote's smaller cargo hold, he kept it to himself. The larger hold, the pack's cell on their previous voyage, was now filled by the old single ship. Before this trip ended, Kirsten and Eric swore they would make some sense of Brennan's modifications. Would they succeed? Either way, the effort occupied Sigmund's friends on the long flight to Niflheim. Besides, more than intellectual curiosity drove Eric and Kirsten to spend every free hour in the hold. The single ship was a relic of New Terra's lost heritage. Longpass had been another such relic. Restoring that had been the key to recovering their past and regaining their freedom. They couldn't not restore the single ship. And if the single ship hadn't filled the larger hold, Thisfok would still be here. More than once Thisfok had hidden tools in that old cell. There was no reason to gamble that the refit crew had found everything when the Gwath and their habitat remained aboard Haven. That left only the lesser risk of whatever the Gwath might have hidden in this hold. "Look here," Sigmund echoed. "Is that all?" Thisfok shrugged, those massive shoulder joints rendering the familiar mannerism alien. "Oh. Because if they see the demonstration, they'll figure out everything." Sigmund had only described the coming demonstration as attention-getting. Thisfok being too smart to be given hints about new weapons technology. Still, even if Thisfok somehow escaped yet again, he would not learn much. Baedeker's drives become weapons were huge. Sigmund's arsenal was aboard Haven, flying along in tandem. Thisfok picked up his half-eaten root. "If not, it is a useless demonstration." Sigmund refused to react. "The message you propose still seems terse." "No, it is redundant." "What do you mean?" Sigmund asked, keeping his growing irritation to himself. Another caricatured shrug. Because the pack would look toward any unexpected signal, Sigmund realized. Loud static would suffice. Eventually, frustrated, Sigmund left. He stowed his armor and went to the relax room. "Jeeves," he called. "Yes, Sigmund." "Did you monitor Thisfok and me?" "I did." Jeeves managed to sound disapproving. "He wasn't very cooperative." "Really?" "Did you translate his message, such as it was?" "Yes. 'Look here' was accurate."
Sigmund tipped back his chair, trying and failing to find comfort in the illusion of blue sky and scudding white clouds.
Jeeves, I want our message to say more. Cease attacks on occupied worlds. Veer toward galactic south. Comply or be destroyed. Can you add that? I can come close. It may not be grammatical. That's fine, Sigmund said. We'll have given them fair warning. And they will know from the bad grammar that we got the best of at least some pack. And if the pack did veer? Bravado aside, Sigmund could not protect everyone. He would have aimed the pack fleet at other worlds. Acid churning in his gut, Sigmund hoped none of those worlds was Earth. 57. First Kirsten peered through the hatched window into Thisfok's cell. Then Eric looked in. He was taller, and Thisfok saw the metal neck ring of a pressure suit. Both frowned in concentration, like breeders preparing for battle, reminding themselves of the enemy. Sigmund's demonstration was imminent. Thisfok sat on the deck, heels pulled in close to his buttocks, knees spread, fidgeting with the anklet. He probed the jagged hole he had torn, avoiding the peeled-back edges. A drop of blood might short-circuit the electronics he had exposed. He would escape while the humans were occupied. Baedeker crept across the ice, distrusting, in equal measure, the crampons on his boots, the sticks that humans called ski poles, and Niflheim's feeble gravity. The horizon loomed too close. Unfamiliar stars shone overhead. Pressure-suited figures, humans and Goth and citizens, laboured around a cluster of large, black monoliths, a flawed planetary drive become a doomsday device. He had supervised the site preparation, directed the crews unloading the cargo floaters, and personally prepared each temperamental unit. Module by module, he had poured through the subsystem diagnostics and rejected 2 units that barely met calibration standards. He had repeated the entire process with spare units. He had double-checked the squads interconnecting the modules. Now, as the last of the cargo floaters made its way across the ice back to Haven, he began another methodical circuit, this time to triple-check everything. A quarter light-year distant, invisible to the naked eye, and impossible to ignore, was the leading edge of the pack vanguard. "Team leads, status report," Sigmund radioed. He stood on a crag, watching everything, obsessively glancing up from time to time to sweep the skies for anything. "Nothing to report," Minerva sent from Haven, a comforting presence a short distance away across the ice. "All clear," Kirsten sent from 500 miles above. Don Quixote, with its few weapons, was the expedition's only protection if any pack were somehow to sneak up on them. Baedeker trembled, struggling to stay manic. Without this induced euphoria, this insane bravery, he would cease to function. Without him, the installation would surely fail and all would be lost. "We are another 10 minutes behind schedule," Baedeker admitted. That came to 80 minutes total so far. "Still no real problems. I just underestimated the complications of working out here." "I'm suited up and ready to help," Eric offered. "Eric, I would rather you stay on Don Quixote," Sigmund said firmly. Baedeker switched to a private channel. "Sigmund, I can use the help. The Goth are exhausted. Half the general products engineers have returned. Some fled. More carried, comatose, on floaters. Back to Haven. And I am hanging on to sanity by my teeth." "Give me a moment," Sigmund said. Baedeker could guess at Sigmund's hesitation. Eric on the ground would mean only Kirsten and Jeeves left aboard with Thisfok, Sigmund returned to the common channel. "All right, Eric, it sounds like you'll be more useful on the ground."
"Breaking orbit to match velocities with the ground," Kirsten said cheerfully. A few minutes later she added, "Watch that first step, Eric." Working by touch, Thisfok visualized the exposed circuitry within the anklet. Some components, resistors, capacitors, integrated circuits, and the like, hinted about themselves by their shapes and sizes. Other components remained unidentified, their nature left to discovery through inference. Interconnection patterns suggested human devices he had scanned before, when he had still had his repair kit and its instruments. The anklet contained either an inertial position sensor or the ability to locate itself relative to nearby transmitters. It would contain a transmitter to report its own position. It would sense whether the clasp remained sealed. He catalogued the functions the anklet might perform, then started designing the circuitry and stored program as humans would. His third design incorporated every component he had identified by touch, used consistently with what he had scanned in other human devices. Hence, this was the test subsystem. It would provide the means to confirm the anklet could identify any internal failure and then radio the self-diagnosis. With a little effort, he could expand that output repertoire. Knowing it was his imagination, Sigmund felt the cold creep through his insulated boots, up his legs, into his body. This snowball was not much above absolute zero. Having nothing to do but watch and wait somehow made the cold worse. It wasn't only the cold. The stars shone diamond-hard, without a hint of a twinkle. Any trace of atmosphere had long ago frozen, and Niflheim had scarcely 1/10 the mass of New Terra. Niflheim was also physically smaller, of course, raising its surface gravity to a whole 1/3 of what he was accustomed to. The horizon was much too close, crowding him. An attack, no, a full-blown, incapacitating seizure, of flatland phobia seized in Sigmund's brain. The ground, the sky, everything began spinning. Not now, Tangit! He pulled himself together to scan across the busy construction site, wanting to demand another progress report, knowing it was too soon. Knowing also that everything was going far too smoothly. Aero sidled on 3 limbs around another of the drive modules. A motor in his exoskeleton had failed in the extreme cold, immobilizing a tubicle. He held the 5th tubicle aloft, clutching a scanner as he re-inspected his work. "We will be ready in a few minutes for an end-to-end system test," Baedeker said. "Full power to all components." "I have an unexpected reading on sensors," Minerva transmitted. Aero looked at the equipment spread across the ice. The modules all looked the same. They would, until one of them tore him to atoms. "Which unit?" "Not on Niflheim. Half a light day away, passing by." "What sort of reading?" Sigmund demanded. "Astronomical, surely," Minerva answered calmly. "A magnetic monopole. Maybe more than one." Baedeker whistled impatiently. "All right, track it while we run the end-to-end test." Sigmund was not ready to drop the subject. "Passing by? Send me its course." "Me too, please," Aero said. A gentle arc appeared on one of his displays, and presumably also on Sigmund's helmet. The arc curved toward, but not directly at, Niflheim. "Why does it turn?" Minerva said condescendingly, "Presumably it is in an electric field." Ion currents permeated space, even here so far from any star. Yes, there could be an electric field, But a field that strong? While others prattled about solar winds and the interstellar medium and the electromagnetic fields they generated, Ero consulted with the other Gwath. Compared to Amel, their deliberations felt painfully slow. Ero interrupted the other's speculations. "It is not anything natural. That is a ram scoop with its engine off, using its magnetic scoop as a brake." "Finagle!" Sigmund swore. "Are you sure, Ero?" "Someone else should confirm my calculations, but yes, I am sure." "Finagle!" Sigmund said again. "Minerva, Jeeves, Kirsten, don't use active sensors. We don't want that ram scoop to know we know it's coming. Learn what you can on passive. Everyone, our radios are low power, but let's play safe and keep the chatter to a minimum." "You don't mean to keep working," Baedeker said. "The pack are coming." "Let's confirm that," Sigmund said. "Ero is correct," Jeeves offered. "There is a weak neutrino source near the center of the magnetic anomaly. Observed deceleration fits with the drag from a magnetic ramscoop field. Well behind is a trail of concentrated helium." A ramscoop with its drive off, its fusion reactor turned down, decelerating stealthily. Ice shards flew from beneath Baedeker's suddenly frantic hoof. "We must go!" "Wait," Sigmund said. "Anyone, what's the soonest that ship can get here?" Jeeves completed the calculation first. "I don't know how good a pack fusion drive is. Assuming similar performance to my drive aboard Longpass, about a day. That is, if they immediately abandon sneaking up and switch to full acceleration toward us." "About a day for a flyby attack," Sigmund said. "They're decelerating because they mean to land here." He stared up into the jet-black sky. "They may simply be scavenging for volatiles, going stealthy lest another clan has ships attempting the same." "Or they are trying to sneak up on us." Very un-English grace notes had crept into Baedeker's voice. "We must not let them." "What we cannot do," Sigmund snapped, "is let Pack capture your technology." "Then we destroy it and get out of here," Baedeker half said, half sang. A piercing alarm sounded and was quickly muted. "We have a fire on board," Kirsten said. Sigmund gazed into the darkness, although Don Quixote was too far off to be seen. "A fire? Where?" "Deck 5, Kirsten said. "I can't tell where the fire started or how it spread so far before setting off alarms." The deck with this fox cell. Except for a bit of bedding, nothing in his cell could burn. Nothing in the cell could start a fire. Sigmund still couldn't help wondering whether the pack was responsible. "Is Thisfok in danger?" "Enviro sensors say smoke, toxic fumes, and heat. Fire suppression is not working. From audio, he's pounding on the hatch. I've lost video from that deck." Finagle. Fire was a terrible way to die. Sigmund's mind raced. "How's this? Seal the deck, release him from the cargo hold to find someplace safe, and shut emergency hatches behind him. Then open the hold's outer door to kill the fire and vent the fumes." "I can do that," Jeeves said, "if fire hasn't damaged the circuits or motors I'll need." "What if they were too slow?" "Kirsten, suit up. You may have to vent the entire ship." "Suiting up now, Sigmund." In the few seconds devoted to the latest crisis, Baedeker had bounded off toward Haven. Sigmund had to refocus on matters here on the ground. "Kirsten, do what you must. Just don't let Thisfok anywhere near the bridge." The latch of Thisfok's cell clicked open. He rushed out, and for the audio sensor slammed the hatch behind him. Over the intercom, Jeeves directed Thisfok away from the fire. There was no fire, of course, only the illusion injected into shipboard sensors by his modified anklet. Jeeves ordered Thysfok exactly where he meant to go, a large pantry. Thysfok hooked claws inside the jagged tear in the anklet and pulled. The metal bent back with a squeal. He found, just as he had expected, a fragile-looking reservoir of liquid. A current surge would vaporize the liquid, the gas pressure bursting the ampule and releasing the gas. A radio signal would set it off. Removing the anklet would too. He began studying the anklet's control circuits. Thysfok had not chosen this pantry casually. The day of his capture he had been transported instantaneously from an airlock to the cargo hold that became his cell. The humans had forced him to surrender the teleportation disk, but the round indentation where it had lain remained in the deck. His newer cell, the one now filling with smoke, had an identical empty indentation in its deck. The humans teleported supplies to their storage areas. He lifted the teleportation disk from the floor of the pantry. The disk had a keypad and a long bank of tiny switches along its edge. During his last escape, he had not had the time to fully examine the disk he had found aboard the little ship. Now he studied the device. The help key sent terse explanations scrolling across a little display. He found a directory of shipboard addresses. Once he found addresses for the bridge or engine room, he could jump. In his anklet, a magnetic latch relay clicked impotently, disconnected from the circuit that would release the sedative. He kept working. The disk's little display blanked. "I've disabled the stepping disk network," Kirsten called over the intercom, "and now that I've reinitialized the envirosensors, I see the fire wasn't real. Return to your cell." Accessing the stepping disk directory must have been visible to her. He ripped up a deck access panel and slashed claws through the exposed circuits. Sparks flew, and gravity vanished from the pantry. He nudged the floating panel out the open door. Partway to the floor, the bent plate speed went meteoric. It crashed to the deck, then flattened with a groan. "The corridor gravity is high, but it won't kill you. Return to your cell, or I'll blow you out to space." There was a catch in Kirsten's throat. "Don't make me do that." Several sealed rescue bags sat on a nearby shelf. Each had a small air tank. He shut the pantry door and kept studying the disk. Its power light still glowed. If she told the truth, the control network was off, but the stepping disk had internal power. Other disks would also have power. Nearby disks might communicate among themselves, and he could enter an address manually. "In 1 minute," Kirsten warned. "I start venting." 1 minute was ample. He began analyzing the part of the directory he had seen. "Eric!" Sigmund ran after Eric, bounding toward the nearest stepping disk. "I need you down here." Eric kept going. "That's my wife alone with a pack. I'm going to help her." "I know, but Baedeker is falling apart. You have to finish the checkout." Eric was halfway to the stepping disk. "And if it were Penny up there?" "I'll go to the ship tangent," Sigmund yelled. "You can finish here if Baedeker goes to pieces. I can't. Vaporizing this planet is the one sure way to keep this technology from the pack. That protects everyone. If anything happens to Kirsten—" Eric's voice shook. His pace began to slow. Sigmund had better low-G running technique and caught up. He grabbed Eric by the shoulders and spun him around. "I promise you it won't." Within another 10 paces, Sigmund stepped aboard Don Quixote. A storm raged in the corridor, but the pantry hatch seal was almost airtight. Thysfok unrolled a rescue bag across the door. Suction pulled the tough, clear material into the crack. The whistle of escaping air died. Wind and the loss of gravity had stirred the pantry. Shelves were half empty now. Drifting containers kept bumping into him, and the walls, revealed on the backs of several shelves bags of Tree of Life fruit. He had seen 18 stepping disk addresses and locations. The sample was sufficient to extrapolate addresses to disks elsewhere in the ship, including any on the bridge. He put his desk in send mode, set it gently onto the floor, anchored himself on the disk with a firm grip on a shelf, and waited. Nothing happened. The disk, when he checked its display, gave an error code. Receive error. Someone on the bridge had been quick to disable the disk there. Powered down, turned over, put into send-only mode. It didn't matter which. The address he had extrapolated for the engine room resulted in another receive mode error. Where should he go before the disk addresses all became useless? 58. Sigmund charged out of the relax room, the broad shoulders of his battle armour scraping the doorframe. He unlocked the arms locker and stuffed his pockets with stunners, grenades, and hand lasers. "Kirsten, I'm back aboard. Where is Thisfok?" "The Orcs pantry on deck 5, I think. That deck is in vacuum, except the pantry. Deck gravity, except in the pantry, is 8 Gs. I figure that should slow down even him." "And you?" "Shut into the engine room. I put the stepping disk here into standby just before he tried to use it. The send address matched the disk from the 5th deck pantry." Sigmund had stepped to a moving destination without a pilot at the helm. He shuddered, but that was hardly their biggest problem. If Thisfok understood the disks, he could be anywhere on the ship, or off the ship. "Jeeves, brake velocity sync with the ground." "Done, Sigmund, resuming a standard orbit." On the ground, Eric and Baedeker were arguing about an instrument calibration. If Thisfok had gotten below, he was keeping his distance. Sigmund sent Eric a private warning just in case, and reassurance that Kirsten remained safe. What else, Sigmund wondered. "Kirsten, how's the bridge secured?" "I left the disk there in send-only mode. That's how I got to the engine room. The bridge hatch is locked from inside. Only Jeeves or an oxy-fuel cutting torch is going to get us back in there." "Jeeves, any reason to suppose Thisfok isn't in the pantry?" "No, but he has bypassed our sensors before." "Good point. Kirsten, are you armed?" "No, sorry. My priority was securing the bridge and engine room." "That was a good call, but now stay where you are. I'm going to check the pantry." The corridor was vacuum still. Faint noises reached Thisfok through the ceiling and floor. The pantry had become stuffy, and he bled oxygen from the tank of the unrolled rescue bag that sealed the hatch. He ran through his options. He could wait here until armed jailers recaptured him. He could venture out, claws versus battle armor, claws doubly useless within a rescue bag, or... His one viable option was obvious. The pantry hatch bulged slightly. It might yet hold pressure. Sigmund switched to the intercom. "Thisfok, this is Sigmund. I'm going to open the pantry hatch. Remain where you are. There should be rescue bags inside with you. You have 2 minutes to get inside one." Sigmund stood to the side of the hatch, ready to shoot anyone leaving. Stunners didn't work in a vacuum. He tried to send a flashbang grenade to the pantry, but the stepping disk inside was in send-only mode. That left only the laser he now gripped. "All right, Thisfok, time's up." Sigmund released the latch. Air pressure flung open the door, ripping the handle from his grip. A white cloud burst out. Cans, bags, and an empty rescue bag rained to the deck as they cleared the hatch. No pack. Sigmund backed away from the hatchway, lobbing a sealed rescue bag through the opening. After 2 minutes, Sigmund approached cautiously. The pantry was a mess. As for Thisfok, there was no sign. The little ship was how Thisfok remembered it, only messier.
Some of the mess was of Thisfok's doing. He had emptied a large bag, flour, whatever that was, to carry his supplies. White dust covered him. The far more serious disorder was in the cockpit. The command console had been opened and taken half apart. Cable bundles snaked out of the cabinet to tens of instruments and gauges. Through the canopy he saw the two familiar walls of his one-time cell. Before Thisfok's latest escape, Eric had been suited up. Thisfok doubted a mere spacesuit offered protection against the nothingness of hyperspace. And Sigmund's mysterious demo must take place in normal space, where the pack could see it. The path to freedom was clear. He flipped over the stepping disk to disable it, then set to work reassembling the little ship's flight controls. "This is your final warning," Sigmund broadcast over the intercom and the ship's public channel. If Thisfok was alive and on board, he would hear. "In 1 minute I'll open the entire ship to vacuum. Tell us where you are." No response. "Kirsten, are you still suited up?" "Yes, but Sigmund—" "We don't know what Thisfok is doing. I'll not put either of us at risk again. He's a lot less dangerous trapped in a rescue bag." "Opening the cargo bay means losing Brennan's old single ship too." "It is far too heavy, Kirsten," Jeeves said. "I will double gravity in the hold to be sure." Sigmund said, "Jeeves, disable the interior emergency hatches. Open the airlocks and the cargo hold doors." To Kirsten he added, "I have weapons. I'll be outside the engine room door in a few minutes. Once you're armed, we'll sweep the ship end to end." And though he took no pride in it, Sigmund half hoped to find Thisfok dead. Thisfok worked feverishly, ignoring Sigmund's threat. The little ship had an environmental system, and its reservoirs were full. Strobing red light flooded the canopy, and an alarm wailed. The large exterior hatch began to rise, and Thisfok's weight doubled. The little ship's hull rang like a gong under the hail of loose tools and equipment being sucked out into space. The hail ended. The audible alarm trailed off to silence. What the disassembled console did not tell him, the spliced-in human instruments did. The deuterium tanks were 2/3 full. The drive appeared operational. The radio and comm laser passed muster, and at close range the latter would serve as a weapon. The flight controls were operable. Merely exposed for examination. Well, more than flight controls. Things he did not immediately recognize could be examined later. And now Sigmund had opened the cargo hold's exterior hatch. That saved Thisfok the time to bypass the controls and loss of pressure alarms. A touch of the takeoff and landing jets would ease him from the cargo bay. Stars beckoned. The humans could have killed him. He had provoked them often enough. Thisfok felt a pang of remorse, but he would not allow pursuit. His breeders were depending on him. At least the end would be quick. Thisfok flipped on the radio. "I'm sorry." He ignited the fusion drive, and a plasma plume hotter than the surface of a star erupted into Don Quixote. Across Don Quixote, and through the computing complex that housed Jeeves, alarms flared. Short circuits, open circuits, electrical fires, popped, welded, and vanished circuit breakers, temperature alarms, equipment malfunctions, tanks overpressure and burst, comm fallouts, faults beyond Jeeves's ability to categorize. If only the hull would burst, it would release the plasma. The General Products had built too well. The hull trapped the plasma, and everything that the plasma vaporized and ionized. In an instant, the trapped heat and radiation would destroy him. In an instant, he could not begin to calculate the optimal response. He would do what he could. He cancelled the override that had held open external and emergency hatches. The doors would close on their own, unless they melted or warped from the intense heat. The main cargo hold hatch jammed immediately. The main fusion reactor had shut down on its own, but he dumped deuterium and tritium to space against the remote possibility that ricocheting plasma could somehow fuse any of it. He flushed nitrogen throughout the crew areas for the little cooling that would provide. He vented oxygen to space where it could not feed fires. He fired main thrusters, fleeing the searing plasma. One thruster sputtered and quit. The rest quickly followed. The ship tumbled wildly. He sent short laser bursts to the comm satellites deployed above Niflheim, hoping he had retrieved the most important files. So many memory banks had failed, he could not be certain. All of this was what Jeeves believed Sigmund would have wanted him to do. Then thought ceased. Impossible glare. Sigmund's visor turned opaque. Intense heat washed over him. He stumbled through the hatch Kirsten had just unlocked into the engine room. She slammed the hatch behind him. The ship shuddered and shook beneath them. A sudden hot wind buffeted him. It couldn't be oxygen. In this heat something would have gone up in flames. "I'm sorry." Regret had not stayed Thysfok's hand. What had he done? Sigmund's visor cleared enough to show the hatch glowing orange and starting to sag. Gravity vanished, revealing the ship had gone into a wild tumble. He bounced off a bulkhead. Something clanged off his helmet. Now the hatch blazed cherry red. Kirsten snagged him from the air. "Boot magnets!" When his feet slapped to the deck, she led him behind some massive hunk of equipment he didn't recognize. A gale howled in his suit, but the cooling unit was overmatched. The air in his suit grew hotter by the second. "We'll make it," he told Kirsten. False hope was all that Sigmund had to offer. Things were about to end very badly. Again. 59. Activity across the ice came to an abrupt standstill. Cacophony overwhelmed the public comm channel. Then Eric burst from within the cluster of drive modules. He bounced in flat arcs toward the nearest stepping disk, cursing Sigmund and bargaining with the universe. All from "I'm sorry." Error was still grappling with the implications when Haven's transmitter overpowered the rest. "Quiet!" Minerva shouted. "I have urgent news. Immediately after Thysfok spoke, there was a data dump from Don Quixote. Com dropped mid-transfer, and we can't re-establish the link. I have crews studying the data. Almost simultaneously with all this, a neutrino source began accelerating away from the planet. A ship, I assume, but it does not respond to hails." "A relay problem?" Ero asked. "The comm buoys are nominal," Minerva said. "We've relayed test messages all around Niflheim." Eric called out, huffing as he ran. "Is the neutrino source Don Quixote?" "Unknown," Minerva said. "It will be out of Niflheim's shadow in a few minutes." If not Don Quixote, then who? Another ramscoop, perhaps, waiting in ambush to surprise the ramscoop sneaking up to this planet. Instead, it ambushed Don Quixote before Sigmund, Kirsten, or Jeeves could get out a coherent message. Possible, but Ero did not believe it. "Based on its last known course, when will Don Quixote come over the horizon?" 2 minutes, 10 seconds, Minerva said. Eric skidded to a stop on the disk. It was powered up and in transmit-only mode to keep Thysfok from coming down. Eric stood there screaming. The transport should not have worked, whether Don Quixote remained in orbit or was racing away. The velocity mismatch was far too high. Ero was not supposed to understand that, and kept the observation to himself. Had Ero's mate been aboard, he would have tried too. A timer ticked down in one sensor cluster's augmented vision. As the count approached 0, Arrow netted to a telescope that Minerva had aimed. A bit late, more than a bit off course, a tumbling cylinder appeared. It was eerily mottled, and random patches glowed fiery hot in far red. Don Quixote. Everything, and everyone aboard surely destroyed. With a whimper, Baedeker fell to the ice and rolled himself into a tight ball. He had seen the image too. A second virtual counter approached 0, and a blue-eyed streak climbed over the horizon. A fusion flame. "No widespread magnetic field," Minerva noted. "Not a ram scoop." "The single ship!" Eric howled. "I killed her!" On Com, chaos reasserted itself. They should fly to Don Quixote and search for survivors. They should pursue whoever streaked away on that searing blue-white exhaust. And most of the voices. They should run for home, immediately. Eric raged with dread and anger. Baedeker was lost to fear. Minerva, like all the rest, waited for someone else to make a decision. Craning a tubercle, Arrow looked about the frozen waste. That left him. "Quiet, please!" With only a suit radio for amplification, Arrow had to keep calling, "Everyone, quiet! Calm down!" As the din ebbed, he added, "Hurry! We have to finish our work here." "You're crazy!" Eric yelled. "We have to rescue Kirsten and Sigmund." The wreckage remained far red-hot. Could anyone aboard still live? Arrow said gently, "I'm sorry, Eric. The ship must cool before we can try." If it even cools enough for the attempt before the oncoming ram scoop makes us evacuate. "Hello, go. Please complete checkout." Eric turned and ran toward Haven. "Checkout! Everything has changed. Thisfok is getting away. He's running for the pack fleet with everything he's learned about us and our technology. And in a few hours the light from Thisfok's fusion drive will reach the incoming ram scoop. That'll be the end of stealth and magnetic braking. They'll start their drive and be down our throats all the faster." Eric's frantic words had collapsed 2 more pressure-suited citizens into unresponsive balls. Arrow said, "All the more reason to finish here. The Planet Buster is one technology Thisfok has not seen. We cannot possibly remove everything before the ram scoop arrives. Instead, we finish up and set off the weapon and eliminate Thisfok in the process." New murmurs, with some of the earlier certainty gone. Arrow tried to bring order. "Hello, go. Please complete checkout of the device. Omar, get the citizens who need help back to Haven. If you are up to it, Eric, review the data dump from Don Quixote. It may offer some clues." For a moment no one moved. Then Omar said, "You heard the starfish. Let's all get back to work." Earnest entreaties failed to coax Baedeker out of a tightly curled ball. Kneading mouths made little impression through the sturdy material of his pressure suit. His heads-up displays reported warm air, his body sensed normal gravity. In his catatonia, unaware he had been carted aboard Haven. He emptied his mind, seeking to return to oblivion. Danger! Piercing uvulations jerked him back to reality. He whipped out a head and looked around wildly. He was in his cabin. Eric and Minerva stood over him. The warning shout trailed off from Minerva's mouths. "I need your help," Eric said. He remained suited except for the helmet in his hands. "You can go to pieces later." "Well, what can I do?" Baedeker stammered. What could anyone do against the pack? Even Sigmund could not control a single naked pack prisoner. "Don Quixote isn't in a proper orbit," Eric said. "Within 30 minutes it impacts Niflheim. We're going to rescue Kirsten and Sigmund first." What did it matter? Why did they bother him? Baedeker felt himself drifting back to oblivion,
but he managed to ask, "Why me?"
"When we blow that planet, Buster, we'll destroy everything. Niflheim, the ram scoop that's a few hours away, Thisfok, and the ship he escaped in, everything except—"
"Except what? Oh, the hull of Don Quixote." Even in Baedeker's near stupor, any possibility the pack would recover a nearly impregnable hull seemed like a bad idea.
"Surely it cannot still fly."
"Enough!" Eric kicked Baedeker in the flank, and Minerva whistled in surprise. "Get up! Your task is to destroy the hull once we get Kirsten and Sigmund off." "I cannot." The next kick hurt. Minerva shifted his weight nervously between his hooves, wanting to intervene, but at a loss what to do. Eric said, "New Terra has very few ships with General Products hulls. Most were turned to powder at the outset of the last war. Sigmund he thinks, you know the code to shut down the embedded power plant that reinforces the hull supermolecule." Sigmund was almost right, but a built-in code suggested premeditation. Who would make a ship that an errant data entry error could turn to dust? There was no self-destruct code. What Baedeker had recognized was an unintended back door to the microprocessors embedded in the hull to control the reinforcing power plant. Target a ship with a comm laser tuned to the right frequency. Some of the light penetrated the photonic components. After that it was a matter of simple programming to shut down the power plant. Eliminating the vulnerability would take replacing all the ships built over millennia. Of 1 trillion citizens of the Concordance, perhaps 5 knew that secret. But why did Eric even need to be told? His people's ancestral ram scoop had been kept for study inside a General Products No. 4 hull, just like Haven's, until Eric and Kirsten broke it out.
"You already know how."
Longpass was stationary, held in place by massive struts. The power plant was a fixed target, only a few 100 feet away. I used Longpass's comm laser to overload or overheat the power plant until it shut down. We'll never be able to hold focus on the power plant with Don Quixote tumbling like that. Eric pulled back his boot again. "So it's up to you." Baedeker's method also worked at a distance, but tumbling would defeat him too. Could Haven swoop around the tumbling hulk, matching the motion? What pilot would be insane enough to attempt that maneuver? With a will of its own, Baedeker's exposed head inched closer to his belly. Someone rapped on the closed cabin door. 4 minutes, she called. It took 2 more kicks to get Baedeker moving. By then he had figured out that Haven was almost at its rendezvous with the wreck. That the only way to destroy its hull was to carry a laser aboard, and that boarding meant a spacewalk to the tumbling, still glowing ship, and yet the doomed rescue seemed like a faster demise than being kicked to death by a madman. With a whispered plea to finagle, Eric dove from the gaping mouth of the cargo hold. He vanished into the darkness on invisible wings of compressed air. Niflheim filled much of the sky, more as an absence of stars than from the feeble glitter of its icy surface. A mile away, what remained of Don Quixote tumbled and rolled. Here and there, within its tortured hull, blotches glowed in angry reds. Moments when the wreck pointed directly at Baedeker, it was as big as NP1 or NP5 seen from Hearth. When he could see the wreck's full length, it loomed 3 times larger than Hearth's closest planetary neighbours. Baedeker lectured himself, scolded himself, and whimpered. He reminded himself what was at stake. Everything. He swung his necks and stomped his hooves. He tried everything that might stampede himself deeper into a fit of mania, and still the weight was all but unbearable. He remained on Haven with the rest of the rescue team. Eric carried a stepping disc on his back. Everyone else would step across.
assuming Eric made it aboard the wreck. With his visor turned active, Baedeker zoomed in on the distant speck that was Eric. He had nearly reached the ruined ship. Baedeker's stomach lurched at the magnified tumbling and rolling. After a false start, Eric began spiralling toward the wreck, zigzagging to match the ship's bucking motions. "The main hold reads too hot. I'm entering through the primary airlock." Twice Eric rebounded from the hull, cursing. On his third try, with a clang, one magnetized boot grabbed a bulkhead within the airlock. His body went one way, while the ship continued another. He spun around his leg as he slammed face first into the hull. "I'm down," he gasped. A minute later, Baedeker stepped across into the wreck. A massive sack slapped his side. Most of the load was 2 stepping discs. No matter what, he would have a way off this derelict. Gravity was off. Blue light flickered and flashed from innumerable shorts. Between sparks, a sullen red glow seeped down the corridor. Behind the hatch of a nearby storeroom, things thumped and crashed with every wobble of the ship. Had even Nessus ever attempted anything this crazy? "Are you all right?" Baedeker asked Eric. "Broken leg, almost certainly. The armor immobilizes it." Baedeker blinked. "Now that a working disk is aboard, others can finish the search. Go back and let an autodoc fix it." "When I find Kirsten and Sigmund, not before. Now get off the disk so that the others can board." Baedeker gingerly took 2 steps down the corridor, boot magnets holding him down. In quick succession, 3 humans stepped through behind him. "Withdrawing to a safe distance," Minerva radioed. "We will resume velocity match there." The rolling, yawing, pitching, tumbling tried to move Baedeker in every direction at once. Steadying himself on 3 legs was hard. How anyone managed on 2 was a mystery. He took 2 devices from a pressure suit pocket. "Eric, these are personal stasis field generators. We use them for medical emergencies." It was a futile gesture, but all Baedeker had to offer. No one could have survived this catastrophe. Eric stowed the generators in pockets of his own. "Thanks. Now you have a job to do." The embedded power plant was just 2 decks forward and half a hull circumference away, but at every turn something blocked Baedeker's path. A buckled bulkhead. Emergency hatches heat-warped in place. Pockets of intolerable heat. Thickets of sparking wires. When no course led where he needed to go, he carved detours with his flashlight laser, its beam focused all the way down to lethal intensity. Over comm, he tracked the similarly slow progress of the searchers fanning out across the ship. "I've reached the bridge," Omar reported. He led Team A, searching forward. "No signs of them anywhere. Sorry, Eric." "Any sign of Jeeves?" Eric asked. Omar hesitated. "The server room is a charred ruin. No way." "Sweep again, back toward the stern," Eric directed. "Maybe Team B missed something." Baedeker finally reached the arc of corridor in whose walls sat the embedded power plant. Most wall paint had been seared away. He spread the flashlight beam and burned off the rest of the paint, then kept his neck and head in motion. Optical waveguides warped most light around the power plant, but there were unavoidable distortions if the light source wavered. You could spot the power plant if you knew how and where to look. And there it was. At this range, even the head-held laser was sufficient to reprogram the power plant controls. He used both heads to stick the laser to the wall with a blob of putty. The laser had no wireless interface. He clipped on cables to interface a pocket comp. He had left the final programming, to be done only if he got this far. Some secrets were meant to stay secret. For the same reason he worked,
awkwardly because of his suit, through the comp's tactile interface. Nothing he did here would be overheard or intercepted. It was delicate work, demanding intense concentration, and he tuned out the depressing radio chatter. The searchers had found nothing good. Most likely they would find nothing at all, the remains of Sigmund and Kirsten having been blown out to space or even vaporized. He did hear the evacuation warning. Impact with Niflheim in 5 minutes. Get out. 4 minutes. 3. At 2 minutes, a warning shriek echoed through his suit. Lipping frantically, Baedeker finished without time to check his work. "The device is set," he called. 1 minute to hull destruction. I am stepping back to Haven." He flicked through to his own ship, into the cargo bay that served as their staging area, and collapsed into a tight ball. 60. Thysfok's new ship was fast and manoeuvrable, a delight to fly. He concentrated on getting a feel for its controls and capabilities. Straight ahead, coming right at him, something he had never expected to see, the vanguard of the pack fleets. And behind him, a second surprise, a ram scoop, either a forward scout or a foraging mission, stealthily converging on the icy world his prison had orbited. But not as stealthily as they believed. Whoever had built this little ship had equipped it with extraordinary instruments. Who had built this ship? Humans, certainly. The cockpit suited the length of their arms, the grasp of their hands, the contours of their bodies. And yet pack influence was unmistakable in the console circuits he had so hastily reassembled. Thysfok's doing, somehow. Thysfok would have liked to examine whatever demo the humans had planned. Surrender to curiosity was a breeder weakness. He had shouted his presence to that inbound ship the instant he lit his fusion drive. Soon enough the other ship would see him. It would fire its own engine and give chase. He would use all the head start he had and not risk losing everything. This ship, a stepping disc, the scans and measurements he had taken of Don Quixote's amazingly strong, dynamically reinforced hull, the existence of hyperspace and a faster-than-light drive, knowledge of dangerous races, their worlds flying through space in the fleet's paths. No matter what had happened in the long years of his absence, he would be welcomed back to family and clan with open arms. He took a tree of life root from the flour sack, blew off traces of white powder, and gnawed contentedly. Thysfok switched off the fusion drive. Time for a quick look behind. The lonely world Don Quixote orbited was spewing ice crystals and steam. More likely had orbited, the plume marking the spot of its crash. As expected, the ram scoop had lit its drive. The range was too great to know if the ship raced toward Thysfok or the planet, only that it came at high acceleration. And a radio signal blaring at very high power, a short digital data stream rapidly repeating. His ship's receiver understood the modulation scheme. A human signal, then. "Look here," Thysfok heard himself say. The demo warning. Another voice, Jeeves, continued in accented High Rilchukian. Making allowance for the bad grammar, it said, "Cease attacks on occupied worlds, veer toward galactic south, comply or be destroyed." "Look here," the message began again. Thysfok turned down the volume the better to concentrate. Would anything else happen? If so, he was in an excellent position to observe Sigmund's attention-getting demo. Thysfok directed every sensor back the way he had come. Same icy world, at the limit of the telescope's resolution, at its maximum magnification, a pixel zoomed away from the planet. To be seen from this distance, A vessel would have to be many times the size of Sigmund's ship. A glitch in image enhancement, surely. The dot vanished, confirming his suspicion. Same plume of ice and steam. Same repeating radio signal. Dissolved suddenly into deafening static. Gibberish erupted across the spectrum. Particle detectors reported impossible densities of everything. Gravimetric sensors showed what? He did not understand. It was as though space-time itself had gone mad. Everything grew in intensity, and grew, and grew. The cockpit canopy had turned black. Protecting his eyes from what? When Thisfok applied maximum filtering to the ship's telescope, a maelstrom of gas, dust, and gravel had replaced the little planet. A world torn apart, heading his way, heading every way, at very nearly light speed. He scarcely had the time to admit how utterly he had failed his breeders. Endgame. 61. What? Sigmund was on his back, eyes darting beneath closed eyelids. There had been heat, oh, so much heat, and a roaring gale, the air almost searing. He hadn't been able to breathe. Had his pulse been racing, his skin tight? Maybe. He remembered knowing he was about to die, and regret, and confusion. And he was still confused, because Tangent. He felt great. Cured, or healed, then, but of what? That Sigmund couldn't remember. He opened his eyes. A clear dome was inches above his face. He was in an autodock. Status LED shone steady green. Tiny text filled a display beside his head, but he ignored it. First things first. He had to know where he was. He slapped the panic button, and the dome began to retract. "Sigmund?" A familiar voice called. Penelope. He didn't know much, but he remembered being far away on a mission. That snippet of memory brought a lot more crashing down on him. But not the end. Not how he got here. "Kirsten?" he whispered. "Is she—" He couldn't bear to finish that sentence. The dome completed its glacial retreat, and he sat up. Penny stood across the room, blinking back tears. "Sigmund, I thought I'd lost you." "I'm sorry." He grabbed the robe off the foot of the autodock, slipped it on and climbed out. There was a time for nakedness, and this wasn't it. They hugged hard. "I'm so sorry." They stood near a window, and Sigmund looked through a crack between the curtains behind her. The main square of Longpass City. More questions bubbled up by the moment, but one came first. "How is Kirsten?" "In the same shape that you were." Penny gave him a final squeeze and stepped back. "The governor ruled you went into Nessus autodock first." It was hardly Nessus autodock. Nessus had only obtained it from human space. Bought? Stolen? He was evasive about that. This was Carlos Wu's prototype dock. Amazing nanotech stuff. It had saved Sigmund once before, from a gaping hole blown through his chest. So something horrible had happened to him yet again. He should have read the tiny print on the dock display. "Penny, what was wrong with me? I don't remember." "Burns, radiation sickness, and heat stroke, all severe." She wiped a tear from her cheek. "I can't bear to think about it, and no one will tell me how it happened." ARM agents learned first aid. Autodocs only helped when you lived long enough to get to one. So what had he learned? Yeah, severe heat stroke caused confusion and hallucinations. Maybe puppeteers had nothing to do with the latest gaps in his memory.
How did I get here?
The door swung open. A woman came in wearing a long white coat and holding a medical scanner.
Good, you're up, Minister. We need to clear the room.
For Kirsten, of course. Sigmund pulled his robe tighter. They filed into the hall where Eric waited beside a floating gurney. On the gurney was something Sigmund should have expected, since Kirsten had been waiting for the dock. A long, silvery ovoid, a stasis field. Technicians broke the field, and scorching air whooshed out. Kirsten was still in her pressure suit, her face lurid beneath the alarm LEDs ablaze inside her helmet. Sigmund staggered at a rush of memories. The tempest of emotions was worse. Rage, sorrow, disappointment, remorse. Too many to sort out, and now was not the time. Eric stared at the prostrate figure of his wife, unable to look away. Sigmund swallowed.
Eric, I promised you Kirsten would be all right. So far I've done a lousy job of it, but she will. More thanks to Carlos than to me. She has to, Eric whispered. She has to. We need to get her into the dock, one of the technicians reminded them. The sooner the better. Sigmund and Penelope slipped by, Sigmund resting a hand briefly on Eric's shoulder as they passed. The door clicked shut behind them. The last thing Sigmund heard as they turned a corner was the nearly ultrasonic whine of a saw, the techs hastily extracting Kirsten from her pressure suit. A quarter of a year in stasis for the return to New Terra. 30-some days more in the autodock. A war to be waged, and its general AWOL. Sigmund didn't want to believe he'd lost so much time, but a glance at Alice left no doubt. She looked ready to give birth any day. By almost getting himself killed, he had left Alice in charge of New Terra's defence. Alice and Sigmund weren't the only ones Sabrina had invited. Baedeker and Nessus were there too. Eric had opted out. Watching Kirsten through the dock's transparent dome was more contact than he had had since putting her into stasis. "We should begin," Sabrina said. It was another brunch meeting. Alice set down her coffee mug. "Jeeves, run the video." This was Sigmund's first day back at work, and a strategy session with puppeteers and the governor was a rough way to jump back in. Sabrina's insistence was ominous. Sigmund had called Alice the night before for an explanation. She had asked him to wait. "It's complicated." A holo popped up over the conference table. "You've all seen such images. Wave after wave of packed ships. This is a close-up, an image taken just before Haven initiated the Niflheim demo. Having the close-up as a reference, let me better calibrate the ongoing long-range observations from the stealthed probe Sigmund deployed en route to Niflheim." This was a Jeeves talking. This Jeeves even integrated the few files beamed at the last minute from Don Quixote. In no way was it Jeeves. Not Jeeves whose quick thinking had saved Sigmund's and Kirsten's lives. That Jeeves was gone. A blinking red dot appeared in front and toward the northern edge of the first wave. Niflheim was a quarter light-year in front of the pack vanguard. The effects of the demonstration propagated in all directions at essentially light speed. The leading ram scoops, in the blue wave, converged with the demo at half-light speed. 62 days later, the vanguard and the wave front met. Here is what happened, sped up by a factor of 50,000. The red dot was suddenly a sphere, rapidly inflating. Behind a bright red edge, colour faded to pink, dimming as it swelled, diminishing effects cleverly represented. The leading edge expands at light speed. That's everything from infrared to hard gammas. The debris comes behind, shown in pink. As the pink region spread, now lagging farther and farther behind the sharp red rim, Jeeves went on, "By now, propagation of the debris field has smoothed out. I do not understand the change." "The space-time disruptions have dampened out, dissipated to almost nothing," Baedeker explained. Sigmund watched awestruck. Finagle bless them, the team had done it, despite this fox's violent escape. The sphere grew and grew. Jeeves said, "The leading edge is about 1/3 light-year across as it first reaches the pack." 1/3 light-year was small compared to the breadth of the pack advance. "Watch how the pack respond." The expanding sphere penetrated into and across pack territory. Dots swerved as the electromagnetic blast struck. None could outrun the debris racing, on the time scale of the video, 10 seconds behind. 3 scattered blue dots blinked out. Sigmund had planned to transmit the warning message days before the blast, not seconds. He tried to regret what had turned into an unprovoked attack, and failed. It wasn't as though, under the circumstances, the team had had any choice, or acted any more ruthlessly than Pack did routinely. Parboiling by the enemy had leached any empathy out of Sigmund. He wondered how Kirsten's treatment fared. The Pack, put on notice, was supposed to veer south. Well, they had gotten notice, if not exactly been forewarned. "Look at that," Sabrina whispered. As the red bubble continued to grow, more ships scattered, or tried to. News of their course changes also travelled outward at light speed. More distant ships often turned toward the blast, resisting encroachment. Then, catching sight of the slower-moving debris field, many of those more distant ships also turned to flee, only to find their way blocked. Chaos bubbled through the pack armada in a sphere that expanded along with Niflheim's remains. Manoeuvring and skirmishes continued after the debris field passed. "All right," Sigmund said. "They reacted like Pack. Each clan protected its own ships. I want to see what they did after the immediate danger passed." Most movement continued, forward, still away from the core and the next wave of ships racing up behind them. These ships had built up a lot of momentum. Changing course enough to spot on this scale would take time. Sigmund found he was holding his breath. Forewarning or not, they had gotten his message, and the demo would certainly have convinced him. After a few minutes, a change became clear. More and more of the pack were veering north. The nearer to galactic south the course changes began, the more pronounced the swing northward. Flurries of motion and knotting of pack ships suggested frantic space battles, as did several ships disappearing. Melees grew and others erupted. The planet-buster blast, largely spent, swept onward. "This makes no sense," Nessa said. "Not to me, at least. Did the pack ships not understand the recorded warning?" It made sense to Sigmund. At least something useful had come of his time with this folk. They understood all right. We demonstrated a credible threat. The more southern clans are pushing others into that threat. Against that pressure, the ships along the northern edge are hard-pressed even to maintain their original course. Alice nodded. "We convinced the clans closest to the demo. Otherwise they would turn north, away from the new attacks. We've become unwitting allies of the southern clans." Sabrina looked puzzled, and Nessus eyed Alice suspiciously. Ally was a perfectly good Spanglish word, but not part of puppeteer subsetted English. Allies implied enemies, and enemy, like slavery, was a concept the puppeteers had scrubbed from their slaves' dialect. "A cooperating partner in warfare," Jeeves volunteered unhelpfully. It only emphasized Alice's gaffe. I see some good news here. Sigmund gestured at the hollow, hastily changing the subject. Not even an epic migration across much of the galaxy can make the clans cooperate. Baedeker poked dispiritedly at his platter of mixed chopped grasses. So the clans will compete for the honor of destroying us. I am not consoled. Where is the good news, Sigmund? Nessus asked. Sigmund straightened in his chair. If clans must fight, Thisfok knew it too. Consider, he was at least a quarter light-year from his clan when he escaped, probably more distant. Any signal he transmitted would diverge and reveal information to many clans. Almost certainly he sent nothing. He was saving what he learned until he could reunite with his clan. Whatever he knew about us and our technology died with him. Baedeker climbed unsteadily out of his mound of cushions and began circling the room. On each lap he edged closer to the door. At best, we failed to make things worse. We have not made anything better. Sabrina grimaced. I must agree with Baedeker. Where do we go from here? They could use their single up-close weapon, sacrificing the outsider drive from NP5. If that didn't convince the pack, Sigmund's quiver would be empty. Best to hold that in reserve. That left one or more additional warning shots, set off elsewhere along the pack advance. The pack incursion was light years across, and demo lessons only propagated at light speed. It could take several blasts, even assuming enough rogue planets in the right places, and a long time. Sigmund doubted they could pull it off, even before something in the evolving hollow caught his eye. Oh, Tange, he cursed. They learn fast. I see nothing different, Alice began. Oh, picket ships. The phrase drew another questioning glance from Nessus, and Sigmund kicked Alice under the table. What my apt pupil says is correct. He pointed at a few spots on the leading edge and northern fringe of the pack advance. More scout ships. They may not know what hit them, but they saw the effects dissipate with distance. They mean to keep whoever did it far away. Nessus and Baedeker exchanged snatches of melody. Not an argument this time, and Sigmund needed a moment to put a label on it. More than sad, more than wistful, it was elegiac. Even unwarned, Nessus said sadly, a pack scout ship surprised your mission. It is no use removing the outsider drive from NP5. You might never again destroy a planet close enough to inflict real damage. The sad truth was, Nessus was right. 62. Sigmund watched Baedeker stare obsessively into Sancho Panza's main tactical display. No offense, but you're one brave citizen. Calling me insane? Why would that insult me? Without moving his gaze, with an involuntary quick paw at the deck, Baedeker added, I will consider the source and take your words in the manner you intended. Fair enough. Hundreds of ships filled the display. Reaction to Niflheim's spectacular destruction continued to evolve. The most intense activity propagated with the EM blast, and lagging farther and farther behind, the wave of debris. Where the pack had had more than a few days to react, open warfare had mostly concluded. Instead, the squadrons manoeuvred in a way Sigmund interpreted as wary, clannish defensiveness. The migration continued toward New Terra, the fleet, and Jimho. These were not the ships that had threatened Earth. They couldn't be. Back in Sol System, Alice had glimpsed a tidy fleet, arrayed hexagonally. The formations at which Baedeker stared were anything but tidy. There were small, mutually supporting groups, sure, but overall this was a slow-motion turf war. It made sense. The librarians trailing after Fistpock had been one cohesive force. These ships were clans, jockeying for military advantage, supporting and betraying one another at every opportunity. So the black cloud of doom hanging over their heads had a shiny silver lining. Sigmund could not share it without revealing Alice's secret past. Not that Baedeker would find comfort in Earth's safety. No matter. Did Pack wear shoes? Because another shoe was about to drop. Were 2 General Products hulls safer than 1? To Baedeker's knowledge, no one had ever tried the experiment. The Pack incursion continued to drive improvisation. I have become an experimentalist, he thought wryly, like it or not. Reap the Whirlwind had a General Products No. 4 hull, like Haven, but there the resemblance ended. Baedeker remembered Haven almost fondly. A busy, fully crewed, comfortably equipped vessel. Not so Reap the Whirlwind. This ship had no scientific instruments or engineering workshops, no spacious quarters or well-stocked pantries. For that matter, it had no decks and very few rooms. Reap the Whirlwind was a freighter, pure and simple, but there was nothing simple about its cargoes. Only Sigmund could have conceived such a vessel. The ship carried, as its main cargo, all the mass it could hold, depleted uranium, and when stockpiles of that had been exhausted, lead and gold. An extra power plant, and the extra fuel tanks to run it. Any No. 4 hull, because of its size, consumed prodigious energies in hyperspace. The massive cargo drained energy from the protective normal space bubble that much faster. Their deuterium and tritium had been chilled down to solids to conserve volume for more payload. A planet buster, like the one that had shattered Niflheim, already assembled. And Sancho Panza. Like a ship in a bottle, Sigmund had described Sancho Panza until he gave up trying to convey the simile. Something about wind-powered boats. It related somehow in Sigmund's convoluted mind to calling the massive main cargo aboard Reap the Whirlwind grape shot, and to somebody named Jolly Roger. With a sigh, Sigmund had eventually changed his analogy to lifeboat. Baedeker understood lifeboats. As for the ships' names, Baedeker understood neither. When Sigmund named ships, not even native New Terrans always got it. 5 minutes from dropout, Sigmund announced from Sancho Panza's bridge. It served as the bridge for both vessels. Lead pellets filled the volume where any normal No. 4-based ship would have its flight controls. "Acknowledged," Baedeker called back. "I am in the engine room." "Acknowledged," Altero also replied. "We are ready to monitor instruments." That the group mind answered made any mention of location superfluous. They were in their habitat. Sigmund had granted the Gwath near total network privileges, so they could access instruments from inside their water tank. With a few words, Altero had gotten a place aboard. "We no more can leave this task unfinished than can you, Sigmund." These 3, or 18 if you counted the Gwath individually, comprised the entire crew. A skeleton crew, Sigmund called it, and the image always made Baedeker shiver. Sigmund was crazy. Sigmund was crazier to have brought the Gwath. Of course, Baedeker was insane too. How else travel light years from Hearth and Herd? But there were types and degrees of mental illness. He would find out soon if Sigmund was crazy enough. Baedeker opened a holo slaved to the main bridge display. 1 minute, Sigmund called, unless anyone sees a reason to keep going. No sane being could do anything but keep going. Baedeker chanted mournfully to himself and did not answer. Break out in 5, 4, 2, 1. Now!
With peripheral tubicles poised above the controls, Altero switched on sensors. To one side, hundreds of blue-white lights. To the other side, the hungry magnetic maws of many more ram scoops. Sancho Panza had emerged, as planned, inside a small void deep within the leading pack wave, a no-man's land between battlefronts.
"In position," Altero reported, "taking our first reading."
Sancho Panza was at a near stop relative to the stars. The ram scoops were racing at significant fractions of light speed. Altero took bearings on the brightest fusion exhausts, nearby ships, and the strongest of the neutrino-only sources, those that might be nearby. They waited a few seconds, and as the ship sped on, still unsuspecting, took a second set of bearings. They were only 10 seconds in normal space.
"Nothing closer than a light hour," Altero reported. "Nothing nearby coming faster than at half-light."
They were perfectly safe, even by Baedeker's standards, for now.
"We'll refine that every few minutes."
"Good enough," Sigmund replied. "I'm sending the message."
The main message went out by radio, endlessly repeating, but Sigmund also played the recording over the intercom. A Jeeves speaking its version of Pack. Altero understood parts of it, his aptitude with Thysfox speech only one of the many secrets he still kept. It wasn't a complicated message. Turn south now, or we will appear again, and again, and again.
"Enough of that noise,"
Sigmund finally said. The pops and whistles ended.
"We're still transmitting."
10 long minutes after their emergence among the pack, Sigmund spoke again.
"Let's do this, Baedeker. Are you ready?"
Silence.
"Baedeker!"
"Ready, Sigmund,"
Baedeker finally answered.
"By the numbers," Sigmund said. "Counting down from 15.
On 12, the hull of Reap the Whirlwind became powder. Here and there, where the cargo was loosely packed, air pressure burst through the weakened surface. On 10, Sancho Panza, a minnow to Reap the Whirlwind's whale, burst free. Its thruster scattered a small fraction of the dense metal pellets as it crept away. On 3, Sancho Panza disappeared into hyperspace. On 0, the Planet Buster, in the heart of Reap the Whirlwind, switched on. 63.
"It's working," Sigmund recorded. "We got their attention."
Success could be captured in remarkably few words. The time-lapse surveillance data showed squadron after squadron of pack ships breaking off, often fighting their way toward galactic south, turning away from New Terra, Hearth, and Jimho. Doubtless the pack had their own visualizations of unlucky ships torn apart as the space-time ripples spread. Close behind that came a blast of lead and gold and uranium that, even shredded to individual ions, was all but impossible to avoid. The ions were too massive and coming too fast for a ramscoop magnetic field to confine or deflect. Relativistic heavy nuclei made the strongest cosmic rays look puny. Reap the Whirlwind indeed. Sancho Panza was eerily quiet. The Goth were in their habitat, assimilating the experience in their own way. Baedeker was locked in his cabin, cowering in delayed reaction. That was all right, he would recover. Sigmund hoped that happened soon. The isolation was getting to him. He talked to Jeeves, of course, but that only brought to mind another Jeeves, a friend, now gone. In the bridge viewport, stars shone like diamonds. Sigmund added a few details and hyperwaved his report, surveillance file attached. He pulled up a hollow of Penny and the kids.
How much had Hermes and Athena grown during this long trip? Sancho Panza could stay in normal space long enough for another message. Jeeves, begin a new recording. Dearest Penelope, all is well. It will take a while, but we're coming home. Heads held high, mane meticulously coiffed and bejewelled, songs in his throats, Baedeker cantered into the relax room. Why not sing? He was going home, the weight of worlds lifted from his shoulders. "Hello, Sigmund," he said cheerily. Sigmund was jogging on the treadmill. He raised an eyebrow at Baedeker's dramatic entrance. "You're in a good mood?" "Indeed." Baedeker got a bulb of red melon juice and began synthing a double portion of steamed mixed grains. "It finally registered. We have a future again. That is a very good thing." "I can't argue." Sigmund wiped his forehead with the back of an arm. "What does the future look like for you? Will you come back to New Terra?" English required only one throat, and Baedeker started eating. "There are things I must do on Hearth." That was not very forthcoming. "There are things I want to accomplish." "Good for you," Sigmund huffed. Why am I so reticent? Baedeker wondered. Do not think me an ingrate. New Terra welcomed me when I felt unwelcome on Hearth, when I was dismayed by the terrible things the Concordance had done. All you wanted was a garden and to be left alone. In return you saved our world. We're more than even. No more than you saved Hearth, leaving Baedeker as indebted as before. But changed in other ways. Now he had seen the good that governments could do. It took people to save the worlds, people like him and Sigmund, and yes, like Nessus, but it took government too. No one else could have provided starships, labs, crews, and access to the outsider drives. What did the future hold? Nessus had tempted Baedeker more than he cared to admit. He would discover the remaining secrets of the outsider drives. How better than as Minister of Science, with all the resources, talent, and influence that position controlled? In his heart, Baedeker felt the stirrings of an even higher purpose. Might he not, some day, become hindmost? Then surely he could act on the Gwoth threat. Unlike the New Terrans, the Gwoth truly were a menace, and no one understood that danger better than he. Are you all right? You got awfully quiet. Just thinking. Baedeker preferred not to discuss his ambitions. He would not discuss the Gwoth. About the latter he and Sigmund had argued more than enough. At least the aliens had mostly kept to themselves within their habitat, since Sancho Panza had left behind the pack. So what else? I have been thinking about New Terra, Sigmund. About the tides. Sigmund stopped the treadmill and stepped off. The lack of tides? Maybe not. Sigmund blinked. What do you mean? I have learned a great deal about planetary drives. Enough, I believe, to fine-tune the operation of an outsider drive. Safely? Sigmund asked suspiciously. To what purpose? Of course safely. To superimpose an occasional tiny pulse or stutter. And unlike the first time Baedeker had imagined, and wisely recoiled from, that notion, he now understood the implications, down to the tertiary feedback loops. I don't follow. Was it not obvious? The resulting ocean surges will emulate the effect of tides. Sigmund grinned. If so, New Terra owes you a deep debt. 64. Aero climbed from their habitat level toward the bridge. The whine of exoskeleton motors and the clump of his steps echoed in the stairwell. Bubbles streamed past his eyes whenever he lifted a tubercle. Most distracting of all, Altero's admonition still echoing in his thoughts. If it is at all possible, find us an alternative. Exiting onto the bridge level, he found Sigmund alone, as intended. "Are you busy?" Ero asked. "Not at all." Ero sidled through the door onto the bridge proper. The main display showed a landscape rather than the view ahead. The mass pointer, a device no one would explain, but whose function his studies had made obvious, showed no significant objects nearby. "May we talk?" Sigmund pointed to the spare couch. "Of course, have a seat." Ero clambered up and indulged the human need for small talk before getting to the point. "My friends and I wonder about our future." More so, Altero wondered, but they had calculated Sigmund would respond best to an approach by a single guo. "Recent events have been unsettling." "To say the least." "Ero, something is troubling you. Out with it." "What comes next for my people?" "You have new friends, so swapping information, what we call cultural exchange. Commerce, probably. You'll be going home soon. Sabrina plans to send along a new Terran representative, what we call an ambassador, to consult with your governments. We would welcome your representatives on our world." "And the Concordance? Tell me honestly, are we also its friend?" A long pause. "The Concordance doesn't have friends. It has interests. As rival city-states of the ocean depths had interests. How could it be otherwise?" "You know the citizens far better than I. How will they see their interest regarding the Goth?" A longer, more ominous pause. "I don't know, Ero. Perhaps as trading partners. The citizens trade with New Terra." "You seem doubtful." Though no more skeptical than I, or Altero. "I can't speak for them. I can tell you New Terra will be your advocates." Jimho needed allies, not advocates. "Baedeker does not trust us. We assume his opinion will have considerable influence on Hearth." "Why do you say that? Why wouldn't Baedeker trust you?" Ero was not about to mention sowing Haven with listening devices. "He is not very discreet about his opinion." "No, I suppose not. Still, why would he distrust you?" "We know the location of the fleet, and our talents scare him." "Your talents help defeat the pack," Sigmund said, and yet he looked away. Yesterday's triumph only made Altero and those like him scarier today. "For now, without hyperdrives of our own, we cannot defend ourselves." Nor threaten Hearth, for deterrence was the best way to defend Jumho. Meanwhile, planet busters, both pack-like kinetic weapons and devices of Baedeker's design, remained a terrible threat. "I fear that our absence would be in the Concordance's interest." So would eliminating Altero. Baedeker had already suggested it, likening Altero to Thisfok, even while the Goth had helped to improve Baedeker's prototype drives. Sigmund frowned. "I'm sure Sabrina will assert forcefully that we consider the Goth our friends." "And what beyond words would she do for us?" Sigmund said nothing. What could he say? New Terra also had interests, and war with the fleet would hardly be among them. Altero was right. New Terra might help, but Altero dare not depend on it. They would take a lesson from Sigmund. Paranoia showed great survival value. Ero concluded the conversation and scurried back to the habitat. It was time to put to the test research underway since he first encountered humans. "Breaking out of hyperspace in 5 seconds," Sigmund called.
Soon he added,
"Nice, rational stars, a sight for sore eyes." "For those who have eyes," Jeeves answered, also over the intercom.
Altero said nothing. They were deep in thought, in a final assessment of tactics and contingencies, and they had 3 sensor clusters fully engaged with instruments. Normal space, all right. They took bearings on 4 familiar pulsars. Easy calculations put their position not quite 18 light-years from Jumho. New Terra and the Fleet of Worlds were marginally closer on slightly different bearings. They ran a final diagnostic on the mechanism that had long been the focus of the Aero unit's research efforts. It passed.
"I'm sorry,"
Altero radioed. They activated Aero's homemade hyperdrive shunt, transporting into hyperspace their habitat, the middle of Sancho Panza, and a corresponding third of the otherwise all but indestructible hull. 65. The next days were a blur, Baedeker slipping in and out of consciousness. Slip in, anyway. The return was never so gentle. Sigmund cajoled, he berated, he threatened. When speech failed to work, the jabbing and kicking began. How often did the cycle repeat? Baedeker had lost count. Each time that he emerged enough to hear, Sigmund would say the same thing. "Only you can save us." And only Baedeker could. Somehow, on the first day, he had suited up and managed to follow Sigmund to a stepping disk in the drifting stern. Its hull, severed from the power plant still embedded in the bow, had become dust blown away by air pressure. Baedeker found half of a hyperdrive shunt and a thin wedge of a hyperwave transceiver. He saw no way to repair either. The rest had been carried away in the normal space bubble around the Gwoth shunt when they left. The Gwoth, building a hyperdrive from scratch, only proved Baedeker had been correct all along about them, and made his inability even to repair a hyperdrive all the more bitter. With scavenged supplies, he and Sigmund had stepped back to the bridge. Then, in fits and starts, in a fog of confusion and exhaustion and dread, Baedeker had toiled. It had seemed endless. He stabilized what remained of the environmental systems. He extracted tiny fusion reactors from scavenged stepping disks to keep life support running. While Sigmund continued to forage what remained of the ship for water and emergency rations and anything else possibly useful, Baedeker began, fearfully, to disassemble everything non-essential. This stump of a ship would wander forever. It had no use for force field generators, for crash couch protection. It was in the middle of nowhere, and that made radar useless. The comm laser, too. Any signal they transmitted would be too attenuated to matter when, creeping along at light speed, it finally reached anyone who might help them. By then, in any event, they would long since have starved. Gravity control circuits, distributed processing nodes, power distribution. It was all expendable to build the thing they needed most, a hyperwave radio. He had the wrong parts, hardly any instrumentation with which to test what he cobbled together, and only a pocket computer on which to simulate designs. Time and again he zoned out, lost himself in his thoughts, faded away, until Sigmund, with the escalating levels of alarm and abuse, roused Baedeker to refocus on his task. Throughout, fear plagued him. Had the Concordants traded the pack for, even created, an even worse threat? At last the hyperwave radio was complete. They powered it with a cascade of 3 stepping disk fusion reactors. They reached one of the comm buoys in orbit around New Terra. Sigmund had scarcely spoken more than their coordinates when, with an ear-splitting pop, the jury-rigged hyperwave set burst into flame.
Baedeker slipped away once more. Sigmund began making tick marks on the bridge bulkhead, dark light cycles since their call for help. Call each cycle a day. On day 1, he told himself he was optimistic. The coordinates were the most important part of his message. He had sent those. Help would come. Nothing could rouse Baedeker again. Sigmund tucked Baedeker, comatose, out of the way behind the co-pilot couch, and activated the only emergency stasis field generator he had found. On day 3, Sigmund spent hours experimenting with his jumpsuit controls. Patterns, colours, textures, and combinations. He studied them all. For years he had promised Penny he would, when he could spare the time. He had the time now. He still failed to see the point. On day 5, he began resenting Baedeker, oblivious within the stasis field. Never mind that the puppeteer had been all but comatose. Never mind that only one of them eating, drinking, and breathing effectively doubled Sigmund's rations. By day 10, he really resented Baedeker. On day 15, Sigmund began screaming and throwing stuff against the walls to hear something other than his own thoughts. "I'm sorry," Altero had said. Only that message had been just to Sigmund. Baedeker's comp had no such message. "Sorry to kill you, Sigmund. Not so sorry about Baedeker." Apology not accepted. On day 22, Sigmund found his thoughts stuck in a loop, obsessing over Ero's final visit, Gwoth fears, feelers for new Terran support, Sigmund's non-committal response. Never mind that he could not commit new terror. By the time Baedeker and he were rescued, if they were rescued, Altero would have reached their home solar system. Could they land the habitat? Sigmund had his doubts, but it didn't matter. A Gwoth interplanetary ship could rendezvous with the habitat. Knowing the fleet's location and building hyperdrives of their own, the Gwoth had become untouchable. On day 25, Sigmund made the mistake of powering up the viewport. Nothing but stars and a blobby nebula in sight. Suddenly he was clawing at the bridge hatch. He had had the foresight to spot weld shut. Blood streamed from torn fingers. A massive flat phobia attack. He was starving when he returned to his senses, and never quite believed his day count after that. On day 30, if it was, he fixated on the Gwoth coming on Reap the Whirlwind when he had offered to send them home. They had insisted on seeing the job through, without regard for their safety. Only then, their task complete, the pack deterred, had Ero come to Sigmund for reassurance. And then, after Realpolitik and Sigmund's evasive answers had left them no choice, Altero saved themselves. He wished them well. "I'm sorry too," Sigmund whispered. On day 34, choking down another sawdust-flavoured energy bar, Sigmund found himself fantasizing how puppeteer meat would taste. On day 37, he thought about the Gwoth stringing along Baedeker, pulling a puppeteer's strings. That was hilarious, and even funnier when he used his hands as puppeteer heads, looking each other in the eyes. He spent the rest of the day composing limericks about it. On day 40, he caught his reflection in the stasis field. Someone wild-eyed, heavily bearded, and gaunt stared back at him. He huddled between crash couches for the rest of the day. On day 42, flatland phobia seized him again. He came out of it chanting to himself, "No more spaceships. No more spaceships. No more spaceships." And overwhelmed by déjà vu. He was croaking like a frog, his throat raw, before he forced himself to stop. Then came the day he could not remember when he had last put a mark on the wall. His comp would tell him, he suddenly remembered. He wondered where he had left it. He spent hours tearing apart the bridge before finding the comp in his pocket. That reduced him to helpless laughter, tears running down his face. He laughed or cried himself to sleep. The next day he checked the comp. It was day 52. On day 54, he could not remember why he was counting. On day 55, he wondered if he could survive much longer. On day 56, Sigmund struggled to recall why he should care. On day 57, figures materialized on the bridge stepping disc. Eric, then Kirsten. When Penelope appeared, he remembered. Epilogue. Thysfok's eyes darted from instrument to instrument. Nothing made sense. A moment ago, space-time itself was coming apart. Close behind, the debris of a shattered world spewed at him. Failure was still bitter in his mouth. Now his instrument showed only peaceful void. He shivered. The cockpit was cold. How could the temperature drop instantaneously? And when he dared to glance up from his console, stars rolled past. The canopy was gone. An almost subliminal shimmer marked the force field that logic insisted must be holding in his air. When he looked around, the ship was pocked with holes. The console clock still kept time. Thysfok understood human units of time, but not their dating system. Time had passed for the universe gone mad to heal itself. But how much? He had no idea. Only a few of his attitude jets still held compressed air. More holes? But he managed to kill his spin. Star configuration seemed both familiar and warped. Instruments confirmed what he had been loath to admit. He was light years removed from the last view he remembered, and light years distant from the pack fleets. The leading edge of the advance again receded from him. Nor was it only Thysfok whose location had shifted. The ram scoops had moved too. Somehow, years had passed. His main fuel tanks were punctured. Their deuterium long vanished. Only a small reserve tank, all but drained, held deuterium. Once he used that was it. The force field would disappear, his air would spurt out, and he would die. Maybe that was why the ship had ended his oblivion. It needed his help. Somehow, this ship had kept him alive for years. What other unsuspected capabilities did it have? Whatever the universe thought, in Thysfok's mind, he had hurriedly reassembled the control console just a few day-tenths earlier. He remembered the unfamiliar subsystems inside. He opened the console, slid out drawers and racks, spread apart wiring harnesses. He remembered where gauges and instruments had been clipped. The humans had studied the very subsystems that interested Thysfok. Whatever those circuits did, their design was pack-inspired. He was second-guessing a mutant protector. As cold as the cabin was, Thysfok left the temperature alone. He had no deuterium to spare for mere comfort. He took a nibble of Tree of Life root and continued his studies. The self-repair capability was a brilliant blend of pack and human technology. So was the pressure-retaining force field, only that was also an enigma. To judge from the position of the pack fleets, Thysfok's ship had been adrift for years. The force field generator would have drained his reserve tank in a fraction of the time, and that led him to the most astonishing discovery: the stasis generator. Within the field it created around the pilot's couch, time would stand still. Nothing inside would change, and that included any consumption of energy. Time itself had frozen for him while this ship drifted, slowly repairing itself, until its energy reserves dipped dangerously low. So the ship had activated the pressure-retaining force field, put air into the cabin, and released him from stasis. How to survive was his problem now.
Instrument showed a world on which he could survive, scarcely a light year away. That could not be a coincidence. The ship had brought him here. Whether it had sought a planet to support pack or human, the result was the same. Smog tainted the planet's atmosphere. Radio emissions spewed forth. The natives were advanced well beyond the point to which, after long years of effort, he had pushed the draw. He could put to-be-conquered slaves to good use, and quickly. Could one pack alone conquer that world? What he could infer of their technology made that uncertain. But certainly he would fail if he did not try. He would plan on success and find out when he arrived. So, they could build him a ram scoop, maybe even a hyperdrive, in only a few years. With severe rationing, possibly even before he died for lack of Tree of Life root, maybe the planet would even grow Tree of Life, if he could get there. This fog finally knew why the ship had released him from stasis. Enough deuterium remained to complete repairs, and to cross the final distance, and to shed his velocity and land. Pick any two. While he studied the capabilities of his ship, surveyed his destination, and assessed his options, the demands of the pressure-retaining force field moved him perilously close to having energy for only one of three. He climbed into a rescue bag and turned off the force field. Energy consumption slowed to a trickle. Oxygen in the rescue bag would sustain him for half a day-tenth. He spent half that time, his hands clumsy through the tough material of the rescue bag, reconfiguring the force field generator. Rather than gently holding air within a large volume, the device would thrust, hard, in one direction. He spent the rest of his time calculating and refining exactly how and when to apply that thrust. With a single shove, he had to reach the solar system, then reach the habitable planet, hitting the atmosphere at just the right angle, and then, now reaching the resolution limit of his telescope, come down on land. The only workable solution involved a looping trajectory through the solar system, with 2 gravity assists from other planets. Were his sensors precise and accurate enough for this calculation? There was one way to find out. Choking on his own stale breath, his fingers tinged blue with hypoxia, he set the navigational controls. Uncontrolled landing, broken ship, no air. None of that mattered in stasis. As the launch timer approached 0, as Thisfok reached out to activate the stasis field, his final, hopeful thoughts were of his family. End of Destroyer of Worlds by Larry Niven and Edward M. Lerner. LARRYNIVEN and EDWARDMLERNER. Read by Corrie James in the studios of Potomac Talking Book Services Incorporated for the Library of Congress, January 2011. Published by Tor, Tom Doherty Associates, LLC, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10010. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.